knockout match at Worlds. That MSI current final here in Vancouver, that this is where Chovy really gets tested.
And it's such a big thing, especially after last year. He is the defending champion. A big narrative in the LCK was that once Chovy has done something, he ain't stopping anytime soon, right? Even his most recent loss in LCK finals back in last year's summer was only by a single game. There was a grueling 5-game series. And these two players, we talk about it, but they talk about each other all the time. Faker has been pushed by Chovy to step up his laning. But if you ask Chovy, he had an interview with Asia today talking about specifically, I watched Faker in the final. What he was able to do in that game 4 against BLG, I cannot stop thinking about it. And that just speaks to the respect these two players have against each other.
It does, and it does beg the question, what is going to happen today? Because for me, I also agree, Chovy is the best player in the world, definitely the best mid laner in the world, but is he the best player today on stage? Can those circumstances be bent to his will? The way, I think, and this is, we talk about magic all the time, but it's hard to define that. I feel like it is creativity and resilience in the most important moments, not just from Faker, Kobe, but from T1 as a whole. And
this T1 team, they have shown a lot of improvements very recently. Carry is playing extremely well. And like we say, yeah, Doran has had some bloopers, but he has also had some really good plays, and Owner's been extremely consistent. So I want to see this T1 team earn it.
Yeah, they earned their spot in the final, and Chovy didn't even think he was going to see T1 in the final. You know, since the beginning of the tournament, there's been a lot of, oh, they're so good at scrims. No, you're so good at scrims. Yeah. And he actually did expect to be facing anyone's legend, Emily, because that looked like the course the tournament would be taking.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we talked already about how formidable this T1 team is once they get on an international stage, once they are able to adapt. I think their improvement across this tournament is much better, for example, than what we saw from them at last year's MSI, where they were like struggling a bit. I never know how to take these, especially since both teams were going like, no, you.
No, you.
Like you already mentioned. But that AL T1 series was insanely close, right? And so I think they will be very prepared for T1, given how well these two teams know each other.
Yeah, and I think that quote from Chovy about AL and expecting them to be here just really speaks to his respect for that team being real, because we saw how good AL were and how well they performed and the amount of respect that he had for Shanks.
I'm getting conflicting info here, right? Because we have the I figured Faker out quote into losing in the semifinals at the World Championship last year, into, well, I expected AL because I didn't really rate T1, into, oh no, this isn't going to be a problem. I don't know, Maurits, it might be a problem.
I think it might be, and that is why today's series is, so even if we hadn't had the 5-game series that we had already between these two, with I think the best game 5 that we've had between the two as well, coming down to some amazing team fighting. It is, again, the expectation that for Duro, this is his first international final. For Doran, it's his first international final. And those might end up mattering a lot, right? Depending on what the players show today.
For me, I want to take a short detour to the bot lane, right? Because if we look at that game 5, that clutch Dragon Steal actually ended up mattering so much in that game with the scaling jinx that they had, Ruler on one of his signature champions. And he and Gumayushi have had such an interesting rivalry going across multiple teams for Ruler.
Oh, I'm going to give you space to talk about it if you want.
No, I was just going to say, like, the way that these two teams can each play around their bot lane, and also kind of the adversity that they both overcame just this split. Like, everyone was just like, oh man, is Ruler washed? He's not looking so hot since he came back to Gen G. I don't know. Guma with all the swaps that were going around in split 1. Both of them overcoming that, showing up at this tournament, and I think both bot laners have been performing absolutely stellarly.
Because, as highlighted, obviously there's always when the 6-man roster comes in, right? There is a lot of friction, there's a lot of that. But I do think that Guma also just straight up didn't look nearly as good as he has basically starting since the end of spring.
So you would have benched him?
Wait, that's a whole different conversation. No, I already did a lawyer segment. I don't need to get dragged into a second. But what I do think is, without question after this, as we go back to particularly 2023 Worlds, where Guma did, by the way, stomp Ruler, as we all remember, in one of the most memorable series of all time, the fact that Guma steps up when it's needed most is something that T1 is going to need today, because coming in to the tournament, probably would have rated Guma over Ruler. Yep. I can no longer say that's the case, because Ruler's performance has truly been one that at times just blows me away.
We'll see if they let Azir through, though, because then he might have some nightmares and some flashbacks. Talk about Ruler versus Guma, also Ruler versus Faker, and some very big moments.
I mean, come on, that's like, imagine if you're part of one of the most iconic moments of all time, but you're the guy getting caught. Like, that's horrible. You have to see it in every single one. But I think, just to name that as one, Ruler is so incredibly resilient, right? Going over to the LPL, coming back to the LCK, a world champion already. It's a joy to see him play, for sure. Yeah,
and he has had some incredible games so far. His Jinx game plus his Jhin game that he had. And I think both of these two AD carry players, their Jhin games really do encapsulate and speak to how well their teams play around them and protect them. Speaking of AD carries.
That's crazy. Wow. What do you think, Tyler? Okay, anyway.
Yeah, what I don't know
where we go from there. I don't know what his opinion is on the matter. But yeah, I think when I'm hearing you guys talk about all these matchups, right, they're all at a super high level. And I think, you know, they could go either way. There is just one question that I have, if this could be an X factor for T1, because we talk so much about Keria. And when you talk about Keria, it's not just about his creativity in his engages in his champion pool. It's also about stealing objectives with unsealed spellbook and really influencing the map. And I think Duro has had a phenomenal tournament, right? But this is where he really has to show that he can step up to the plate.
Yeah, this is such an interesting support matchup. Keria has actually played the most unique champions of any player in this final at 11, which should be no surprise to anyone given how many times he's willing to throw off meta picks even before Fearless into that bot lane. And that's, for me, the super interesting thing about both of these bot lanes going up against each other, because T1 sometimes spends so much time really trying to win that 2v2, right? And I think for me, it definitely starts with Keria and just how chaotic he can be on some of his picks.
And for Duro, he has had such a meteoric rise in his consistency as a support, because coming into the year, he really wasn't performing all that well. Obviously, there's an adjustment time, right? Going from like a middle-of-the-pack, lower-tier LCK team to one of the greatest organizations in the world that has been running amok, both domestically and internationally. But his development curve is so far ahead, and I think his consistency is the thing that really blows me away.
Let Keria cook. Absolutely. The signs have been insane here at MSI, but I want to check in with how the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X. They are calling the match for, drumroll, T1 with 69.3% of the vote. They always win the fan vote, so that is no surprise to me. The fans' track record so far is 69%. Let's go. Nice. You can vote every day at MasterCard GG on X to lock your predictions in as well, which leaves us 3 minutes to give you our very own predictions. Shall I kick it off?
Go for it.
Hit it.
All right.
Who you got?
I've got T1, 3-2. I've seen enough, and I know they've played them, and they lost in that Game 5. I don't think they lose a Game 5 twice in a row. That's what I think.
Very calm prediction.
Yeah.
Okay. Emily,
All right, so again, these are two teams that know each other super, super well.
Okay.
I'm expecting this series to go kind of similarly. Like, I'm expecting this to go all 5 games. I still do think that GENG become MSI champions once again. They retain their MSI title. I can't tell whether I'm getting cheered or booed.
Both.
Nice. But I think, yeah, I think this is how it's going to go. I think GENG have a slight bit better map play. And also, if they really, really buckle down, I think they have more ability to pick different things and draft.
Well, I like where both of your heads are at with the full 5, because we've already had the most full 5 game series ever for an international, and I woke up today thinking about the data. Right?
Oh God,
you've got 22 series streak for GENG waiting in the upper
AFK sam bio.
Chovy, the best player
Bio sam
right now
AFK, sad više nisam AFK.
dedicated to his glory.
Ovaj film. Ovaj... Bro, neki, what do you mean? What do you mean? Baš sam velik čovjek. Ivane, legenda, gdje si? Behind... Jo, chill. Ivane, si mi dobar, brate moji, nemate 100 godina. Ide ti van! Ide ti van. Ne, veruj mi, trebaš da gledaš film, trust. Znači, film je, znači, tebi bi se svideo, ono, film je savršen za tebe, veruj mi. Šta priča ovaj lik? Kakav 3-1 GENG? Je li on dobar? Je li on... Pazi, razumem, a mogu si da jedeš i da gledaš film. Mogu si išli da gledaš film, ali ne ovako. Znaš kakav film je dobar. Ovaj ovdje ne zna ništa. Ništa ne zna. Ništa ne zna. Nikako, Nikola, jedem ih, brate, jedem ih. Skripta, samo da vidim. Samo se, izvinjam se. Aha. Ok. 3-2 Tivan. 3-2 ljudi. 3-2 Tivan, javili su mi, sad su me zvali. 3-2 Tivan. Sad ćemo nimo šta kaže Rale. Ali skripta kaže 3-2 Tivan. Klara gleda i u fazonu je 3-2 Tivan. This is a player who has reinvented himself so much. He redefined what it means majica, malo je, random majica. Random bela majica.
Reinvent yourself to be a legend, to be the beacon of light for T1. Time and time
Kako čita se idiota, pogledaj oči. Pogledajte joj oči. I onda znate da li čita se idiota ili ne. Vidiš ako dole sad čita, tekst je ovdje dole negde. I sad se vratio gore tekst, evo ga dole, best not miss. Tu je pisalo. Vidi kako ide, sad dole čita. Tako znate da ne pričaju, nego čitaju sa idiota. Horva, nemoj da si slučajno napisu, znači znam što hoćeš da napišeš. Mora sakrije. Ok. Preduhitrio te neki. Ovo se misli će Horva za mene napiše. Ivane, nije loše. Mora bolje da bude, brat moj. Mora bolje da bude. Kad ćemo biti na LoL e-sportu? Sad ću pogledam. Čekaj, evo možda smo već tamo, čedim. Jesmo, već smo na LoL e-sportu.
Welcome to the LOL esports fans watching from across the world, and good evening, Vancouver! We've had 2 weeks of incredible games, unimaginable upsets, and a hell of a lot of silver scrapes, but now it's time to meet your finalists. Undefeated in the upper bracket, the reigning champions, GENG! In the top lane, King! In the jungle, Canyon! The best in the world, Jovi! They're ready to carry! Ruler! And in support, Duro! Their opponents, indomitable and tenacious, T1! In the top lane, Doran! In the jungle, Owner! The greatest of all time, Vega! Eddie Carey, Moguce! Their support, Carrier! Tonight, we ignite the fire! We witness history once again! The 2025 MSI Finals starts now!
A jao, ljudi moji. Boga mi, ozbiljna priča. Biće dobro finale. Kolega, jesi tu? Kolega je možda tu. A možda nije tu. Nikada nećemo znati. Lep opening svako. Imamo što imamo dalje.
(23년도에) 이제 진동이란 팀에서 MSI 우승을 했는데요. 그때 기분은 정말 짜릿했어요. 내가 계속 증명할 수 있구나, 나 잘하는구나를 다시 한번 전 세계 팬들한테 좀 보여준 날이라고 생각이 들어서,
일단 작년에는 무대에서 절대 질 것 같지 않다는 생각이 들고, 국제전에서 승리했을 때 드디어 증명했다라는 생각이 들었습니다.
GENG have been the kings of Korea, but we know the world is T1's home ground. And they like those odds as they move to finals. And it's T1. The more improbable it seems, the more
T1 다시 올라와도 우승은 어려울 겁니다.
저희가 3년 전에 MSI 우승을 3대2로 코앞에서 놓쳤기 때문에 이번에 찾아온 우승 기회를 놓치고 싶지 않고 꼭 우승하고 싶습니다. 룰러 선수보다 제가 나은 점 하나는 대답하기 좀 어려운데 하나는 아닌 것 같습니다.
(2023년엔) 골든 로드를 희망했지만 저에게 돌아온 건 성심뿐이었습니다.
2024년의 초비는 아직 왕관을 들기에는 부족했던 것 같습니다. 2025년의 젠지는
이번 MSI에서도 작년과 같이 이 이야기를 승리로 마무리 짓겠습니다.
승리를 향하는 길은 언제나 저희 T1만 걸어갈 수 있는 길입니다. 젠지, 저희가 돌아왔습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back one last time to the arena here in Vancouver, Canada for MSI 2025's Grand Finals between GENG and T1. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Vedius here today as we watch the two Korean Titans battle for supremacy at the final summit of this international competition.
And we won't waste any time. Straight into the draft. Nico and Azia removed from the
opening.
Pantheon perma red side band that we have been seeing later and later into this tournament remains the same. Vi will join alongside it, and I wonder what the priority will be for these two Titans.
Both Varus and Talia still up and available here, two kind of conspicuously absent champions. So we have to see, does T1 want to look for a trade of OPs?
Nije bitno, ne pričaš sam sa sobom, Rale, ne pričaš sam sa sobom. Cavo jedna, njutovo sam sebe, a tebe nisam defenovo, budi reportovan.
Ko je jači, ubijem žena majicama. Ko je jači, ubijem žena majicama.
Glasa chat. Mislim da moraš...
Glasa moj najbolji drug ko je jači.
Da vidimo. Mislim da moraš nogu, kolega, da prikažeš da budemo tu negde. Mislim da moraš mnogo, vidi.
Bolje ne ja nogu.
Rekao si krenuo noge da radiš, WTF?
Jesam.
Verujemo. Gajo Legenda, dobro mi došao. Dobar opening. Iskreno, opening je bio banger, što jeste. Bar da obrnuto radite nečem, ne ovako. Jao, bit će dobro. Jao, jedva čekam.
Da ću da dođem sve.
Ajde, slobodno, ti neći game još 5 minuta, bar. Mora, deki, moramo da ga kidamo način. Znaš da ne mogu da sedim? Ne mogu da sedim. Evo, hteo sam da sedim, ne mogu. Hteo sam da sedim. Čemu majica? A Laziću, dok smo gledali film, bio sam na traci. Nabio sam fazon 25.000 koraka dok smo gledali film. I plus sam imao čik. Što me ekspozuješ na streamu, Klaro? Fajn, imao sam čiji i pojeo sam pola palačinke. Chat. Klara me ekspozuje ovdje, ali it's ok. Prešao sam 26.000 koraka juče i danas ću još 26. Vidi. Matematika kaže da smo okej. Ne znam čemu. Porazgovarat ćemo, Klaro, posle streama. Ti Miša nosimo majicu slučajno.
Da, u kojoj majici priča, Klaro, meni ne bi bilo sve jedno.
Neiskusna. Jao. LOL iskustvo je linkovan. Pinovo sam ga.
Bacio story, naravno da nisi. Kakav zabušan.
A gdje je tvoj story? Aj ti jednom baci story, ja da kliknem share samo. Aj, mislim, hoću. Ajde, taguj Fortunu, neko oni ripostaju isto. Ajde, čekamo da Rale baci story.
Jel ti snimaš kad radiš story?
Vidi, ti imaš kreativnu slobodu, kolega, radi što hoćeš. Koji film sam, gledali smo film The Trip, 2021. Odličan film. Faker Oriana u gameu 1. Može. Može. Oriana u Taliju će da radi ok, dok Tale nije do zida. Lucian Brown prvi game. Malo agro, ali dobro. Pa ne znam, mislim, draft je ono... Draft ne može se komentariše do gejma 4. Jer ti samo se pikaju power pikovi, brate. Nema šta drugo se radi. Samo je pitanje ko će šta da uzme od stvari koje su već garantovano jaki. To je to. Au. Ne, nemojte. Samo nemojte za procenat masti da ga prozivate, to ga boli. Sad ne nosi sluške pa ne čuje. Dobar je bio film. Film je baš bio dobar, iskreno ja sam se oduševio. Uvijek isti draft, zato što se zna šta je broken i onda šta ćeš da radiš. Igraš broken stvari jer to radi i to je to, mislim, nema šta. Tako da to tako mora da bude. To tako mora da bude. Neki realno mislim da je legitimno. Ali Gwen Top ne zna u šta igra, to je problem. Gwen Top ne zna u šta igra. A vidi, nisam ja kriv, Aki, otkud sam ja znao. Takav je film, mislim, šta radim. Jax je legit take, iskreno. Best of 5, veliko finale MSI-a, vrati, vidi. Isti koncept za da, do kraja godine, sve isto. Ja navijam za T1, vidi, bez razmišljanja, ja sam T1 fanboy, ono. Horva, aha, to ili to?
A lot of pressure here on Canyon as the main engage for the side of GENG. If you can find picks or flanks with the
zato se u Counter-u je best 3. Pa, brate, ne znam, ja volim best of 5. Pogotovo u LoLu mi je legit. Drugo Counter možda ode na overtime, pa možda bude sat vremena. To je insane. Tako da ono. Kastovao sam Counter mečeve koji su išli u 50 rundi. Eto, moj kolega se muči pola sata snima story, pa kao lak posao, brate, pusti me toga. Mislim, strašno, ja vama da kažem, nema što tako. Porazgovarat ćemo, Hora, porazgovarat ćemo, nema frke. Razumem ja, i tebi će tako jednog dana, znaš. Samo što, znaš, ne koristiš Patreon, dovoljno ne pitaš me za savjete, to mi je jako čudno, znaš. Slobodno se javi na Discordu, naučim te nešto, ja, nije problem. Ok, moramo spustimo dole. Ne znam na pamet, recimo smo ovdje negdje. Tu negdje bi trebalo bude, otprilike. Otprilike. Kako reći, nisam... Bre, idem noćni za tipa dan, dva, moram noćni pregled i ja. Tako da ako ja dobijem naočare, bit će problema. Znači, kaster. To je to. Sad ovo ne moram da... Ozbiljna priča. Starosna dioptrija, brate, to je godinama, šta ću? Vidit ću vas 50 godina, ne znam što me prozivate, ono. Vidit ću vas 50 godina kako se držite. Vi mislite meni lako. Sudija, gdje si hodan traci, da.
Evo ti ga na pokačio.
Jesi uspio, kolega moj, 20 minuta snimaš story i poslije kao lak posao.
Dva puta mi se... Kada rotiram kameru nazad,
dobro.
Sad sam izvuk na sekund i bukvalno me 2 puta mi iseko celu reč. I onda sam 2 puta morao da snimam jer nisam prvi put shvatio čemu je problem.
A jesi me tagovo?
Ne, brate, nisam te tagovo.
Pa nemam, ne iskačeš mi ovo, evo ga sad.
Stani.
Čoveče, brate, dok ovo dođe. Eto, your
Ali
story.
nisam mogao da pecnem link streama, pecne ti ako imaš tu blizu u nekom clipboardu, pošto ja nemam. Ko još od Color u GENG-u?
Ma sad ću ja samo staviti. Pecam još jedan lagana priča. Čavijesta! Okej.
Čavijesta! Pozdrav za Mateu i Tonija, koji uživaju u ovom prelepom MSI-u uz ove dve lepe faciće.
Veliki pozdrav za Mateja i Tonija, iskreno gote dime. Čavijesta gote dime, moram da priznam.
Čavijesta, ozbiljna faca.
Iskreno gote dime, čekaj malo nas pomerim. To, sebe mora malo mapu blokiram. To još malo. To je to. To je to. Daj samo da slikam, da ubacim i linkić. Da imamo, koliko se meni tresu ruke, na metracima da nema veze. Inače nemam link, kucam ga na pamet, jer kao naviku se već.
Da, čekam da mi Rale kaže kako je. Rale je odlično. Nice good, Dura. Jel fake shot caller u T1? Da.
Jao, gore ste falati, ja sam iskreno prehypovan za ovu seriju.
Odličan.
I commented how quickly this was locked in back in the draft. GENG clearly had a plan for the bottom lane in this game one.
And Duro hasn't even used his heal. You see how much lower Guma is on health? That's what Carry is spending his heal. Guma does have biscuits, so we'll have the additional biscuit to pop there to try to regen some health, but the early trading going so heavily towards Ruler Duro in this matchup.
I Doran igrao ovaj matchup kad igrao Jaxa i prelomio je Gwen, ako se dobro sećam.
Obrnut.
Igrao je... On igrao Jaxa.
Izvini, ja sam mislio drugi matchup, sorry. Tako.
Okej. Post Grdana desi. Da, lomio je Gwen dosta, ali onda posle je izgrifovao nekoliko puta, ali kao matchup je odigrao dobro.
Kerija na Alistaru, Kerija igra Alistaru u posljednje vreme i bolesno je dobro na Alistaru. Nenormalno na Alistaru.
Ali dover.
Ona is going to be forced to go to the bot side of the map if he wants to get himself a crab, but bear in mind there's push down there as well.
Boga mi reset na 13 CS-a na topu.
Keem really wants to get the crash because if you can have Doran pushing away from his tower, he is playing TP Ignite. You can be very vulnerable in these long lanes without the flash. Of course, Ignite very strong in these all-ins.
Pa dobro, ako mu je wave ispod kule, onda je lagan. Kalistetika jesa malo i bit će još više posle avgusta.
Cijeli Balkan čeka da Rale upali stream. Brate moj, kako bi to bilo dobro kad bi bilo tačno. Kako bi to bilo dobro kad bi bilo tačno, bre. Čak i da je tačno, vratno ne bi upalio. Ne mogu ljudi, nisam ja za to. Kako si ti Rale večeras, odlično. Ja bih mogao da streamujem duo. Da streamujem s nekim. Evo ovo što radimo Sajna i ja sad, to bi mi bilo fajn. Rale ne streamuje, Rale streamuje,
Eto, upali Crab Game, sutra ću igrati, dođeš na Crab Game i streamuj Crab Game. Si igrao Crab Game ikad?
Zašto bi streamovo u istom terminu kad i ti?
Zašto da ne?
Ne. To nikad ne bi radio, to nikad nisam ni radio.
Ništa, ako se budem climbovao dovoljno u Clash Royale, igrat ćemo duo, eto. Ali ima duo neki, ima?
Ima kao rotating mod. Od 3 mjeseca koliko sam streamovao, možda sam 3 streama upalio. I to sam posle streamovao tamo sa sanjenom terminu kad sam već radio futbol. Jer to vas nije interesovalo.
Hoću Marence Rale, ako hoće Crab Game, dobrodošao je. Jesi igrao Crab Game?
Ja bi radio igram rematch. Da.
Igrao sam, okej.
Jel su ga updatovali zbog novog CDM-a?
Ne znam. Vidjet ćemo sutra. Vidjet ćemo sutra. Crab Game svi skidate.
Razum si dobiješ €1.000.000, ali moraš da daš Sajni i 500k. Da li je pristao? Jel si ti, kako je ovo glupo pitanje? Da dobijem €1.000.000 i da treba da dam Sajni 800.000 i dalje, ili 900.000 od miliona i dalje bi uzeo te pare.
Isto, je, to je...
Prvo zato što bi mi Sajna istog momenta vratio pola. Znači, jer je takav lik, kao nikada bi uzeo sve.
To ti je ono naš Znaš kao, da li bi nabor takav glavu za €1.000.000? Znaš kao.
Da. Tražio bi tako da mi slomi nogu na pola za €1.000.000, da. Ne razumem zašto ljudi imaju moralne debate oko toga. Ne znam šta nije u redu sa vama.
Prebio.
Dobro je formi Keen. Veli rado tvoj pizzu, prebio me, nice. Koliko dobro carry-a igra, Popova je ghost. Nabo sam još čekam pare. Ne ide tako sudija, ne ide tako. Mogu bi da stavim vodu u frižider dok još nisu krenuli. Čuj da vidim daj, a ne, ovo daj.
Lagan si. Sutra igramo Counter, Valorant, Crab Game i Ramiša možda neki Aram ili nešto, vjerovatno neki Aram. Mislim da je to play. Sutra ceo stream su customi. Ceo stream customi sutra. Eventualno, kad upalim live, ako upalim malo ranije, odajuću TFT da se okupe ljudi. To je to. Sutra ceo stream customi. Valorant, Counter, Arami, Crab Game. To je okviran plan. U Counteru moram dobijem 2 vina, u Valorantu neka 2 sata ćemo cepamo valo. Crab Game sat vremena, verovatno. Mislim, to brzo ide, realno. I zavisi koliko nas bude za Crab Game. Zato što, Crab Game ima 80 mjesta, ne znam da ćemo uspjeti da napunimo lobby. Ma kako hoćete. Ne, Valo je bolje igramo ranked, zato što Valorant nije ugao. Mislim da Valo igramo ranked. Valorant ranked, Counter ranked i Crab Game svi su in i LOL možemo custome. Amere, alo, WTF, report. Ranked, ma odmah ranked. Counter i Premier, ili ovaj bre. Ono što imaš rating, to igramo. To je fora. To je fora. Da, ali vidjet ću da upalim ranije malo, mislim da krenemo ranije malo s tim. Ali dogovaramo se sutra, pratite samo Discord da samo malo više pričamo o finalu, pa ćemo da se dogovaramo na Discordu sve. Ajmo da vidimo. Carry je dobio 6. Instant ult. Vidimo se sudija. Instant 6, instant ult.
Secure the third grub, a 2-to-1 grub count favoring GENG. They'll come out on top in the objective scrap as neither team wants to overcommit for the fight.
Yeah, as soon as Carrier lost that ulti early, he knew it was going to be trouble. Keen, you'll have to back off here.
Yeah, Keen trying to get away from it. The ignite is used with the final volley of needlework. Keen dropped down to 100 HP, but it's 100 more than Doran would like. Keen still has his ulti available. Teleport can return him to the lane immediately thereafter as well.
Faker je malo...
Kaster kaže Drake. Molim? Šta? Šta pričaš da je ne? Ne znam, nisam povatao to. Ne.
Jer gledam Fakera koji je...
uz smešne štapiće.
Faker nije nešto pretjerano raspoložen za sad, bar kako igra turbo defanzivno. Još igra u taliju.
Mora da respektuje čovjeka, pa nije ovo Shanks.
Ja ne želim to.
Pa dobro, pogrešio je Caster i šta sad? Ja pogrešim ime i heroja i magije i igrača i svega. To je normalna stvar, radim 4
godine. Rekao me sta, it's fine. Nervozni su Casteri.
To se dešava uvek.
Trema.
On je čovek.
Osim ako ne igra Vayne na topu. Ukom slučaju. Danas sam builda na sceni i pobedio sam game, samo za tebe, da znaš.
Bravo, kolega, bravo ti. Možeš da igraš ti to, ali kad igraš sa mnom, zato što ja ću znati šta da radim.
To je fair.
Ajde, sto solo kiko sve ovo. Neko dobro rapid fire holder za Renektrona u late game-u. Aha, ovo je to.
Tu kupiš bilo kog Ari, bilo kog Forkosta, kad dobiješ high koste, samo širniš to i to je to. Au, ne, ovaj Horva ja ne mogu. Sad je odlučio umjesto samo mene da flamea i tebe, to vidiš. I Mareta. Ne znam šta je Mare krivi. Šta ti Mare skrivio, Horva? Ne razumem.
Jeste, mehanički da.
Pogledaj i gumim isto.
Mehanički čovjek bolji kliker.
Ajde me.
Što da pogledam? Dobro, to se dešava zapravo prečesto u posljednje vreme.
Ne znam, meni se čini da Tivan ulazi ono sa malo previše respekta. Da se razumemo, ima smisla, ali hoću da vidim Tivan koji su u fazonu, mi smo na MSI, ovo je naša forma, idu na nabadanje od početka. Samo agresija, samo nabadanje, samo šenk. Nema šta. Dobro, fair, u Garena je dozvoljeno.
Što u ovom stanu nemam ništa za glavu da popijem.
Šta, nemaš za glavu da popiješ?
Da, mnogo je bolje glavu.
Pa ne znaš od čega.
Znam od čega.
Ali smiješ da kažeš.
A bio sam rođendan pre ovoga.
Dobro.
Ne smijem da kažem ostatak.
Zato kažem ne znam.
Smijem, ali ne smijem. Da, zato što idemo na Lole Sports.
Tako je. I na TV, tako ne znam, otko znam. Zato što verovatno nije dovoljno vode popio i zbog toga. Aha, okej, da, ima smisla, okej. Da, nije dovoljno vode popio, Nego to ne smemo da kažemo zašto idemo na Lole Sports, a njima je sponzor... Rale, nisi čoveče, pokrivam te, ono, i play along, ono, ne razumem. Strašno.
Zato pijem vodu sad.
Strašno.
Ne, nisam bajce, ja sam vrlo disciplinovan. Pogotovo što sam vozio, tako da toga nije bilo ni priče nikakve, ali uvek me boli glava ovako. A i od kad katujem, mnogo lako me zaboli glava, to Sajna verovatno zna. Kad unosiš mnogo malo kalorija, baš te lako zaboli glava. O, faker. Ovo podsjeća na EDG. EDG protiv Tivana. 3 flashe uzu s jednim legendarom.
I ruler mrtav.
Kako laže Deadly Flourish kad ima Mark.
Dobro.
There, T1 had their eyes on the fight, and it was a difficult one to execute on because Gumayushi is on the side split from the team the whole time, and you're thinking, how can they actually navigate this fight as a result? But he got an early chunk on a Chovy, and
GENG uzeo 2 Drake-a do duše.
To throw down the Weaver's wall to help them secure the Dragon, T1 find the angle to actually go for the fight, and it was a beautiful engage there by Owner. Great follow-up from Faker.
Keep your eyes on the Oriana.
The
fight does come through, the shockwave connects onto 2, and the position of Gumayushi also
contributing
with the ultimate on the flank.
Sergej, pardon, glavobolja, hvala ti na donaciji. Hvala na... Ne ovako. Eto vidite, glavobolja radi protiv Raleta, a mene Horva i dalje flamo iz nekog razloga. GENG ti treba za pikem. Ne znam kako ti kažem. To je malo laki. Uzmi onaj browser što ima adblock i laganci.
Ili samo ima i premium.
Da,
ja sam taj lik.
Pa nema veze neki.
Šišaju me ovako. Tako me šišaju.
To je legit.
And you can see T1 really wants to defend that tower because
they
know now
3-4 godine imam.
That is feats of strength going their way. So those towers, I think, will be defended very strongly here by T1. They're only 1 kill off the feet of Warfare.
2-1 im fali down.
Čekaj.
But it has been mostly Keen with the push on the top side, and he does have Demolish, so if he can ever get access to that tower, it is quite dangerous.
You'll notice Faker pushes out that bot wave.
Pa realno, Andrija, da, šta fali?
They're ready and in a position to contest this Rift Herald.
Ja navijem korak i ovako mi lakše.
Hvala,
Horva, znam da je to bukvalno jedino ne koristiš YouTube.
Moram da slikam suplement za Zloboda što pijem da probaš.
Slikaj. Sve pomaže u mojim godinama, Ne, broken je.
I znaš da sam ja problem sa svim Zlobovima u temu.
Dobro, da. Tebi su rano krenuli problemi koji dolaze godinama.
Da, ali to je zbog, to je genetika. Tako je genetski stati na strane.
T1, they've got the positioning over the wall with Carry as well. Duro wanted to TPM, but the first turret already goes the way of T1, and the third kill will do the same. The Herald's ready to charge, and T1 is mowing them over.
Ne brinite se, neće biti 3-0, neće biti 3-0, ne brinite se. Ne brinite se. Alex Legendo desi, neće biti 3-0, ne brinite se.
Svenja ne može da u 3-0, nikad se nije to dovoljno.
Da, neće.
Prvo, mislim da su ovo su vam dve ekipe koje se najbolje poznaju, možda bi arguovo da kažem u istoriji LoL-a.
Fair, to je dobar take.
Kada gledamo match-upove i ovih igrača koliko su puta igrali jedni protiv drugih.
3-2 T1, 3-2 T1.
Kako hype ubili overstep supporta. Overstep support se ne događa često u ovim lobbyima, recimo. Da znate. Ali obratite pažnju kako Carrya igra Alistara, igra jako autentično. Redko kad ćete ga vidjeti da baca double Q combo. Igra jako efficient koristi magije. Vrlo zanimljivo. Odlično menadžuje cooldown. Isto, probajte isto, tokom ove serije će mnogo puta biti i spellbook uzet. Carrya ga uvijek igra kad može. Obratite pažnju također i kako ga koristi. Koliko često roluje TP, koliko često roluje Ghost, koliko često roluje Cleanse, koliko često roluje Smite. Vrlo je tačan carry, doduše ovdje neće rolovati Cleanse zato što je Alistar u pitanju, ali...
Po igrača nije.
On je baš overstepova, upravo si. Ali to je opet tenzija i drugačije overstepovati protiv ovih igrača. Oni znaju da ti catchuju, da budu brzi na tempu jako.
Je li ima po igrača negde? Pro view, jesu to uklonili?
Ne bi trebalo to više postoji.
Uklonili su.
Jer ja bih gledao to, Carryem uspio pro view sigurno. Carry je... Bjergsen pa Carrya su najbliže što ću ja pričati svoj deci o nekim igračima u poređenju sa fudbalerima.
Čovjek ignoriše fakera, strašno.
Ne, to me neću, pa to nema potrebe igrati, to možda nađe sve na internetu.
To će znati sam već.
Tako je, to će svi da znaju, ali ovo neće znaju.
Ovo TP vidi.
Vidi ga. Šta da je čovjek?
Da, Doran će da ga... A, gume je omašio. Doran ide u pit.
Owner bolje stvajtuje.
To je big.
Polako, ovaj fight može se završiti, možda drugačije.
Ovo je rest, flash outovali su. Lepo, ovo je huge za Onera. Huge za T1 generalno. Dobro, u bre Sedžu ubiće, neće ubiti.
Lucijan će imati DPS-a, mnogo, polako. Duro nema ulti. Gledaj Kina, ima flash, gledajte Kina.
Polako.
Ne, Carrya.
Polako, da.
4 igrača su...
Gdje će Oner? O, Oneru, chill, brate. Južu. Ok, ovo je bilo zabavno.
Ok, čekaj, Sena, ko outskela?
Moramo lane po lane ovdje. Ne, ovdje ne odlučuje scale opet. Čim ti odva nisam odgovorio, ne odlučuje scale.
Ne, naravno, ali ajde da vidimo ko ima... in-depth možemo da analiziramo. Realno key na outscale-u je Doran ljudski, ne matchup-wise.
A dobro, ali onda ne možemo, ne može tako, ne može. Penal. Gwen će outscale-ovati Jaxa, ali Jax i dalje ima preveliki utility, u smislu sa Zonijom pogotovo i Divineom kasnije, da. Tako da to nećemo, scale-uju obojica.
Ja mislim da Ruler ima veći carry potencijal sa Lucianom, veći DPS.
Čekaj, stani, sad si 3 stvari prvo rekao. Prvo rekao si mislim da ruler, da zašto je ruler? Ili nešto drugo?
Da, zato ruler na Lucijanu mislim da će više uticati ima nego guma na Džinu. Dobro, ajde da se završi fight pa ćemo više pričati.
Fair, ajde.
Nećemo da promeniti.
Dobro, ovdje možda se dogodi ozbiljan fight. Samo što Gwen nije tu, a Duro ima shield. Ovo će biti sokovano, jako lepo ult totalije.
Pogledajte kako je čovjek cancelovo.
O, probao je.
Konačno.
To je big, sad traže kombo. Oner, Oner je sve omašio. Oneru, brate mili.
I Doran oli na što radi ruler.
Doran ima okej poziciju, ali bacio je kasnije. Doran dizifao. O, Faker? Faker? Oni nastave sad. Okej, pa dobro guma.
Back TP-a čovjek.
Nema. Ništo prova... Shield! Dobro, okej. Ima, sad je fajn. Kako je probao da provuče, da prođe pored Brown, ali... Brown hitbox.
Aj bre, lik je odigrao nenormalno dobar fight, znači...
Moram opet da gledam.
Nalajete, molim vas.
Ne, Oner je izgrifovao.
Gledajte, GENG je bolje isfajtov ovo, bukvalno overall. Fakerovi.
Čovi i voli seismic shove, toliko goated bio, Čovi je presmifao. A gle Oner ovdje, pogledao. Vidio, ulti flag and drag promaši Čovija i samo umre.
Da, a gledajte ruler sad šta radi od ovog momenta. King jako lepo smara fakera, ali tu će Kerija da ga odradi. Ruler je bacio 2E, ovo drugo je...
Faker je toliko dobro sačekao.
To set up, and this fight just becomes chaos.
Ovo je definitivno pik Lola, da. Dve najbolje ekipe na svetu, jedna proti druge, u najboljem formatu ikada. Mislim, u best of 5 fearlessu, tako da... Nema bolje od ovoga, ovo je pik. Ovo je pik. Really close to everybody that's not named Faker. Reci, 400 kilova ispred svih ostalih. Da, ovo je bomba. Bolje je Hanva od T1 i G2. Da, jeste, zato ne igra MSI uopšte. Dobro, igrat će EVC, imat će prilike, ajde. I to sveži će igrati. To je legit.
Istrigirao si pola četa. Oner bolji igrač od Canyona 10 puta, pogotovo što se tiče Lee Sina. Denis je bio jučer na streamu. Kada sam slao link da se idi na sajna, u koju sobu si poslao na Discordu da ljudi pogledaju?
U general chat.
U generalu, nađite od sinoć. Najbolji Lee Sin play ikada napravljen u pro playu sam ja našao da vam pošaljem da pogledate. To je Canyonov Lee Sin kick. I to ti je dovoljan da, i taj jedan play je dovoljan da Canyon bude bolji, najbolji jungler na svetu ikada.
Okej, šta?
Important tool there no longer available as GENG split up and retreat. T1 maintain their control the entire
Drake i Apo, oni imaju prije i sad mogu.
Aha, Dejane, ti si komičar neki. Žuti karton, ide izolacija sljedeći put, da znaš. To što je finale ne znači da još štedim izolacije. Nemoj Canyone, nemoj, on zna, nije lud.
Sa Kina moraju da šotaju.
Kako Kerija koristi Alistarov kit, znači ja ću postati Alistar one trick koliko gledam ovog čovjeka.
Lepo. A vidi ga face. I to je to, prelepo, Baron je up, Baron za T1. 1-0 T1, da.
Polako.
1-0 T1.
Polako, ajde usporim.
1-0 T1, ne mogu da usporim, može samo brže da ide.
Polako.
Samo brže može da ide.
Alex, odgovor je T1 i odgovor je T1.
True.
Aha, misliš kao da sastavimo roster?
Najbolja ekipa 10-15 je bila T1 i najbolja ekipa sad je T1, tako da dobre rekao Rale.
Mislim da misli da sastavimo roster, ali da. Ne, Kerry je bolestan. Svaki headbutt ima smisla, svaki cooldown, on nijednom nema praznog hoda na Alistaru, što je nemoguće. Znači svaki Alistar igrač baci du, 3 magije i onda stoji i čeka. Ovaj lik savršeno nema cooldown.
Treba Kerryu na picu u Bosnu voditi, bukvalno. Toliki je god.
A ne, ja stvarno ne, ko je najbolji Alistar sad i zašto Kerrya, bukvalno. Znači, on je... Ja svaki put impresioniram koliko je on inteligentan i koliko on ima... On ima nešto što drugi supportovi nemaju. Njega kad gledaš, toliko je bolje, toliko je lakše, toliko ne greši. Toliko je comfortable da je to nevjerovatno.
And you can see here in game one, they're getting impatient, they're overextending, they're overchasing, and T1 are the ones that are waiting to punish GENG's mistakes. Now with the Baron buff, they're beginning their siege, and they're looking to put more pressure on a GENG.
And Keen is still on the top side. He does have his teleport here, but it's going to be very difficult for GENG to defend. Faker pushes out mid, and now he's going to go top to try to answer. Keen should be able to knock down this tower. And that is a lot of gold in his pocket.
Je pogrešio, treba da vekuje, ovdje ne dupetuje. Kolega, učuto si mi se nešto, a?
Razmišljam.
Čar jeste, brat moj, hvala.
Ćao i Doca, hvala puno, vrat. Hvala, Donacije, hvala da porsi. Faker je uzeo Medjay. Razmišljam kako će se razviti ova serija, jer... Čudno mi je malo da je T1 toliko dominantan u game broj 1. T1 obično krene jako sporo, dovuku se do 5. i do 5. stompaju. Ali ovaj game... Faker Medjay. Se ne sjećam kad je zadnji put Faker uzeo Medjay, najiskrenije. Čak i na gameovima da je stompovo...
Mislim da ima osjećaj za game ovaj, samo zato što je... Dobro. Ovaj šokov izgleda glupo, ali nije, jer je čankovao supporta koji treba da brani siege na topu. I sada taj isti support ide sa 60% healtha gore. I mora da backuje, kao što vidite. Mislim da osjeća game zato što je igrao giga pasivno do pre 10 minuta. Ovo ima flash, ajde, neće mi flashat. Ali ovo može biti jako loš fight ako uvete Dorana. Aj, buma, ne, ovo. Čovi. Kako je Duro odigrao, kako je Duro odigrao.
Faker je mrtav.
Ne, bolesno ovo odigrao GENG. Kako tim fajtuju, ju.
No, ali Faker je izrifao.
Jeste, ali posle toga su mogli da odigraju bolje return.
Znaš što je mnogo izgrifovao? Pogledajmo iteme. Breakovo je stopwatch. On je umjesto Medjaya mogao da ostane 10 takova Dark Seala, proda Deering i kupi Needlessly Large. I breakuje je stopwatch i sad na Nikoli ima Zoniju. I od ovog trenutka bi imao Zoniju 10 takova na Dark Sealu. A sad je 2200 daleko od Zonije.
Znači da mi kažem da može da naradi fight umre da ima 0 stakova.
Tako je. Tako je. Zato kažem da je ogroman int. Mislim, on je... Znaš, on je bio u fazonu okej, ako... Jer onako dobije 1 kill, dobije 4 staka, on skela ko lud. Znači, u teoriji je računa da će ovo biti zadnji fight. I u tom slučaju je legitimno. U tom slučaju je legitimno.
Greška je, ko ne gamble.
Jer vidiš sad nema ništa. Sad nema ništa. Ne može da kupi Needlessly, nema 1200 gola.
A znaš šta je problem, što Canyon to zna ima flash. Dovoljno je da se Canyon flasha na njega.
On mora sad godin da odigra.
Samo, Ruler, ako odigra dobro, ovaj fight je over. Ruler ima 3 po itama. Baš može da napravi veliku razliku. Mada iskreno Uner igra bolje od Canyon ovaj game. Canon mi je nešto mlohav kad igra ove tankove, ne volim ga na to.
On ide, on okolo ide, ne? A, okej. Šta je uradio Doran? Zašto je Doran ošte prišao tu?
Polako, čekaj. Mislim da je želeo da traži neki flank, kao? Šta rade, brate?
Doran baca TP.
Da, odvratno. Tačno sad ponovi opet ono što si rekao.
Čekaj, stani sad. Braum. Spellbook. Okej. Da. Mislim da nema polako, mislim su oni izgubili, brate. Mislim ovaj fight, ne game.
Jax.
Guma je full health, ima ulti, mora ga šavuje. I šavovat će ga. Sad je pitanje da li je mrtav za to, nije.
A mrtvi su svi, verovatno.
A boga mi ako nastave u taliju da trče. Ne, kerija. I ode čovi stakovi za fakera, sad su dumci.
Da, sad je snagano. Baron jab za 30, nisu smeli ovako da beže, ovo je Baron za T1, znaš?
To try and make a flank happen, but T1 just focused the target in front of them, and this time it was Canyon. An ultimate comes through from Chovy to try and separate T1 from the fight.
Šali spellbookovi 4 smajta u gameu. Sad je tek, sad nije 50-50, sad je 25. 25.
Duro je bio pod crowd kontrolom, nije mogao da tanka damage za Canyona. A Ruler ne može sam da kolapsuje na Gina zbog što nema LDR-a, ima upgradeovane playtestilke s Chovijem. A gledajte kako se carry-a kreće, obratite pažnju. Da, GENG treba instant doomre da može da prosto, ne može FF, ne može. For the T1 squad, but the timings setting them up now in back-to-back Baron situations to claim a massive reward after.
T1 is just playing these fights better. Keen is constantly looking for these flanks, but he's taking a little bit too long, and in that last fight you saw, he wasn't able to connect the counter-strike onto anyone as T1 just patiently play around this Jax. Chovy is doing absolutely everything that he can.
8 Kalida, da, pa mislim...
Da znamo samo jednu stvar, a to je da u ovim matchupovima postoji mogućnost da obe ekipe pobede fight i na 10k gol deficita protiv ekipe koja ima Dragon Soul. Dešavalo se.
Tro.
Znači oni su baš neverovatno pristupili fajtovima. I obratite pažnju šta je rekao kada su upitali Chovija za savjet za neke ekipe kao evropske, rekao je da je draftovanje mnogo bitno od kad je Fearless ubačen i da na to treba da se obrati pažnja. Dakle, treba da obratimo pažnju kako će da draftuje, pogotovo GENG.
Sad ćemo Alex da rešimo, sad ćemo rešimo.
Damage chart dealing 5000 damage on the Gwen to only the 1500 of
Jax
has T1
Sad ne, ima pizza na Patreon.
Rešit ćemo.
With the rest of GENG T1 not slowing down.
Bili su kiflice ako ništa.
Ne mogu. Carry mnogo lepo siđuje, pogledajte ga kako se pozicionira sve vreme. Jo, Dorane, ako Doran umre, to potpuno menja sve.
Canyon je živ.
Ojoj. Guma Juši lupio Macolu kao sedmak trećaku.
Nema na Patreonu, znaš da ima. U Bosni. To mi je na copy-paste, Milane, kad mi je pinovan LoL esport za dropove.
Da, čekali su Doranov cooldown, sad je kasno već da bijete.
Nema. Carry-a, nice. Knock-up. Će farme KD malo. Nema ovo veze s T1 teamfightingom, ali svakako, da, lepo. Malo je falo da onaj play fakera baci game. Što je najjače. Vidi ga, pogledaj kako agresivno pije slamčice, to je opasan znak. Opasan znak, ljudi.
Predobro. Jaki faci, moram priznati, bit će ovo zanimljivo.
Nemojte se brinuti, neće biti brzo finale, ne brinite se. Skripta je 3-2. Polako. Tako je. Sad će GENG da uzme game 2 i onda T1 uzme 1 i onda peti game T1 dobija. Lagano.
Neverovatno, ljudi, ova serija će biti duga i nezaboravna. Mi ćemo da pustimo Sajna kolege da preuzmu, a mi smo nazad za verovatno 12 minuta, da?
Jes, sad ću da proverim za svaki slučaj, tako je, 12 minuta, sljedeći draft, ljudi moji, mi nestajemo, puštamo hashtag Mercedes-Benz reklamu kao i ostale da voze i tu smo čim krene sljedeći draft. Tako da vraćamo se brzo, ja ću možda i malo tu zujeti u chatu. Tu smo.
Just lost it, and it looked like T1 were going to get run out of Summoner's Rift. He finds a shockwave to keep them in it, and then they're able to turn that into the entire game.
It's so often at MSI, Chronicler, it's been these kind of one-offs that have turned around the whole game, right? I'm thinking back to Ruler's Dragon Steel, for instance, but also this where he gets the two members on the edge of the shockwave and it actually influences so much.
To me, the game was twofold. On one hand, GENG really wasn't able to deal with the upgraded level of T1. I think that this was one of the more one-sided games we've seen between these two teams, and I think a lot of it came down to particularly the way that T1 was setting up the team fights. These multi-tiered engages was something that previously we saw AL do a lot. I also think I was surprised by the performance from Keen, who normally is consistent in that game, really didn't show up on Jax.
Yeah, and for the really early part of the game, right, it looked like GENG had everything set up, they were playing it slow. But thanks to the reliable Cisco network, T1 get a pick, mid, and 2 towers with the Herald. So they actually did, GENG, that is, end up trading this Herald for pressure on the bot side. Guess what? T1 recognized we can just pop Herald mid, race you to try to get first turret. And even though Duro tries to TP in to protect this, it just doesn't work. And this is kind of where the game broke open for me for T1, because after this, they were able to set up around objectives for those team fights they love so much.
Exactly. The reason I like this one so much is because it actually was not a team fight. It was a macro decision where you want to shove really hard with Herald. When you can get the double tower value out of a Herald, that is so big. Not to mention, as you said, you know, the teleport coming in for a little extra freebie on Braum.
Yeah, and I love that they recognized, okay, like GENG want to race us for first turret. That's fine. Like, they're trying this cross-map play. This is our response. Came up huge.
And GENG, they were looking for solutions, I want to say, because even though they had the early Dragon advantage, that turned all the way T1 as the game continued. And I want to take a look at this moment where Canyon really feels like he has to go in and steal it. He has to, otherwise the game is gone.
And this is not something, this is what I was referring to, we see often from GENG, because they are disjointed. Keen going in there as deep as he does in particular, when Chovy is clearly trying to set up a slower play, is something that they need to fix going into game 2.
Yeah, look at the mini-map right now. The bottom lane for GENG, GENG got to do 0. Actually, that was a 3v5, and GENG are the ones who started out. That particular Dragon fight was the most perplexing thing for me in this entire game that we saw, and that one just meant T1 started to run over.
And that is really concerning for me, for GENG, because this is a team that we've talked about how stable they are, right? Like, when they are in sync, they're just undefeatable. To see this kind of disconnect between where Canyon and Keen are kind of trying to go in, their bot lane isn't there, and then Chovy feels like he has to fly in, it was totally out of sync.
Another hit tweet from Linda.
She just keeps it coming.
She keeps on coming. She reminded us that it's been 2,808 days since T1 and GENG last faced in an international finals, because for the newer viewers, Samsung did become GENG, and Ruler and Faker were both there.
And even though Ruler left, the fact that GENG, as soon as it was clear was coming back to the LCK, immediately went back to this team. These two players, as highlighted, they aren't just still at the team, which in of itself is impressive, but they're still performing top tier. They're at a finals.
They are, and somehow Faker is performing even better than that. It's insane to see. Hopefully we get a lot of games between these two teams, but there's no better time than MSI Finals to upgrade your browser. Opera GX is handing out limited drops just for watching. Official champion themes to reskin your browser, and a Riot Hub where you can watch MSI without tabbing out, like it's 2012. It doesn't flame out, crash out, or steal your RAM, and yeah, the tabs glow. Upgrade to the gaming browser, download Opera GX, and we're gonna go to a quick break so you can do that right now.
Hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this. Breathe.
Welcome back. We got to mess around with the new physical card game, Riftbound, coming out soon before the cast. You can see Vedius and Azael playing a little PvP here. Vedius was caught off guard, I think, a little by how much damage Azael's cards did, but we had
and then he counterspelled.
Yasuo's looking cheap, we'll just say that much.
Hey, win wall is win wall, in-game or out of game. But ladies and gentlemen, there's only one game on all our minds right now, and it's game 2 coming up between our two finalists, GENG and T1, here at the MSI 2025 Grand Finals. Game number 1 was a slow burn at the beginning, but then T1's superior team fighting reigned supreme and earned them the win.
We were skeptical of T1's comp going in. Both Azael and I agreed that we favored what GENG brought to the table. But when it came to the straight-up team fights, T1 simply executed better. And they were able to outperform GENG, who I do think need to slow the game down a little bit in terms of how they approach these fights.
Absolutely agree. I mean, draft is so interesting because, to me, draft is kind of like a force multiplier, right? It can build you an advantage, but it cannot win you the game. And that is why it is so fun to watch these teams at the absolute pinnacle of the game execute on these compositions, because sometimes it doesn't go how you expect simply because someone performs at a level that you didn't anticipate or is able to think of a different way to play that you would not have considered. And I think that really is what makes it such a beautiful game to watch.
It certainly is, and I'm curious as to how these teams will adapt moving into Game 2. In Game 1, we saw the Nico, Azia, Victor bans come through from GENG to try and put some pressure on to Faker, thinking that they could get themselves the Talia, potentially get themselves the Varus, and the man just brings out his tried and true Orianna.
That Orianna just doesn't fail. The shockwaves, finding opportunities again and again. We remember back to the first Drake fight when they tried to use Chovy's Weaver's Wall to secure the objective, and Faker instead starts off the fight with a catch on the 2. We remember the bot lane fight where Faker's at 10% HP, but he still has shockwave, so he sticks around to guarantee that T1 can win it. The focus on mid lane did not do the job in the draft in Game 1 for GENG, but it is fearless. The whole tournament's fearless. Those pools will naturally shrink over time, and getting to see the adaptations has been one of the most fun things about this tournament, if you ask me. GENG back on the blue side, T1 back on the red. The Nico gets banned away again by GENG, but this time they're going to ban the Rumble with it. Over on the T1 side, 2 of the same bans that they banned in the first phase in Game 1, the Pantheon and the Varus, they're going to stay there. The only one missing is the Vi.
Yeah, the Vi Poppy trade is kind of prime real estate right now with the Annie gone. I really do think that these junglers are going to be the priority. The question is, though, like, do you necessarily want to prioritize the Vine knowing that that Poppy is open? And so that means that for GENG, what is that first pick going to be? We know we've seen Galio be very valuable, but mainly as the Rumble. So now that the Rumble's gone, you consider taking the Galio away in this series in game, so you can potentially increase the value of Rumble later on in the series.
Yeah, it will be really interesting because you're going to be the final ban here. We have to see how high is the
coach Tom, ti si coach Kim.
Ja sam Kim.
Kim the coach, Kim the coach.
I do prefer
Rise
Rise versus Ari-Vi, and I really
agreed.
prefer the
Good
Rise
stuff.
side of it simply because you naturally become so tanky with the builds that we are seeing that it is very difficult in the later stages of the game.
I na što je još dobro, Orianna je pikovana. A Orianna je piku Rise.
Ne postoji ništa lepše od ovoga.
Šta protein, šta?
Hladan, znači protein hladno bademog mleka. Još je, pazi, evo sad sam ga potrošio sa kafom, njega pijem ovako kad radimo MSI. Znači kao natural kafa, razumiješ.
Fair.
Moram da kupim nove ukuse, sad mi je ostalo samo čokolade i vanila. Sad hoću da se već udavim u proteinu.
Fair. Ja imam čokoladu vanilu. I kokos i cheesecake i stracciatelu i malinu i bananu i višnju i... Volio bi se šalim, ali ne, ali prolazim jedno kroz jedno sad. Nego sad pijem ove obične proteine jer se vraćam na izolat od avgusta. Što u avgustu krećem kad opet. Ko uzim ovo? 3-2 ti van. Ja pijem s vodom, kad sam na katu pijem s vodom. Vidi, 60-70 kalorija na tvrd, brate. To je jedno jaje više.
Ja sam chat rešio da sacrifice te kalorije. Ja nisam tolika faca kao Sajna. Znaš sam u fazonu 70 kalorija da mi ne bude muka.
To je fair, to je fair. Dobro, ti ne voliš da piješ s vodom, to je okej, to je fair.
Ne, ja sam voleo dok nisam počeo da pijem trener svaki dan i onda je počelo da mi bude muka.
A, to ti kažem.
Posle mesec i po dana već sam počeo da ludim.
To je legitimno, to je legitimno.
Was Canyon playing it?
All right, fair enough. You know what? Fair play.
Counter argument.
Ne volim Vaj.
Ovo je Atrox za Dorana R3 i da su uvete za uši i da igraju.
Ne volim Vaj, ali sviđa mi se draft GENG-a, mako ko ne volim Vaj. To je fora.
Ja bih volao da je obrnuto, jer ja bih volao Canyona na kovima koji su imaju carry potencijal. Uvek vidimo Atroxa.
And we have to assume that this is going into the mid lane.
It could also
Galio.
be potential support, but I do think it is more likely that it is going to be in
Atrox
that mid
ban.
lane. Sometimes you can see some of these kind of aggressive pairings. You know, Galio
Atrox ban će biti jedan ban.
damage in the early levels, so sometimes I have seen pairings like that Corki Galio down to the bot lane, but we are kind of operating on the assumption that this would be.
A možda igra Xantea i Orna u Siona, nije užasan matchup. Ljudi, ja ne znam koje vi neukusne proteine pijete, ali s vodom je legitimno ako je dobar protein.
Ne, uopšte nije do ukusa. Znači, proteina koja je kvalitetan, sa vodom će vam biti skroz okej ukus. Bolji je ukus sa mlekom, it goes without saying, ali problem bude mučnina, bar meni.
Nije do ukusa, deko, nego je do proizvođača. Znači, određeni proizvođači su samo, to moraš da testiraš. Samo su neki jako loši s vodom, neki su jako dobri s vodom. Imam jedan koji ako pomešam samo s mlekom ne mogu da ga pijem jer postane puding. Toliko je gust. I onda moram s vodom da ga rastaram jer drugačije ne može se pije.
Ovo je nice.
Na što mi je interesantan Galio? Moram samo to da odam. Rumble mora bude banaman do kraja serije. Jedini counter za Rumble je Galio.
Bravo, slažem se. A drugo, ovo sada što se događa je da T1 holduje top lane pick i support pick do kraja. Popi može da bude support.
Sena Sion bot lane.
Galio može da bude support, keep in mind.
Ko sve i Cypher dodeljuje plakete.
Šta?
A trole, zbog stream. Nautilus Sena bot, šta?
Popi Corki je fine. Mada.
A mogu što hoće, mogu pošalju Corkija na mid fake, jer je već igrao midlane Corkija.
Atrox Loki, ili Camille Loki.
Doran had a spectacular performance, I remember, from playoffs here, you know, in the MSI qualifier, stole an Otacon away with the primed Q3 on the Camille.
Meni ne bi bilo prijatno. Ovo je 1-1, ljudi, samo da znate.
But again, Ruler on 100% win rate, Senna.
Ovo je 1-1. Doran na Camille.
Senna gubi teško. Mada imaju Camille Galio, ali teško.
Ne verujem ja Doranu preterano, to je problem.
Senna, mada kakav dive ima T1, teško mi je da poverujem da će loše tući. Senna je tako loša samo svaki put, neki, ili smo mi gledali isti MSI. Senna je vrlo na jednom finom mestu u meti, što je retko za Senna na carry-u. Uglavnom je ili uvek igrana ili nikad igrana. Ovo je fine mesto za Senna na botu. Ne može da bude najjača i ne treba da bude najjača, nije prirodno da bude najjača, ali je vrlo jaka.
And Doran has won all 3 of the games that he did actually play on the Camille this split,
3-0, 2-0?
was mentioning from the MSI qualifier run. It is definitely something that he is.
Ja samo ne verujem u Dorana, iskreno, ljudi. Najiskrenije ne verujem u Dorana. Zato neće Gragasa da mu daju, to im je clutch pick za 5. game, samo da se setite. Kad dođe do 5. gema, kad Doran pika Gragasa, da znate šta sam rekao sad.
T1 already got the early lead. Going to be looking to try to push us to match point here, but GENG with a classic GENG composition that can play through side lane for Chovy, that can have Ruler on the scaling champion.
Nije nužno dobro da mora da dođe AD Carry Sena do 120 stakova, jer AD Carry Sena zapravo ima gold.
Double spellbook.
Jer imaju nekog boljeg top lanera od Dorana.
Po Belter intervju, ok, moramo Raleta da podignemo gore.
faces here with the crowd. How are you guys doing?
I'm freaking excited.
So you were living the mood, the atmosphere here during game 1. How was it being with the crowd?
It's great. I mean, I think most people in the crowd are rooting for T1, so when they won, everyone was really excited.
Who are you rooting for?
I'm T1 fan for sure.
Okay, T1 fan. You were telling me that you think T1 has the better draft. What are we looking at here?
I'm mainly looking at Faker's Galio. It's an OG pick from him, and they have the Camille dive comp. Honestly, I'm looking at the Camille and Galio combo.
Pobelter, any comments on that?
I think GENG is the better draft, actually, because they have 4 bruisers. Everyone besides Senna is really hard to kill, and they have low DPS on T1. But T1, I mean, Faker Galio just has, like, plot armor or something.
Low DPS on T1, hard disagree.
Casters, over to you.
For anybody who might not remember that
Korki Vukon Camille.
remember just last year at the World Finals game 5
Al dobro,
against
okej.
Faker's Galio.
Biased Pobelter.
Mora da budem još, da vidimo na hudu šta piše. Vidjet ćeš kad podigneš na što mislim. Tu sad ispod mene bi trebalo da bleje, vidiš.
Za prokove, šta?
Da. Ja nekad volim to da vidim.
Sve relevantno tu ti je napisano vama, ali okej. Mislim kao stakovi to...
Paralelni ti i ja. Ok, spusti me, ajde, ako ti mi bode oči, ajde spusti me.
Neka, ajde, ostani.
Pusti me.
Ne, ostani, ne, sad, moj dragi kolega će da nam fida koriste informacije koje dobijamo ovde. 40, aha, čekaj, to nam piše. Ne, sad ćeš do kraja gejma, sad daj mi informacije, kolega. Vidi štit kad, vidi kad mu ističe ovo ovdje, šta je ovo, štit, šta je ovo? Moj ADHD, ljudi, gotovo je, zahvalite se mom dragom kog Asteru Ralidu, do kraja gejma će rupu ovdje da bleji sad, samo da znate, da. Samo da znate. Moram malo strolujemo, ljudi moji, ovo ide u 5 gemova, moramo se družimo malo lepo.
Ne znam bot matchup, aj ne smrdajte. Kako je Kerija dobio prije ovo matchupu, interesuje me, znači daj mi da vidim.
Exactly. I mean, it has a lot of AoE wave clear. You can
Kumir Korki je
actually
bio
be a
clean.
really bully. You scale very well. Like, he is just a strong champion.
Ne volim
These
Korkija
two teams
tačka.
are incredibly familiar with each other. They have matched up.
Ne volim Korkija tačka.
Dobro, ali on jedan game je bukvalno iznao sam.
Nisam ja radio taj dan, to se ne znam.
Korki imao je dosta dobrih na MSI, dobrih gameova.
Rooted up here on the front line again. That passive from Duro, the
Duro je odigrao lepo prva 3 levela.
lock down these targets means Ruler gets more firing time.
And I just really love how GENG is actually playing out this 2v2. You can see that it is even fleet for Ruler. So what they're doing is just constantly taking short trades.
Ne mogu, ja bih volio kao da GENG pobedi malo, ali ja kad gledam Keriju, ja sam uvek poželim da Kerija pobedi sve.
And Ruler, just like with his Lucian, so good at
To
the
je
pass
fair,
through
to je fair.
Qs. He's always trying to shoot the Q through Duro, heal himself.
Koliki je tu damage, ako se ne varam,
enemy.
do tipa 20%
It does
damage
make it
outputa
so
ujutru.
Senna can really kind of grind you down. It is not a champion that you hit one hook and you just
Ako i
kill
toliko.
someone. It is really about the slow advantages that you can build.
Swap.
I
I GENG zna da swap dolazi.
Prediktuju, ti on je prediktovao, ne, ja mislim da ti on prediktovao swap. Realno si ti support main, pa da se primetiti. Zato cenim jako dobre supportove.
Zašto drugi čempovi? Zato što Andri jednom kad je heroj pikovan do kraja serije ne sme da bude pikovan. To se zove Fearless Draft. Uveli su na početku ove godine i tako će biti do daljnjeg. Znači jednom kad je heroj pikovan do kraja serije ga nema. Do kraja lola, fair. Fair.
So much of the power here of Senna, especially with these modern builds,
Koliko
Keen you need the AD
igralo
to
sam.
actually have any sort of a punch behind your autos.
To je glupo, ne, to je najbolja stvar koju su radili.
Ja mislim da si ti jedini čovjek koji to misli.
Do a good job fighting back. Similarly to
Hoće
game
biti
1
neka
though,
akali, ne
we're
znam,
seeing
pitanje.
the same type of
Doran je loš na Camille. Mislim da su ti poslije dve reči nepotrebne.
Fair. Uuuu! I carry je mrtav sad za to.
Durov, naut, je
ima flash, ali...
Ovo je Dure radio, ovo je istom stik carry-a.
Lep hook, nije ni carry očekivao će konektuje hook. Što bi kao carry-a morao da očekuje.
Ali Duro igra jako dobar lane. Obojica role TP. Jedan TP-a bot, drugi TP-a mid.
Da, ne bi bilo fun da je fearless. To je da nije
fearless.
Dobro,
tako misliš jer si sad video kako izgleda fearless, verujem. Ja sad ne mogu da kastujem isto, da konstantno gledam ovaj bukvalno matchup, znači da je bilo dobro.
By the time he based around 6 minutes, 33 is the average by 14. He is going very, very quickly. We're not even halfway to that point, and he is stacking up at a ridiculous clip.
Razumeli smo naporan, se shvatili smo.
Ali ga istuku. Čeka Wave da se okupi, da može da prokuje pasivnu. Sad je raspoložen early. Svaki game drugi heroj, tako je. Znači na kraju svake partije 10 novih heroja je perma banovano do kraja serije.
Obratite pažnju sljedeći draft, imate ih uvek nacrtani na sredini iznad. Prikazane.
Get a stack each and every time, and it really does allow you to accelerate. So Keria has just been kind of free stacks thus far for Ruler.
I will say that hasn't stopped Keria from constantly forcing these fights.
Jeste, Džincu, Xante si igrao svaki game. Meni je muka od Xantea više.
Right now, it is GENG that have that small gold advantage with
Simi će piksama Xante, vjerovatno, ali da.
20 seconds until the grubs spawn. You have to imagine that GENG will look for it.
Guma, ovo ne smiješ da dozvoliš. Ovo je mrtve.
Ima Valkyrie. Ausa! Da, ba, prekasno je kastovala. Grasp, prok.
Ne, mislim, nebitno, i dalje mrtve, ja mislim bio.
Stoji. Kim je bacio flash basic, ubi bi ga svejedno, ali...
Ne, nije sve, ovo ne se događa nikada.
Tako je, Shinobi, s obe strane.
Sion ima problem veliki. Sion će biti veliki problem. Kerio!
Ovo je bilo lepo. Imaju Camille za noto, da, lepo. Lepo.
Tam je ovo odigrao. Drugi su samo bili kupili kajmak, znači ovo je kao da vam neko stavi kafu, razumete, sa strane, stavi vodu da se kuva i kaže maj samo kao zakuvaj. Samo stavi.
Let him cook. Lepo. Keria je ninja. A Guma je... Preživao bi da je pogodila se.
Flash rod mu se čovi na glavu da je pogodila se nazad, ne? Keljone, ja ovdje šaljem tvoje pleve, kunem se u tebe, a ti ovako igraš.
Ali Duro im je dao fit. Neće Faker, kaže uzmi. Uzmi ti, Oneru.
Što je pametan, znaš, zna da ima veći carry potencijal u ovom momentu.
Agreed.
Slipuje ovaj matchup, Vukuk slipuje ovaj matchup ako dobije lead.
Keen is here. I think that's the big problem. The Scion making his way back up towards this half of the map as Doran is ready to escort Keria away. And just so much credit to Keria.
Kako je Keria došao iza njega, a da ga nisu vidjeli, Najbolji supportovi imaju najbolje folk playere. Ono što je meni najviše falilo, verovatno, kada sam igrao malo bolje, malo zbiljnije LoL, je što nisam svoje solo queue game-ove vraćao da gledam Fog. Mrzalo me, ja znao sam da treba da radim. Supportove je esencijalna stvar Fog 4.
You can hold this wave forever as Scion. It's not going to be an issue.
Ja sam Sekula, ja sam, već godinama. Lepo kažu, redefine the role, mnogo dobro. A i kad je plakao 2022. nije mi bilo dobro. Nije mi bilo dobro. Što mi nije bilo dobro. Mukice. Vas nervira što retko dobijemo replayeve. Da, jako je lepo što si to primetio jer sam pre 30 sekundi razmišljao o tome zašto nisam dobio Fog replay i carry replay.
Dormo naredi damage.
Rale Ilo pik, 600 LP-a Grandmaster na vesu. Rank recimo 820, tako nešto je bilo. Između 900 i 800 je bilo. To je bilo negdje recimo prošle godine u ovo vreme, tako da je Grandmaster granica bila malo niža.
This could be a play for GENG though. Keen gonna start it off here after Doran.
Uf! 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 Nice.
Baš mu je dobar seal, čovječ.
Jeste. 1200 ilo, šta? Što način, ne znam koji mi je ilo pik, to je sezona 2 bila, kad je bio ilo.
Tajni pik je rank 40, tako?
Ne, rank 20. Rank 20 sam bio na vestu. Ali ilo, ne znam koji je bio, zašto se ne sjećam, to je bilo sezona 2. Tipa 2400, 2500, verovatno u tom nekom ballparku.
Šta je to bilo to, kao Grandmaster, Challenger?
Ne, to je bilo Challenger, mislim bio sam rank 1 na istu, kad se podijeli serveri. Da, ali mislim to je bio Diamond, tad si imao Diamond i bio ilo sistem, Diamond je bio max ilo. Ti si bio Diamond do 2200 pa na gore. Da. Nije bilo Master Challenger ništa. I onda kad su uveli Master...
Znači ti si bio Challenger već kad je bio ilo sistem, nisi to znao.
Pa nije bio Challenger. Ali bio sam top rank, da, bio sam top rank.
To, na to sam ti.
I kad su splitovali serveri, bio sam druga osoba koja je stigla do Mastera na istu. Kad se prvi put Master dodao u LoL. Trkao sam se s Poljakom, nekim i stigao je game pre mene, bukvalno u Master. Ja sam drugi ušao u Master. I onda sam ga posle prestigao, bio sam rank 1 na istu. Ali ono realno isto. Da, tad je još i bio kao Gene competitive. Imao si ono Bjergsena, Vinera i ljude koji su igrali.
Bilo je fan. Zato sam ja tad, to je bila i sezona 3, 4, 5, ja sam napravio nalog na istu i si bio kompetitivan. Tek je posle prestao.
Igrat se drugačije nego tad. Pa dobro, no mislim, to je normalno, brate. I futbol je bio drugačiji kada ga je Pele igrao, razumeš, pa šta da se radi, brate. Tako to radi. Drugačije stvari, pristupi više resursa itd. Da nije ni bitno. Dead lord.
Tada je verovatno mnogo lakše igrati, climbovati nego tada. Vi sada imate... Evo ja kako sam, najviše sam improvovao tako što sam imao Latirusove streamove i imao sam, jedan od mojih najboljih drugara je jedan najboljih bardova u Evropi bio, sad više ne igram LoL. I kao, ja sam najviše climbovao sa bardom i još par pikova i imao sam ono, legit mnogo načina da naučim da igram. Sad ne imao sebe i tačka. I ono, kamen i vatru.
Dobro, da, mislim, mi smo gledali ljude jer su bili fan, ti nisi tad imao established streamere jer tad nije bilo igrača koji su kvitovali i postali streameri. Gledao si Guardsman Boba na Oundu i 3 Eskima, razumeš? Koji nikad nisu bili ništa incijeni igrači, su bili fan streameri pa si ih zato gledao. Nijedan pro igrač nije otišao u penziju pa da streamuje full time da možda ga gledaš i da učiš od njega. Mnogo King klepuje...
Tako je demo. Tako je.
Baš ga klepuje.
Još jedan od mojih najboljih drugara.
Da, Doran baš dobio ozbiljne batine na topu. Kako vole reći posher, to im je sad ono baš postalo omiljeno u kastu.
Dobro, imamo i mi reći. Kipa, od kad je Mare pomenuo Sanko s Felasi, koji ja volim mnogo da koristim u slobodnom govoru, počeo se da koristim u kastovanju stalno, a nisam ga govorio. A to je psihološki koncept.
Njega sad šotuju, sad su konektovali, ali ne mogu biti. Mogu?
Kasni, jako kasni. Duno isto kasni, svi kasni. GENG kasni opasno, ako bude 3-0 razočarat ću se, nemoguće.
Neće.
Izireli se ti. Koliko je teško landovati ovo što je on uradio, vratiti se u ugao Realmwarpa i onda iz Realmwarpa instant pogoditi Gumayushija sa magijom. A bez toga da ti se percepcija ne obrne 14 puta. Zašto se Doran tamo bekuje? Nisam vidio da se bekovao, ali verovatno je bio neki tempo razlog. Treba da catch neki wave. Kasnije bi mnogo na to. Nikola Mitić u agresivan kalorijski deficit sa visokim... okej.
Da, pišem mu da ne bi pričao o tome jer gledamo finale, pa...
Yeah, and I feel like that's what makes this so fun. T1 have already claimed Feet of Warfare. First tower should, by all measures, go over to GENG, and they're both at 2 neutral objectives, which means this next dragon...
Doran je užasan. Mislim, ne... Kažem, ja sam rekao, Kamil mi donekle ima smisla, ali Kamil na Doranu, ne znam. Mislim da je bolje da su mu dali samo Orna. I da sačuvaju ovaj draft samo da on ima Orna umjesto Kamil. I da su mu rekli, Doran, evo ti top chilla i brate sat vremena i čukaj nam iteme. Legitiman pristup skroz.
Meni je više, najviše me je blam to što je bilo R5.
Pa znam, ali...
Ja do duše Kinov Sion je impresivan Sion.
Jeste. To stoji. Mislim, pomerili su Fakera da igra u Siona, zašto Sion nema puno MR, a Faker imali Andri, ali... Ne znam.
Brat Flame je profesionalni igrača. Mislim da moraš razumeti da su oni isto ljudi i da greše. I da smo mi bukvalno plaćaju nas da radimo, da komentarišemo tuđe greške i dobre stvari. Jer futbolski komentator, kad neko zgreši penal, kaže kako odličan pokušaj, ali je zgrešio penal šteta.
Dao se od sebe da pogodi go, ali ga je promašio.
Ne, nego...
Ne, pa evo, mislim.
Koja kompletna katastrofa, kako mu je ušao u kolena.
17. minut, 1300 golda deficita, Sion Kamil meča, pa ti si biro heroja.
Ne sme.
Legitimno, Doran pravi greške.
Postoje bolji matchupovi od Kamila Siona.
On ih je biro.
I kao, možeš da, verovatno je spustio sebi 10% šanse u matchupu, samo da bi imao bolji komp. Ali i dalje nije smeo ovako da izgubi. Nije smeo i Gumayushi je greška je delom jer je bio solo killovan Sion. I generalno T1 je sporije rotirao GENG-a. Iako su prediktovali dobro svakove.
Ovo je feed za GENG.
Oscar Clears, tako je, Sergej, Rage Bait, to je moj vrat. Jel' tako, Sajna? Oscar Kamil bi ovdje bio, Oscar Sijem bi ovdje bio bolji.
Ma da, kako da ne, Odličan top laner, jedan od boljih.
Živim za moment da Oscar Ian uradi nešto impresivno protiv neke predobre ekipe.
Treba je prvo da dođu dotle, polako. Braća kikaju u humanoida, ostavljaju Oscara u ekipi.
Kin je namjerno ovo face checkovao, da znate, jer je on jedini čovjek koji ovo može da face checkuje. I sada se odavde bije, pogledajte ovo. Ovo je free fight za GENG. Kakav ulti baci carry-a. Nije više free fight. Kakav ulti je bacio carry-a. Ruler. I dalje je free fight.
Faker je mrtav, carry-a nema damage-a.
Fenomenalno.
Oni ostaju ispod kule, šta? Fajn su.
Canyon je divnjak, on će ovo noće da ih najboje, on je lud.
Barely getting out of that one as Canyon still seeing if there's an opportunity here. He has the ulti if Guma sticks around, but he won't.
Čekaj da vidi da će baci recall. Ma ne. Uf. Čovjek je znao gdje je.
This fight started by their blue buff. It ended in T1's base. Absolute insanity there as Thor even hops into the Herald, gets 3, if not 4 knockups, driving through the entire T1 team.
Ja, ljudi moji, ovo će da bude žurka. Baš se radujem Kinu, iskreno. Kin je sve bolji i bolji godinama. Baš lepo igra dečko, lepo improvuje, baš ga počinje da ga gotim.
Once they'd used all those resources, they were forced to retreat, and GENG just hunted them down, pick after pick.
Ne znam šta ti kažeš. Igra dobro, ali igra u Doraninina, razumeš? Tako da ono...
Doraninina.
Čovjek igra u Doraninina, mislim, ona izgleda dobro. Strašno, strašno, strašno. Mislim, a ovo je giga dobra pozicija za Onera za fight jer njegov ulti je bukvalno ceo čuk.
Teško bez usa. To je velika šteta za T1. Sramota je bolje reći.
Dobro, mislim, to je management int. Nije niko drugi kriv osim managementa.
Rekao sam za T1, nisam rekao za koji deo T1-a, tako da dam.
Da, ali ja samo se nadovezujem, ono kao, realno je management int, mislim.
A, jeste, apsolutno, apsolutno. Organizacijski ne smije to se dovodi. Okej, Doran. On je živ. Ovo je jako loše za T1. Ovo izgleda jako dobro na početku, ali užasno je.
Nemaju kako se bio. A zašto je Oner, a on bio?
Zato što svi DPS dealeri su Kina je izbrifovala igrica. Kina je, ovo je pauza.
Oni će izgubiti zbog toga, naš!
Pauza.
A ne, ali Kin je, Red Boss je i dalje živ. A Guma nema Valkyrie.
Tehnička pauza, mislim da razgovaraju o tome.
Dobit ćemo, možda nećemo dobiti replay.
Tehnička pauza.
Sad ćemo da ima replay, možda. Evo ga replay. Doran je malo uleteo 1-4. I onda Oner fake save.
Oner mu je spasio.
Da, to je bio replay. Ja sam bio malo ironičan kad je Doran uleteo.
Gledajte, obratite pažnju na Siona, koliko Kin igra dobro, ali obratite pažnju sad ovde.
Da. Nije, ali njegov Intel da je završio tamo bilo bi mnogo bolje. Sad je Guma dobro prešao.
To im je izgubilo fight.
Da.
So Chovy thought he was going in with the Scion. He shows up by himself, gets burst down, then Guma ruler knocks him down. Turns around what could have been a disaster there, but tiny differences.
Nema, Sion je samo... Dok Korki mora odmah, pogledajte mu treći item. On ne radi damage Sionu.
Dešaj je bio free agent, wow, to nisam znao.
Vidi, 6300 damage-a. Jok, on dobio Ocean Soul, to je gotovo.
Kako bi T1 bio sa Shajem na topu.
Da. Sad je Guma mrtav, da.
And the sun sets on Gumayushi as Faker is running towards the other side of the map. He's got backup nearby, but GENG are on the hunt. Can they find anything else? Will they overextend? No, they're going straight after the Otacon instead. Doran, Oner, and Keria all nearby. Faker still with a grand entrance to try to join up if he wants to, but it's all five from GENG.
Nije ovaj game, još se igra.
They don't have Gumayushi here.
Dobro.
Keria. He wanted to find the keeper's verdict to try.
I sad zbog ovog flasha su obezbedili Atakana. Legitiman flash od Kina.
To dodge that potential ulti as now Doran gets found out. Keen doesn't hit him with an decimating smash. Duro still walking over here in the Nautilus. The ulti's not available, but Vise is into the dredge line to follow. Doran's gonna hex tech ultimatum, but the only ultimatum is you're getting out of here. GENG, 13 kills.
It all starts with Chovy finding a TP flank behind
The only ultimatum you ain't getting out of here,
Šaj, da. Doran pravi greške. I bukvalno, znači, izgleda kao da igraju 4 igrača T1 plus Doran. Komunikacija, mislim, ajde, New Cookie, ali i dalje MSI, mislim, tu je s njima već 7 meseci. Kao nije mu ovo prvi turnir zajedno da igraju.
I kao top laner je jedan je u njihovoj komunikaciji, lakše se adaptiraš ti nego kad napraviš ceo novi roster, ti ulaziš u sistem.
Tako je.
Ulaziš u najbolji sistem na svetu, keep in mind, kao.
Ne znam, mislim, pokušam da nađem neki izgovor za njega, jedino što mi pada na pamet da možda postoje neke stvari koje T1 očekuje od svog top lanera i nisu, mada ne verujem. ali kao, znaš,
ili da ne može da iskomunicira, da možda očekuju nešto što je Zeus radio, možda T1 ne može se adaptira na Dorana dovoljno.
Da, to je ono što meni pada na pamet. Jer baš kao da totalno drugačiju ideju imaju kako treba se igra LoL. Onir je mrtav. I ovo je Baron. 1-1.
1-1 jer ja outscaluje, tako da... Compfy za outscaluju, kog god izgledalo kao da imaju dobar scaling igrač T1-a. Sioni će i dalje biti unkillable, Camille će i dalje biti useless jer je previše behind. Carrya možda stiluje sa spellbookom, da znate.
Oni ga imaju! A nemaju ga! Joj, znaš sam vidio da je njihov.
Isto. Doran ne obaziri se na pozitivne komentare, tako je.
Okej, Doran ih odradio na petting. A u nije
odradio, pa Canyon Lord od petting. Znači, lik bukvalno jedino što radi je vija ljude po Fog of Waru u džungli tamo i maltretira ih i ne može bude urađen na ovu foru, ne znam zašto, ali dobro, ajde Doran svakako nije kriv, dečko, nebitno je.
Game number 2, they're in total control.
I mean, Ruler's closing in on 100 stacks here. This is ridiculous how quickly he
Čo je prefidan isto.
Ljudi, ajde sad ovako, okej, prozivali smo malo Dorana, ali Doran i ovo je 9 najboljih igrača na svetu i Doran. Znači 10 najboljih igrača na svetu. Kao, sure, nije dobar, ali teško je jako igrati protiv ovih ljudi. On izgleda loše sada u ovom kontekstu, ali...
Ali dovedi ga u EBL.
Ne, dovedi ga bilo gde drugde, i u LCK-u, bilo koje druge ekipe, da će mnogo dobro. Znači on je dalje jedan najboljih top lanera na svetu. Da li je jednako dobar koliko i Zeus, Shy, Keen, verovatno. Ali je top 10.
Sion, you add a little bit of Ocean Soul spice in there, you've got yourself meatball soup. There is no way that T1 will be able to punch through it. They have to realize that. It's 25
Kako je G2 pustio jajka, to ne razumem.
Management.
Ja smatram da je jaj genije. Jajki vjerojatno najbolji jungler u ligi.
Ali si čuo što je Janko spričao u intervju da se Caps mnogo pita za poteze u rosteru? Moguće da se samo... Ne, ali moguće samo zamerio Capsu, jer tako radi Lec. Tako radi Lec. Jeste katastrofa, ali tako radi Lec. Management i međuljudski odnosi. To kakav si igrač nije uvek najbitnije, jer da jeste, Oskar ne bi igrao Lec.
Chovy's not afraid at all.
Spitting facts.
Yeah, Owner did a great job playing around the fog there for a little bit, but one spy targets you with the ulti, the clone can save you. Chovy on a rampage. T1 jungler dead for 45, and the Dragon's alive.
Jeste, Sakrine, nije zgodno imati ovakav game, stvarno.
Ali mislim da je okej. On je u petom gemu protiv AL-a, neće. I protiv AL-a je bio skroz okej.
Taj nivo Lola... Pritom ljudi protiv AL-a ima ozbiljnog igrača sa druge strane Flandre, bivši šampion sveta s EDG-em. Znači, ozbiljne su to glave.
Dobro, ali vidite, prvi game je 10k golda bilo za T1 i sad je 10k golda za GENG, mislim, legitimno, 1-1, nema šta. Nije ovo kao, gotovo za T1 ili gotovo za GENG. Samo su takve ekipe, jednom kad dobiju lead znaju kako da snowballuju game i kako da završe, tako da nije ovo ništa čudno i kao sad su ih prestompovali, jesu isto ko što i T1 njih. Znači draft i early game i taj prvi momentum mnogo zavisi u partijama sa ekipama ovog kalibra, tako da nije ništa strašno.
Draft postaje sve važnije i važnije kako idemo dublje u seriju. Sekula sačeka još godinu dana i Alvara ćeš dodati na to listu, trust. You heard it here first na samim streamu.
Čekaj, daš gledati Alvara, ne?
Počiti Sekulin komentar, na to sam
govorio. A na toj listi. Sam čuo šta si rekao.
Na listi supportova koji su mogli da se nosi sazivim supportova.
Samo nisam čuo na toj listi, pa sam se zbunio. Kin stoji na tiču.
Ovo je najbolje što su mogli da urade igrači Kevana. Dobra ideja, dobro. Po kratkom postupku završavaju. Vidi ga Ruler gledi.
Imant kroz bot. To je to, 1-1.
11-1 je otišao Chovy. Bolesno dobar ice game.
Iskinuli fakera.
Ali King King je verovatno, da, skinuli fakera sa Galije i skinuli fakera sa Ryza. Isto jako huge.
Sad će napadanje za Emi.
Rekao je huge za Galija je što je Rumble, sad mora bude banovan.
Do kraja serije.
Ili pušten nekome na neku bučku.
Znaš što želim da vidim?
Ne znam šta možeš da uzmeš, šta?
Želim da vidim fakera da pika TF-a. Neće se dogoditi do 5. gema. U 5. gemu možda. Znači TF ili Kasadin. Ta dva pika želim da vidim u ovoj seriji. Znači TF ili Kasadin.
Fearless je, sve moguće. Sve moguće u Fearlessu. Svaki game i svaki draft će biti sve na peti i na peti zanimljiviji. Sad je 1-1, tako da još maksimalno 3 komada, minimalno 2. Gledamo večeras, mi ćemo na pauzu od 12 minuta, pa budite tu u sljedećem draftu jer svašta nešto će se već događa.
Pa to smo.
I thought it was looking good for them. I really like their heavy dive comp, you know, Camille, Galio, Wukong. Seemed really strong, but I guess it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, good observations, and it is so, Emily, that when you look at that comp and then you see what T1 is able to do early, you think, uh-oh, is this going to run away? So how did GENG stop it?
Yeah, we've talked about in Fearless a lot of times, even as early in Game 2, right? You have two compositions that have very clear ideas of what they wanted to do. And I agree with Meteos. I actually thought, even with the scalings on GENG's side, I'm like, this is a risky comp to pull off with what T1 have. I think it came down to a lot of the laning 2v2. Like, even after they swapped, there was that point where Senna Nautilus was able to blow both flashes on top side. Then Ruler stacking, for anyone who was tracking Senna stacking, was like mega accelerated throughout this entire game.
And that ended up being really important because of some of the early heroics from Keen. They needed this little bit of bridge to allow Chovy and Ruler to scale a bit. And Keen in this one had massive plays early on the Scion. You know, a lot of these swaps, he was coming out ahead. And then he got this solo kill onto Guma. And then he had the play up on top side as well, interrupting Keen to allow for that gank to work as he was about to escape.
Yeah, Meteos looks like a lot of the top laners you used to play with, right? That good?
Yeah, more or less. You know, I played with some Korean imports. A lot of them are really good, but I was super impressed by Keen this game. I was a little bit surprised that Doran opted for Camille and Sion, just because when I think of these two players, I don't think of Doran as the guy who's going to like gap Keen in one of these harder matchups where you have to like really outplay your opponent. And Keen was just so solid on the Sion. T1 didn't have anything like Trundle to neutralize him later on, and so he just got a huge lead, became that unkillable wall that, you know, we know Sion to be, and they just couldn't deal with it.
Yeah, and I do wonder what this is going to spell for the rest of Fearless for T1, Emily, because we didn't really talk about it that much in the pre-show. For Doran, it is his first international final, and he's had kind of some games that aren't to be remembered on the international stage as well, and I feel like he's been given this chance now in Game 2, right, to get the skill matchup, and I feel like maybe he's going back on Ornn.
I mean, who knows? This too is Doran, as I know Chronicler would say as well. Like, you see all sides of Doran throughout LCK. We've seen all sides of Doran here at this event. I think the big difference to me is that he's been able to recover really well, and I do think it speaks to how he's been able to integrate onto this T1 team. I will say, I want to pull up a team fight from just before like 19 minutes, where Keen actually just walks in, face checks, and because he's so large at this point in the game, it just takes so long to kill him. So even though we don't have everyone here yet, everyone is able to end up joining, and this to me is where GENG really start rolling in the game.
Yeah, that's why a lot of the early plays that he made were so important, because he was a big part of the GENG gold lead early on, almost all of it, and that allowed him to be so tanky there, you know, soaking up so much for T1 and allowing them to get some of this money onto their carries that they needed in the chase down. Even though he died, so much value there.
Yeah, Senna scaling is sometimes fake. It depends on who's playing. Like when Ruler's playing, it really doesn't matter.
Sometimes it's real.
Yeah, sometimes it is absolutely real. So, Chovy then, Meteos, of course, this is the mid lane matchup we're looking at. Faker had a fantastic game one, but how do you see this play out when you think about what you've seen from these two mid laners?
Well, historically, it does seem like Chovy usually gets the best of Faker, especially domestically, but internationally, I don't know. Coming into today, I was kind of expecting a 3-1 or 3-0 from T1, just because they have that magic behind them. So many times I've seen T1 internationally where time and time again they manage to look like the underdogs coming into the tournament and then winning it the entire thing. So I still think they'll win, but
Yeah, you're definitely a believer. You've mentioned the magic, you've mentioned the plot armor, and regardless if you subscribe to that narrative or not, you feel that in the game as GENG. And Kobe, I think we also saw it in this game where this were a couple of fights, right? Like the one where Gumayushi gets a triple that you think, no way. It just proves that GENG does have to keep their head in the game the whole game.
Yeah, exactly. I'm also thinking back to the early one where Keria was camping in the brush, and then he got the surprise, 0.4 Faker to come in with a Galio ult, and he started to think, oh, maybe some of this T1 team play is actually going to pull out, but GENG closed it up very nicely. And wanted to point out that big rise damage on kills. Chovy made a lot of his damage really count.
He did. It seems like we're on course for 5 games. Yesterday also, the blue wins for T1, and they've picked blue going into game 3. So we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back with that one.
Watch me do it again. All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL esports. Get access to exclusive rewards, customize your setup with champion-inspired themes, and seamless LoL esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result. Only on the browser for Legends, only on Opera GX.
to go over the wall and find Chovy. He does, but Keen prevents any backup from arriving. Faker with a grand entrance, but it's only for his own exit. Doran is already down. Faker's about to follow as Keen is not even dented. Still damage from Owner, but nothing worth mentioning. A double for GENG. It's only Carrier left, and he won't last long. One last shot from Ruler rules out any chance of a T1 stall, and GENG march it into the base. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this MSI 2025 Grand Final between T1 and GENG. T1's superior team fighting took over in the first game, but once game 2 hit, GENG drafted a powerful tanky comp and an incredibly quickly stacking Senna to fight right back.
And I feel like those kind of compositions, no one in the entire world plays as well as GENG. When they get that sort of a comfort draft, I feel like they're near impossible to beat.
And I just feel that they played with such composure. We said that we wanted to see them slow the game down. And I mean, what better way than with a Sion getting a solo kill onto the enemy AD carry, and Sion pretty much walking wherever he pleases. And honestly, just Sion just doing Sion things. Yeah. Of course, it would be a disservice of us not to mention how impactful Chovy was. That rise, kind of the quiet carry, making so many impactful plays around the map, putting so much pressure down, working with Canyon. An overall solid performance, and it ties us up as we jump into our third draft of the day, presented by Omen and HyperX.
First thing to note, because T1 lost the last one, this is going to be the first time that we get to see them have side selection. They've chosen to swap over to the blue side. So that means these bans are going to switch up a little bit, but only in terms of who's banned. All of these champions have been bans already in the first half of the series. Back in game number 1, GENG on banned both Victor and Nico. T1's doing the same thing here. Back in game 1, it was Pantheon and Varus banned by T1 on the red side. GENG doing the same thing this time as Cassante will be T1's final ban in the first half.
I don't know if that was Kingston. It's going to be banned away. Yeah, the one and only. I mean, that man is an absolute monster on this champ. T1 do not want to deal with it.
Če vi jeste, sad ćemo rešimo is...
I mean, if I just saw that Sion
možda.
Wait, Cassante does more damage than that Sion? You're not allowed to play that.
Rumble B1.
Okay, with the Skarner ban, the typical pair up alongside
Što je još open?
That does suggest
možda još nije Rumble vreme.
to give that one away.
Ja mislim da je Rumble first pick.
The Azir being open is the big thing that I'm looking at here. T1 with that first pick.
Oh yeah, Azir,
bravo. They'll lock it in for Faker.
Ton?
The Emperor of
Rumble Rel?
The Emperor of Emperors will make his way onto the rift. In the hands
Rumble Rel secure odmah.
GENG will have to have a good response. We saw with the Victor
Popi Alistar su Sirius banovani.
2-1 GENG.
I think the response here is fantastic from GENG. Get Keen on the Rumble, a big power pick in the
Ako bude Rumble Rel, ja ću da kažem. Možda bude recimo... Trundle bi bio ovdje dobar locker. Jer često vidimo ljude koji u Rumble igraju i tankove, pa tankuju samo dobar matchup, loš matchup.
Slažem se. Mislim da T1 ovdje mora pika Orna. Ili što god hoće, Ambesu.
Orna.
Especially when it's been banned in the first 2 games, now here in game 3, getting through as the pools do become smaller naturally. T1
ovo će biti jungle decided game, ko više snowbora iz ovoga. Or, Sale igrale coaching staff.
Znate nas.
I ovo bi trebalo bude real. Ne, oni žele da pikuju mimo matchup, ok, fine, mislim takav je draft, ali neće im dati realno. Da li ima manje mid pikova nego... ok. Ok, Real ban i... Zajaban. Rakan također ulazi u opticije banova. Rakan će se banovati sa crvene strane. Možda. Možda ne. Dobar ban. Možda T1 ostavlja Rally handshake-uje matchup za Rel za Rakana. Ne, oni će ovdje prvo će banuju Zaju i onda će da vide i u odnosu na ono što banuje GENG će oni da banuju.
To zvuči fair.
Mislim da je ovo Zaja ban.
Ja bi Sivir banuo.
Tam Ken čisto, dobro. Isto razmišljaju. Vrlo moguće da će Real ostaviti Opena banovati Zaju. Da bi onemogućili načine da njihov dive-kom bude poremećen. Kalista Renata za GENG. Kalista Renata mi je verovatniji za T1 jer imaju hyperscaling na drugim laneovima.
Je li ovo Leona 4 za Gen?
Real ban. Mora. Jer nema dobrog supporta onda.
Leona.
Ne Leona, izvini.
Ako banuju Realovi, pikaju Leonu. Tako da je pitanje da li ostavljaju oba da bi uzeli jedno.
Ostavljaš oba, banuješ Zaju. I handshake-uješ Real za Leonu.
They are targeting some of these denial picks here. The Tom Kenshin, interesting ban here. Mostly we do just see it alongside the Senna.
So sam full lock-inovan na draft.
Tom Kenshin was banned away.
They might be wary of something like a Jinx, because that's the other area we've sometimes seen on the bot side of the map for Ruler.
Vidi, imaju oni opciju da pikaju Zaju, samo da uzme jedno od dva supporta ili da pikaju Real i onda da...
I think that they would be afraid if enemy team picks
Jinx,
they don't have any way to lock that Jinx down. So
Uvek.
Ja sam fajn sa Zajom ovdje.
Uvek.
Ja sam fajn sa Zajom.
Ruler je fenomenalna Zaja.
Okej. Postoji plan B.
Ovo je druga opcija. Ja da sam T1 lokom Zajla.
Uzimaš Zaju, tako je. I uzimaš Leonu.
Ima čak i ugao za Renatu, ali... Samo zašto je Carrija to pričao. Jer je Carrija malo specifičniji. Ne, moram. Znam da mora.
Ma, možda hub raketin do sutra.
Ne, i Ezreal ide za rulera i to je to. Imam jednu stvar koju bi možda razmislio sa GENG, ali ne znam da li to može sreo. Najla. Kako će će i Najla repet? Evo je Renata, da, to je Carrija.
Zavisi šta hoće da rade, I guess. Jer sa Nailom onda follow-up dive-uju. Opcija je i Sivir. To ti je uvek plan B.
Sivir Ezreal su cool, ja mislim. Naila mi je malo nerealno da bude.
Jer vidi, Sivir klikne R i može da umre. I ona je s ovim kompom radila dovoljno.
Ja, ima toga. Šta da vam kažem, možemo, mislim, Sajne i ja u nekom momentu ćemo možda postati coachevi.
Da, šta da vam kažemo ljudi?
Nešto sve to dobro danas, a? Za mene, nije loše sve. Ali ne umem ono s ramenom što Sajne radi, ja to ne znam. Ne umem to.
Znaš kako to?
Imam ja to samo ne umem.
Fair. To je do mog svetla, meni je svetlo samo ovdje, bolji ugao, razumijete. 1-1, da. Kako vas dvojica ovo sve znate? Pa mislim, naš nas, zvali su nas T1 i GENG i mi rekao ne možemo, moramo custom MSI. I oni kao razumemo, ajde nek dođu onda Tom i Kim, jer kao naš drugo najbolje što su mogli da nađu.
Njemu želi stream to kao predikta, najbolje.
Mislim, gledamo istu stvar, ljudi, da se razumemo.
Dobro jutro, Klan.
Draft skripte, vidiš.
Zapravo, kada ovdje dugo radite ovaj posao, naučite. Ako razumete, ako ste dovoljno dobro u igrici bili ikada, pa razumete kako funkcioniše razmišljanje igrača. Samo retko kad smo full 100% udubljeni u draft, kao što smo bili sad.
Retko je draft relevantan, da se razumemo. Kao pola gameova koje radimo Rogue i Fnatic, vidi. Fnatic može da ode na Ultimate Bravery da drafta dobit će Rogue.
Realno da možeš da budeš trener nekom timu koji bi to tim bio i zašto. Upravo bi Liverpool trener bi futbol. Ako se ograničimo na LoL, volio bi trenera nemam koji. Mislim imaju jako dobro etiku organizacije, mislim imaju jako lep fanbase.
A ne gam.
Imaju cool igrače. A ako bi mogao treniram baš bilo koju ekipu da nema barijera, bilo kakvih trenera bi CFO. Mislim imaju više potencijala nego gam sad.
But important question here. What do you think is stronger, T1 plot armor or the 08 Renata?
I mean T1 plot armor, but they need to go really late game to win this, I think.
All right, let's see how this one goes. Thank you so much, Kajol. Over to you guys.
Okay. Ja da coachujem T1.
A to nije zanimljivo.
Vidi. Ja samo hoću da blame sa fakerom.
Ali ja bih recimo kada bih mogao bilo koju ekipu da coacham, recimo volao bih da sam mogao da coacham neku realnu ovo ne ovako. Da sam mogao nešto realno da coacham, volao bih da sam mogao da coacham Partizan sa Jopom koji je osvojio EBL, koji je coachao kolo. To je bilo jako zanimljivo jer su Snile i Rire imali interesantan champion pool. A Jopa i Klopp su igrali svakako neke komboje, baš je bilo zanimljivo. To bi volao da sam mogao da radim. A loša barijera.
Koči bili mene, to je poenta. Ja sam okej s tim. Ne, ali legitima razlog zašto bih hteo T1 da kočem, zašto bih želeo da budem okružen sa ljudima koji rade jače od mene. Jer bi to mene motivisalo da onda radim još jače. Mislim, ja sam postao bolja verzija sebe da sam u T1-u, razumete. Tako da T1, prihvatite me, hvala. To je moje aplikacijono pismo.
Ja bih volao CFO, recimo, da treniram jer mislim da su momci sad baš na ozbiljnom usponu. Realno misliš da bi mogao košati neki prvi tim? Sizda, pre nego što ti odgovorim na to pitanje, moram ti kažem da sam jedan veliki narcis, odgovore da.
Ohohoho.
Ovo je inače Kerija sam, Gumayushi je tu, udara.
Došao. A, lep koler. Au, ne ovako, nisam očekivao taj komplimentinja. Flame me chat ovih dana, tako da očekivao sam samo toksik. Guma jak. A Blade Caller. Conqueror također dobio dovoljno stakova da kad je pulovo radio puno damage-a.
Kerry je najbolja Renata na svetu. Jedini čovjek igra Renatu van Kalista matchupa.
Guma did lose his flash in the exchange, but I think T1's going to be pretty happy with that.
Kakav Blade Caller je bacio, wow. Aj, molim vas.
Recimo.
I ja bi bacio dobar Blade Caller da mi neko stavi metu na Silver Platter i da... Platinum Platter, kako se uskaže. 5 ljudi, 4 jutru, dobrodošli ljudi.
Nismo dead streamer. Ja dočekam trening sutra nedelja, najbolji dan za treniranje, nema žive duše.
Onda se naložio na što? Teško je da naložiti se igrača u seriju.
Talking about how he knows how to play against Faker. We might have a gank here, doesn't look like it. And then after this quote to me is important because of the excellence he has displayed against Faker.
Ja bih rekao da za Keriju sve bi... Kaže da je nebo zeleno, to je moja omiljena.
It is incredible. Nearly a 90% win rate in domestic.
Best of 5 Fires da ima ko bolje draftuje. Da, mislim, mogli bi da draftujemo, ali opet je to dosta... Kada pikuješ... Da, ono, i heroj ti je vezan za igrača koga igra, tako da jako ti je teško... Ti možda razumeš da draftuješ, ne znam ja, x heroja, tvoj igrač ne igra tog heroja. Naprimjer, ili isto recimo zašto ovi imaju... CFO imaju 2 top lanera. Ne draftuješ ti isto za resta i za drivera. Primjer.
Osim što driver samo bolje resta, ali dobro.
Dobro, to je sad već... Mislim, u ovakvim situacijama, ljude, čisto da se razumemo. Samo da im šeri Faker, ništa nema 6.
Možda se logio ovo nije.
Poenta je što u ovakvim gameima morate razumeti da je većina draftovanja handshake-ovanje. U smislu, oba koča znaju ko šta uzima. I samo su u fazonu, aha, ja uzimam ovo, dajem ti to. I onda on kaže, hvala, ti meni daješ to, ja uzimam to i ostavljam ti to. Oni u suštini znaju ko će šta dobiti. Znaš, nema tu, jako malo ima izmišljenja tople vode tu.
Da, kao šak. Ne igram sad solo queue, tako da useless je moj OPGG. Ma mnogo, ti imam samo jungle game-ove, ja mislim sad, i Diamond sam neki. Ali OPGG traži ozbiljnijih igrača.
Ljudi, Hor vam je lekao da lajkujete stream, tako da ako ne lajkuje stream, Hor vas proziva. Hvala. Gledanje drafta, gledanje gejma. Draft je lakše prediktovati.
Ovaj game se uopšte ne svodi na Dorana, nikako. Doran postoji. Šta je, koji supportove igraš?
And so far in this series, we've been seeing a lot of swaps, but for now, these teams are going to match up in their respective lanes.
Absolutely, and I think Keen is going to be happy to continue laning against Orin. He did go first strike, we hadn't touched on that yet, so he is just going to be playing to kind of just farm gold off of the Orin, realizing, hey, I'm probably not going to be able to kill him. It is just going to be more of that farm lane.
Zato što neki da imaš dva igrača i da kada protivnički trener vidi koje si igrača ubacio, već će znati koji stil igrate. CF ubaci drivera, znaš da draftuju Vixa i tanka. Jer neće driver da igra hard carry na topu. To je fora.
Kogod doći da gleda nekog cool support igrača, gledajte Nikića, recimo, on je dobar streamer, zanimljiv je čak za gledanje, a dobar je support.
Ma da realno, kad malo bolje mislim, u Fearless draftu ima smisla imati 10-man roster. Prva 2-3 gena pikaš najbolje stvari od prvog rostera i samo zameniš ceo roster i onda pikaš ostale pikove drugog rostera.
Možda ceo roster ne, ali neki igrači sigurno da.
Na primjer, Dorana promeniš. Sizzle, pa mislim, pazi, i jeste i nije. Nije dosadno, predvidljivo je ponekad. Zato Rale ja možemo da vidimo većinu drafta unapred. Jer je, kao, znaš šta je ostalo. Ali opet, neke odluke mogu da budu turbo interesante kada razbiju taj pattern draftovanja. Jer
ja mislim, Mare...
Kaži.
Zašto na Canyona?
Faker je dash out.
Ne razumijem zašto na Canyona. Ima ulti up.
Uživi.
Tako je. Olivali su čovjeka koji može da ode out, ne znam, ne razumijem zašto su to radili.
Dobar zid od Fakera. Dobar zid od Fakera. A nisam vidio Ornovo koje što se pitao što ne mogu da pređu kroz taj choke.
Dure je odigrao ko Fog, ove ga ne vidi.
Guma mora da ulta. Malo je kasno ulta.
Da, Mare, ja mislim da svako može da menadžuje sve, samo mislim da management tool nije dovoljno dobar. Tačka. Ljudi, mislim da staff dovoljno ne analizira profile igrača kao ljudi i kompatibilnost međusobno, nego gleda po odnosima ovako, pogotovo kod nas. Ma nijedan draft ovdje nije, nijedan retko koji je ovdje draft carry. Gdje je otišao za Superlight?
Oni igraju za 3 dana, ljudi, u sredu igraju.
Ovo je ono igra kad gledam sad.
Dobro što sam htio da kažem vezano za draft, recimo moje mišljenje je da je first pick ovdje bio Rumble. Na primjer, ja bi first pickovao Rumble. Tako da ono.
I da, i opet ono što je Sani malo prepričao. Gdje si išao? Opet ono što smo Sani pričao pre 5 minuta. Kivanov coach je znao da je Rumble dobar first pick. Samo što se on odlučio za Azira. I kao, to je to. Jer je Azir je high, baš high pri ovom matchupu. Čak verujem da mogu da razmišljam o tome da će Doran svakako izgubiti top.
just love the tension that always builds between these two teams. Sometimes you get these games where it is low in kills, but the pressure is never alleviated. Both of these teams are incredibly proactive on the map. They play super well around objectives and vision specifically. And let's have a quick look at
Da, dobar je Azir pik, nema šta. Mada verovatno i to s igračima coach prediskutovao, ono, ćemo da idemo na Rumble ili na Azira. To je bio trade.
Znali su da je Any Open, isto kao što je GENG znao da može da bira između Rel i Zaje, izabrao je Rel, pustio im je Zaju.
A opet eto, recimo i Rale i ja bi draftovali verovatno Rambla zajedno, ovoga Trundla ili Rel zajedno sa Ramblom u prvoj rotaciji.
Tako je.
Primjer.
Zato što smo znali da će da bude verovatno Or na topu, jer uglavnom ljudi handshake-uju top matchup kada vide Rambla blind pikovan, kažu ok, izgubit ćemo lane gore, fine. Samo s kojim herojem ćemo gubimo lane.
Ali također verovatno ide dublje od toga da su oni uzeli Trundla, ovi bi možda uzeli Ambesu koja je bila otvorena na topu, ne bi namerno igrali tenka. Tako da ima tu milion ono kombinacije.
I Oner bi možda pulovao nešto kao što je u Jackson džungli, da Jackson se već bio pikovan u da game.
Pikovan Jackson.
Nešto što bi bio dobar counter pick za Trundla.
Da vidimo, Keen ima dobru poziciju. Kasan ulti promaši sve osim Onera. Oner nema flash, trebaju da ga prodaju. Okej. Guma je poranio sa kolerom, ali nije bitno.
O, kakav handshake. Kakav blade koleri su mi bodete, bre.
Što je živ? Ajoj.
Čovjek baca najbolje handshake-ove ikad da mi kolujete o Zajnu magiju koja je point click. Nije ni point click, samo click. Zašto se Yeti toliko ispred svih u LoLu? Pričali smo o tome juče, baš na streamu, poslovna etika. Odnos prema poslu, prema LoLu je drugačiji. Ozbiljniji su jednostavno. Disciplinovaniji su u tome. Ne, jednako igraju svi igrači. Ali svi, to kada kažem etika prema poslu, ne mislim ja samo prema igračima. Od trenera, ostatka staffa, menadžmenta, svi imaju bolju etiku prema poslu.
Ultimates are all down. You can look at the cooldowns on the scoreboard. Only Fakers was still left. We saw him go in, try to find an opportunity to use it, but not find it. Here's the fight again.
Exactly, and there's no flash here on Owner, so everything is being committed. They're locking him down, but Owner just pops the ult, turns around, gets one kill back. The hostile takeover put a lot of pressure onto Canyon as well as Keen, and then Guma goes in to cover Faker. As Faker overextends a little bit here, Guma's just going to move
Nemoj da mi zaokružuješ, molim te.
Into the knock-up right there from Doran.
Aha, dobro.
Da, samo što je cijel taj kombo počeo jer je carry-a handshake-ovo ka sebi, a uspio da povodi obojicu.
No one is happy. Sumira razlike fajtove.
Ček, idem po vodu.
Ajde, sve lagano.
But my goodness, I mean, it feels like we're just waiting for that one fight to break the game open because it's so back and forth right now. It can really swing either way, and the Herald 50 seconds away could very well be the objective that breaks this game open.
That coach reaction was the opposite of what you talked about earlier, Isaac, with everybody feeling good about winning the draft. That time they both felt bad about not winning the fight.
Koliko sam koraka? Pa prošlo je 12 pa su mi se resetovali koraci. Bio sam na 25.000 pre 12. Sad sam na 8.000, znači 33.000 koraka. Danas sam baš puno prešao.
Dobro, Doran je završio kaj neki imaš jedan no magic mantle, to je ok u ovom matchupu.
He knows what to do. He knows what he can give up and when he cannot. He knows exactly how to play to win.
Plejtovi nisu bili toliko relevantni. Živim za dan kada će Riotu da radi matematike za plejtove. Kako su brzo sklonili grafiku kad su vidjeli da je loš.
Vedi, you said how it is, a very kind of close game right now, but I think that favors T1 because it's going very slowly.
Okay, GENG have control over the top side river. Rift Herald, the target. Teleport coming in from T1.
Here we go.
Herald's already down to about 4,000. T1, got to be ready to turn out the lights here. Still over the back, and Storm over, crashes down from Duro. Equalizer on top, a ton of damage back to the GENG support. Backline of GENG under a little bit of pressure as Ruler's first to die. Owner going in, looking for trouble.
Ja, overhitovo je kill kad ne treba, inače bi mogao pobedi ovaj fight.
Nice. I Duro je mrtav i Yeti je živa. Ma ne. Ma ne, ali on ga je izma, ne. Neće ga snimiti. Faker neće spusti, neće.
Ne, dosta mi je, ovo što sam vidio.
Ubit će ga. Neće, Tiberz otišao na carryu. Jel carry namjerno uzeo kill da ne bi Tiberz ubio?
Ja mislim da jeste.
Ja mislim isto da jeste, što je najgore. Iskucao se.
Če vidim koji knock-up je bio toliko huge. Neki knock-up je bio nenormalan. Nemoj da mi zakružaš da gledam. Kakav knock-up, da, ovaj Q ispred što je bacio. I gledaj, to je kinov overhit. Vidi se kako je stao ispred da je teo da upali flamethrower. King je napravio veliku grešku. Najveća greška zapravo u fight je Kinova. Mogu da prokne fight svoj korist. Vjerojatno kliša ako gleda je video baš to. Meni to baš izbolo oko. Jer taj overhit iz tog ugla Rumble bio je okrene fight skroz. Tako je.
Još 5 minuta znamo da li 2-1 T1.
Problem je malo 4-0 od rekovima, imaš sivir.
You think Orange tough to deal with on the front line already? You think these guys are hard to kill right now? Mountain Soul is going to make it a whole lot worse. Keria with the play of the game. Hostile Takeover is slow as hell, and he put it in the right spot to just completely win the fight.
One thing, too, that's hard to notice when we're just spectating is the fact that with the Nocturnal, it creates so much additional chaos. It's hard to actually see the Hostile Takeover coming. In the chaos of a fight like that, the lights get turned off, there's Orenalt, there's all of these things flying in. It could be a lot easier to not see that hostile takeover, and I think that did contribute to the fact that GENG, no one could react to it to avoid it.
And maybe that's the answer to the question you posed back at the end of draft. As this game goes on, what is Nocturne's role? The job is to just make it impossible to respond to Ornn, to respond to Renata, and allow
bolje je čovjek Azir od Fakera, sorry ljudi. Zna i Sajna da je trenutno bolji.
Ne, mehanički da.
Mehanički.
Trenutno, ja sam rekao, trenutno je Knight čovi Faker, što tiče mida.
Konkretno na Aziru čovi je trenutno najbolji igrač, najbolji Azir u svetu. Mehanički, baš je bolestan. Zato su i uzeli pulo 1.
Pa da iskreno, Faker ima baš toplo-hladno gameove sad. Mislim da kako mu karijera ide, baš ima ono dosta više varijacije u tome kako igra.
To je legitimna stvar.
Because to me it's not just about the items, it is about the scaling. You're facing against an Ornn, an Azir. Renata is going to have tremendous value in those later stages, and Guma is going to be so hard.
Teško je konstantno ostati motivisan da se razumemo, svašta tu nešto ima.
So I do think GENG absolutely in with a chance, but they have got to be picture perfect in their engages at this next dragon. You can't give over soul. So basically
Čemo pravimo i dalje, čovjek je Azir mehanički bolje možda.
Čovjek je baš mehanički. A to je već nezgodno.
Igrice, tako je.
Mehanike o Primu, top.
Tako je. To je tačno odgovor. LoL ima mnogo dimenzija, ne smije nikada se gleda, ne smije se stalno vižuje kad se priča o LoLu generalno. Lepo. Lepo čankovati Dura, da može dobiješ što više prezensa od sad u Batrieru za Takana.
Čekaj, čovjek ima Tibersa i dalje, Faker je bacio TP sa 25 healtha. What? Šta se tu dogodilo?
Možda ga će se izbušiti.
Pogledaj Fakerov health. Ne može bez Tibersa toliko healtha mu skine.
Je.
A, isticao je.
Da.
Okej. Ovo je samo Honor walk-inu i smite fighta.
Faker ne, ali Faker hoda, on nema TP, ali.
Honor walk-in i smite fighta. A GENG bi trebao forsira fight, ne da flipaju smite. Canyon. Pa da, ovo nije dobro, ovo nije Canon kriv, ovo nije Canyon kriv. Ovo nije Canyon kriv, ovo je giga loše od GENG-a.
Duro se uplašio mnogo, Duras mora da bude prva linija odbrane. Malo je teško kontestati ovo bez pravog frontlinea, Duro mora da igra napred. Ovo je velika greška GENG-a, baš nije bilo dobro. Da, pritisak ih je polomio.
This could be an over 5,000 gold lead now. So I want to see that replay one more time, because to me, Owner was huge, but Guma just as important. The feathers that he had stacked up there. Canyon had the Otacon in a weird spot where basically he was right on the precipice of it actually leashing. So watch what Guma is doing. He's stacking feathers right in this area. So Canyon, when the Otacon starts to actually leash, he has to walk back in.
Nije, ovo je giga loše od GENG-a. I ovo mimo ovog užasnog crtanja ovdje. Da je GENG krenuo malo agresivniji, da je Tivan morao da uđe levo u ovaj choke, da je njihov kontrolbar samo bi izgubili fight. Rumble ulti u taj choke leva je GG.
Duro, brate.
62 healtha smite, 62 healtha smite.
Duro hoda unazad, brate, oni treba kontestiti u Drake-a i si lud, čoveče boži. Duroskiju.
And this exchange is because the Mountain Soul for T1 is alive. They've got a 5,000 gold lead.
Ma polako ljudi sa predikcijama rezultata.
Duroskiju.
Duroskiju i Doranin.
He's looking for an angle, but the vision coverage by T1 is
Vidi, sad nije Doranin, sad je Oskarinkin.
T1 have pushed that one all the way to the tower.
Jeste malo Oskarinkin.
Oskarinkin je.
Dobro si ga.
Desperately trying to find a flank.
Duro wants the flank, but Carry has marked him. Look at Canyon, he's over the wall here. He has the flash on the Zinjao.
Dobar ulti od Rambla. Duro, aman.
Ajao. Ok, 2-1.
Koliko je Duro igrao loš posao fajta, brat. Ne, jeste 2-1, da, to je to.
To je to bilo za 5 minuta na solo odlučujući. Bez tanka i protiv Mountain Soula samo ne mogu da igraju. Molim vas jedno GG u chatu, hvala lepo. Što idemo na pauzu, još malo vreme da postanete Patreon. Ko nije, hvala puno. Da, to se radi na pauzi. Na pauzi se postaje Patreon.
The team fighting in this series has been nothing short of incredible. Ruler looking to get a bit of revenge.
Yeah, flashing after Carrier to get this kill. One more auto attack is what he needs.
Shut
down on the enemy support. Carrier 2-0-10 before that. But the cost is still the Mountain Soul for T1.
Ne, ali biće 2-2, polako neki, polako, biće 2-2, polako. Nebitno što je ovo stomp, Nebitno. 2-2.
The Rumble ultimate used very early on.
I onda T1 pobeđuje 3-2.
Follow up from the Zinjao, but he doesn't quite connect it. The darkness is dropped and immediately GENG just becomes scattered. Ruler's not hitting anyone in the team fight. He doesn't feel safe. He is literally paranoid at the Nocturne flying at his face, and everything falls apart for GENG.
T1 absolutely dominating there in our MasterCard priceless moment of the game. Baker's follow-up after the initial engage as well from his team was fantastic, and now you have to think GENG with this composition that is very much one punch. It's about the initial engage here. It's really only Ruler that does much consistent damage, and it doesn't feel like he's going to be enough.
Ne, Doran ima lepe knock-upove. Jako lepo QE kombo. 3 fajte odlično knock-up, baš lepo igra. I kaže on Doran je toliko loš igra. Trči T1 sve stoji, ali kao.
For his team, he already has his upgraded Caning Rookern. They have the upgraded Nashers there on Faker, and they are threatening this Baron here, but will pull off.
All right, GENG, they gotta make something crazy happen. Chovy looking for an opportunity as T1 try to back away. Owner's gonna turn out the lights. Chovy's been found waiting in the brushes.
Okej,
Ajao. Pa dobro. Iskreno bolje za GENG da ne znam. Otvori mid. Ne mogu da FM.
25 minut kraj. Nije.
Ne, ovo je sad samo svaki fight T1 styluje na GENG. Sad ih samo mentalno ubijaju. Još 2 ovakva fajta iz skripta se menja na 3-1, samo da znate. Jer ovo je gotov game, znači ja znam da je gotov game, Rale zna da je gotov game, vi znate da je gotov game, T1 zna da je gotov game, GENG zna da je gotov game. Svi znaju da je gotov game. Sad ih samo, razumete, polivaju dok su već pali, eto, to je to. Još 2 ovakva fajta, GENG pada u depresiju, neće dobiti sljedeći game. A to je skripta.
Samo... Ovaj Renato ulti je bolestan.
I double Lorn.
That is why this guy has won as much as
he
has.
Faker
now in trouble.
Yeah, Faker's been caught out. Tries to use Emperor's Divide to make himself enough space for his team to show up, and yes, he does. Now Owner enters into the paranoia. His target is Keen. Carrier ready to follow up here. Goes for the handshake.
Owner zna da je sad prejak sa Renatom pored sebe.
And Ruler tries to run. Owner's in hot pursuit.
A, nije stigao da proka Fear. Mada nije ni bitno, ma ne, samo su previše ahead.
Kako završavaju agresivno, nevjerovatno.
There is a cost for attacking the Emperor himself, and GENG have been forced to pay it. The Nexus is in their eyes.
T1 with a 5v3. First
12k. Repriza.
GENG away. T1 19 to 2. 13,000 gold ahead. All they need is a minion wave. They've got it here at the Nexus. Duro's next to die, and Chovy's Annie is about to follow. T1 in the strongest performance thus far are at match point.
Šta da vam kažem, a da već ne znate.
Incredible performance here from T1. The Nocturne combo with
Ide.
did go crazy.
Trče jako.
I talked about the execution. I didn't see that.
Da li ih ima T1 sledeću? Ne mogu da zamislim da bude 3-1. Mora ide u peti game, mora. Mora i baš je dobar lol, iskreno, baš se šibaju jako, uopšte nije spor, baš je izuzetno jako. Znate da je Fearless, znate da je 2-1, 30 heroja banovalo narednu seriju od Draft će da krca, mi idemo na pauzu 12 minuta.
Jocks, they are so confident. They are styling out there from the very beginning. Guma flashing forward, getting the kill, flashing the T1 emote.
Yeah, I was so glad that the observers kept it on that bot lane 2v2 as both bot lanes were like, you know, using all of their summoner spells, trying to blow stuff just to get to level 2. And then Carrier's Renata, they talked about it in draft where Azael was like, you know what? Don't blame the Renata. It's one of his best champions. It worked so well with this Nocturne and then also with the Ornn combo on top of it. These teamfights are crazy.
I'm sorry, Renata, that we talked badly about you. As Azael said, it's the crowd you hang with because apparently Carrier and T1 can pilot it just fine.
That was an insane support gap. I am blown away, right? And obviously, it wasn't even necessarily as much about Dur because he has to go in on these plays. It was about the ability of Carriers. This was the early game. When both teams just looked like they would get like 1, 2, 3, 4 kills. I'm not gonna respond to that. And they were consistently able to all get out alive. But once the actual 5v5s broke out, the team fighting was insane. And I very quickly want to highlight, GENG have been in tough positions. They've reverse swept before. They've gone to 5 games a lot. But they need crazy resilience to come back after a stomp that one-sided.
And the coaching staff we saw needs to be able to give them that support as well because, as you say, it is a confidence game most of the time when you have two teams that are so good. And when it comes to confidence in the bot lane, I want to take a look at this early 2v2 because what exactly happens there?
I mean, this is kind of what we were talking about. Both of these bot lanes were scrapping back and forth, trying to blow each other's sums, right? And there is a crucial Keria handshake coming up soon as we go through this B-roll. But basically, they were just going back and forth, trying to get to level 2. And Keria on this Renata absolutely ends up owning them.
And I understand why GENG want to go for this, because they have a Summoner's Bob, right? They have Barrier versus Cleanse. So in the combat, you should be stronger. But as Duro is going to miss his flash positioning in a fight that's about to come up, ends up making such a big difference in this lane, because I think that this lane is really snowballing either way. If Sivir can get ahead, you can really make a lot happen. But right here, if he flashes out of that recall, he lives.
He lives. That's why you said it's a support gap. And Maurits, we were talking a little bit as well about how Xayah has fallen in priority for a lot of marksmen globally, but it has always been something that Gumayushi really, really, really loves. And I actually think it's giving them a huge boon in these fearless drafts because he's able to slam it whenever.
It's also something that Ruler loves to play, obviously, given his track record on the champion. But it's something that I even commented on yesterday. Guma is so insanely consistent on this champion in the team fights, and it was so funny because he got an early lead, he popped off, got a quadra, but let's be real, this game was about 2 people, and it was about, I think, mostly Owner, and Keria obviously is the main character.
Yeah, and the key word you use there is these team fights, because the setup was just so beautiful. T1, they turn out the lights, then they hit you with a train and a Renata ultimate.
Crazy.
Multiple examples. Here was what actually the most recent one. They were actually disgustingly far ahead at this point, but that was just so beautiful over the wall, and seeing the combination here again.
Yeah, quadra kill there as well. That's a nice game to play Xayah. Also, on the side of Ruler, does he have this many flashbacks about Azir in 2023 that he needed a spell shield and that he had to go for that Sivir because...
I don't think he's been the problem. I obviously didn't get to play the game in that one.
I just wanted to make the connection. I don't think he's been the problem either.
He did flash the JDG emote earlier.
He did, and you know what? Karma comes quick and fast. Now, let's talk about today's HyperX Reflex Replay, which is one of those fights where they weren't that far ahead yet at the Herald.
This ended up deciding the fight. So we have GENG already set up here, and they know they're about to 5v5, right? So their goal is going to be take care of Keria, because he is the biggest staller. If it's a long fight, they are not going to be able to actually win. So as we roll the clip, we are going to see that GENG, very aware of this, is going to try and follow up as Duro goes in. Again, if Keria lives, this engage is a disaster. Crucially, Duro finds him in the engage, but this flash right there from Keria means that there's a bailout, there is a multi-man ultimate, and Doran follows up with a beautiful Orno.
Yeah, this is exactly how you would want this Ornn, Renata, Nocturne combo to work, right? Nocturne turns out the lights, it affects what people can see. That flash out into the hostile takeover is just absolutely beautiful.
What do you want to show us, Kobe?
I always want to look at the damage on kills. I'm always so curious because look at that. Sivir gets so much bounce damage. Everybody always knows this, but look, at the bar right there, you know, half of Guma's is actually on kills, but Sivir gets so much chip damage. I mean, the team fighting here from T1 was just so clean, utilizing each part together to really find those synergies for the big combos. And I mean, Keria here just looking like the best support in the world.
Unbelievable. He's got his buddy back, right? You know, Guma wasn't there for the whole way, and it does show that they play very well together, and that does mean that T1 gets to match point first. And I think when you look at the expectations coming into MSI, first and foremost, you would not say they would make it to the final, let alone make it to match point first, let alone perhaps being the team to break that 22 consecutive series streak from GENG, Maurits.
It's insane, and I feel like every time, if you only watch internationals, you keep going, why are these guys trying to lie to me? What do you mean T1 isn't a favorite? What are you talking about? Because every single time, and this split, I do think, obviously they struggled a little bit, they were still third, right? We've seen this team barely make it to Worlds like they did last time, and with T1, when they're in this form, to me, a lot of it does come down to draft. I don't like going too ham on draft, but I feel like GENG is fairly predictable, and T1 is making such good use. That Renata into that amount of short-range bulk-up damage, just did so much work.
They could very well finish it here. I don't think they will. I think we will go for another silver scrapes. Because GENG,
I don't know.
GENG has chosen the blue side, and it's been a pretty good side today. And NA fans, while MSI is coming to an end, there are more LoL esports events coming up soon. This September, the LTA finals will be in Texas, baby. Scan the QR code on screen to grab your tickets now. And we will see if T1 finishes the job or if GENG brings us to yet another silver scrapes.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
传奇该如何铸就？
He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game.
Uzi now raised as king.
Level up, start my engine and I rev it up. Once I get the green light, gotta go, let them know they better step on up. Yeah, dog, I'm in that zone while I grind hard while you at home. You talk about it, but I be about it, cause you all talk, no backbone. I'm on a 10, I'm on a level 10. I wanna win, then I wanna win again. You thought it was done? I'm hoping it never ends. If you wanna run, then I'm on a level 10.
Work hard, work hard, work hard. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. You better D up, before you get smoked, I'm taking the ball, I have for the go. I've been in my bag, you been in the trash, just move to the back, cause I'm on the move, come through like a truck, I'm packing the power, you front of the back, yeah. I can taste victory, yeah, we about to make history. Just give me the ball, I won't let it fall, we about to light it up, from the window to the wall. This the culmination of all my hard work, them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick, tick, let's get it in. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scanned the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, effort that I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. Sound like broken records against me, let them records spin. Yeah, I gotta give it 100%, nobody go harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won, it's done.
Equalizer already used. Magnet storm over the top, and it doesn't find a lot. Hostile takeover, roaring through the river. Gumayushi's already killed Duro. 3 dead on GENG. T1, our ruthless owner, is unstoppable, and that Dragon Soul is free for the taking. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025 here at the T1 versus GENG Grand Finals. After a dominating Game 3 performance with a final score of 20-2, after shutting Chovy out from scoring a single kill or assist, T1 are at match point.
And I really just have to emphasize how crazy it is that T1's even in this position, considering the spring that they had, the challenges that they went through during the regular season, the series against HLE that people expected HLE to win. Now for them to be not only in the grand final, but at match point, pushing GENG to the very limit after losing to them in the upper finals, this team really just has a magic that cannot be explained.
It's more evidence for my theory that we're all just background characters in an anime that is centered around T1 and Faker. It's all just for the plot development. They need to have a little bit of struggle before the success to make it believable, Vedius.
Oh my goodness. Well, let's see if GENG can make the struggle even greater as the bans coming in thick and fast.
All right, we've still got Nico banned over on the blue side, which GENG are back on in this game, alongside the Silas and the Yorick bans. Over on the other side, two very familiar faces here in red side first half bans, Varus and Pantheon every single game. These are the two that neither team on red side are willing to give over on the B1 as Blitzcrank. An unusual ban, but one that you got to look out for.
I'm thinking Lulu. I'm thinking maybe even Tom Kench.
Yeah.
Like
Hello.
supports, possibly Karma as well. If T1's thinking about removing that, does Chovy locks in his Victor right at the start?
It also makes me wonder about picks like Jinx and things like that rising in priority, right? Some of these vulnerable hyper carries. Okay, we want to have an enchanter pairing with it. What would against? Well, maybe the Blitzcrank. So it is going to be Victor here early on.
Ajmo da imamo. Šta se događa? Što smo rekli ostalo na midu? Faker igrao Hveja, Hve radi Viktora. Aso radi Viktora. Aurora je ostala otvorena.
Aurora je ostala otvorena, tako je. Seles nije otvoren jer je Baron.
Tako je.
Varus neće biti igran do kraja serije.
A Kali u Viktora baš i ne ide. Što znači da je...
Ba je bila opcija ovako rano.
Ovo je Game 5 protiv EL-a. Draft.
Tako je.
To witness Gumayushi's performance on the champion, but I want to go back to Canyon. Things like his Nidalee. We think back to last year's MSI where he brought out the Kazakhs. We think back to Worlds 2023. We think about champions like the Kane that he's shown us before. A champion that has a very...
Dobro, tamo je no-brainer, jel' tako?
No, što igra na botu.
Caden.
Tank tenderizer here to deal with that Skarner that's been locked in first.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it makes a lot of sense. You know,
mislim, Faker ako će bude safe pick Auroru. Niko, desi, jel umara streamanje? Pa boga mi... Nijedan ne umara.
Jel pikaš Fakeru ovdje uopšte?
Ako imaš hard prio pick, da. Ako ne, onda samo možda lokaš...
Igraš Auroru, ja mislim. Mada ne želiš Auroru. Možda Cinder za PL. Ne, ti si kuriraš tam Kenča, je. Vrlo pametno, vrlo pametno. Aurora ban, verovatno, mada Aurora mi se ovaj komp ne dopada. Mislim da pre hoćeš da...
Mislim je Hvej. Za Fakera.
Mislim da je Hvej banovan.
Pa, dobro. Da, ako GENG vidi Hvej ban, da.
Direction Ruler decides to go as the bans continue to come through. Doran's Gragas going to be
Doran Mafi. Šani se, by the way, nije play. Ali bilo bi fun, ali nije play.
Because when he went no kills, no assists, I had our stats team look into when was the last time that even happened. It happened last year in July 20th was the last time he had it happen. Has only happened 10 total times in his career where he has played nearly 900 games. So exceptionally rare for Chovy to not be involved in any way.
Luluban.
Luluban je dobar, jedin znači da uspjelo Jingstam Kencha je da uzmeš hype carrier sa Enchanterom.
Ne znam može ti F u Viktora da igra. U Viktora je Trandla, mislim da mu nije play.
Pite Niko. Ne, Niko banovana.
Hveban.
Ja mislim da će da mogu i da mu daju.
Pa, mislim da je Hve najbolji pik koji Faker može da uzme ovdje. Mislim Asol je, ali mislim da on neće teti da igra Asola.
Da li Faker ostaje, šta misliš o Enchanteru na medu koji, ako je nešto playable? Karma možda.
Ezreal or Karma potentially if they want a little bit more poke. Victor, Jace, Ez, very long range, very difficult.
Ezreal Karma, lepo kaže kolega kasno.
To je za GENG-ije, za GENG.
Naravno.
Da, okej. Čisto samo da potvrdimo.
Mada ne mogu, to fali, ne sme, to fali im engage-a, pogledaj njihov backline reach. Kakav je ovo backline reach? Da, mora.
Lulu je baš dobar ban, iskreno. Jer sa Zeri i Lulu oni mogu da igraju poku u front to back.
Tako je. Ali ja mislim da je dalje potreban Rakan.
Znaš što je fora, sa Lulu oni, mislim, ako Tivan iskretak Trandlov ulti, GENG nema kako da prođe kroz front dok Viktor ne dođe do 4 itema.
Da, okej.
Ovo da je tam zapizla kao da mu je lažan palac. Fake tam, fake it.
He went to the way, he performed well on it, so I'm not surprised whatsoever by these picks. This is what it was.
Vidjet ćemo, Dule, vidjet ćemo. Ja navijam za Tivan svejedno, ali kao... Mislim će biti 3-2, ali ja navijam da bude 3-1. To je okej.
This is the tried and true for them. Guma and Faker on hyper carries, 3 tanks around them to keep them safe, but on the other side you have Trundle to shred those resistances. You have Chovy and Ruler on these hyper carries, and you have Keen, who has been playing so well in lane with the potential to create a side lane advantage here over Cassante.
In these late series drafts, I feel like people show too much respect to the Jinx, and the moment she gets a kill, she just snowballs out of control. Now looking to match with that scaling, GENG still have ways to fight back should things fall apart a little bit in the early game. It's just about taking the game slow, which in the early game this series largely has been. It's an exciting moment. T1 find themselves at match point.
Dobar Šako cosplay. Au, kakav je to hot podate na Fakeru, kakvi su to prosibili u publici.
GENG ready to lock in against a T1 squad that is 1 game away from winning this entire tournament. Game number 4, we are on to the Rift. And Betty, as you already mentioned, how unlikely it was that T1 got to this point. For GENG, the expectations very much that they would be here. This is a team that is on a 22-game,
Nije najpoznatija osoba u Koreji. Najpoznatija osoba u Koreji su K-pop zvezde, ali...
They have not lost a series the entire road to
22 consecutive series.
of this tournament here in Vancouver. They have stood
tall.
I mean, the last time they lost a series was in the LCK Cup, February 22nd.
Has
been so long since they have actually been taken down. And it would be absolutely historic if they were able to actually win MSI without dropping a series after having an entire split of not dropping a series. That to me is perfection, and it's something that is hard to even comprehend being possible. But GENG now one game away from tripping at the final hurdle here, from being just brought up barely short here by T1.
Yeah, the unfortunate reality for GENG is that so many...
Volim kako su ljudi, kad je čim je T1 okrenulo malo loše, pa drame se gumaju ušijem i slashom. Smešno mi sve to. Odmah žele downfall. Ne znaju, ne razumiju. Najbolja e-sport organizacija na svetu.
It absolutely is, and I want to remind you yesterday of the performance from Guma
Faker pali gasi Q. Na tripo je čovjek da promenu poziciju u lane-u.
Mislim da to sve manje me.
27, ridiculous. Had massive leads in most of the games early on. Was pumping out the damage. The Jinx game, he was completely untouched. Once he got a couple kills, he really did run away with it. T1 played incredibly around him to enable him. They know that this guy is going to get them across the finish line if they put him in a good spot.
The bot lane scrappy here early on, not as much as we saw in the previous
Faker baš haguje, Faker u lošoj poziciji ovdje. Ovo je flash, instant preko pilara.
Ovo je kill.
Faker's got to try to run the flash chop from Canyon. Power siphon sets it up. Canyon knocks it down. GENG with first blood. 2 minutes.
Good old 3 campo mid.
Never fails.
This game going quickly.
Solid tactic.
Quay is a champion that once that flash is gone is easy to lock down. Once he used the skill in that mid lane matchup, they were quick to capitalize. Chovy and Canyon draw first blood here in game 4.
I just think the gank was perfectly timed. They were waiting for Faker to actually use his skill. As soon as he used the
pazi šta pričaš, nisam iskoristio izolaciju ni jednom danas.
Što je retko za Raleta, moram da priznam. Retko.
With Canyon in that side wave, you knew it was going to be incredibly hard for him to survive, and GENG, able to bait that out, able to.
Iskreno se radujem da mi se vrati raspored spavanju, normalno 3 nedelje ležem u 9 ujutru, ne znam gde se nalazim.
Ja ne mogu više, isto, meni je lakše nego tebi.
Tebi je lakše nego meni? Kako misliš?
Meni je lakše nego tebi.
Dobro, u kom smislu?
U smislu nisam radio svaki dan. I imao sam malo dana kad sam rotirao raspored zbog ispita.
I imaš 20 godina i okej ti da spavaš jednu noć 3-4 sata i sutra da budeš okej. Ja 2 noći za redom spavam 3 sata, 3 urgentnom. Nemaš u mojim godinama to da radiš.
Dobro, pa će si mi koliko si ti spavao kad si bio moj godin.
Pa, sad boga mi umoram. Sad jedna noć, već druga noć nije mi dobro.
Ma ja sad se trudim da spavam kako treba, spavanje je najvažnije.
Jeste, naravno, i treba. Jutro Slavko Horva, au, ne može da ti izoluje. Stvari može ti izoluje.
Mogu li neću jer je Horva dobro.
Tro. Prema tebi, ne prema meni.
Jes jednog, nisam danas, koga sam izolova danas.
Dečko je juče dobio ban. Au, neki, to si mu radio. Au, ove top anime betrayal.
Kakav double je pogodio. Koliko je double zakara. Oj.
Doran only survives. It's a big wave about to crash into the turret as Doran heals back up with the health potion. Keen still applying the pressure. Accelerated shock pass brings the Cassante back down to 300. Pathmaker from Doran.
Doran je bacio svaku magiju.
The undying from Keen.
So, while that very tense situation was happening on the top side of the map, they were able to get Gumiyushi's ghost and they got the heal out from Carrier. Doran now taking over to level 6 means that he's a little bit more safer in this 1 versus 1. Doran tested his luck around the dragon, decided against it.
Kapiram posao.
Now that the bot lane of GENG has returned to lane.
Znali koji posao zahteva ustaje u 5 ujutru.
Ako si sat vremena od posla dok ustaneš, popiješ kaficu i stuširaš se, možda neko doručkuje, kreneš na poslu u 6, na poslu si u 7 i rokaš.
Pretty easy for Trundle to take these objectives. Remember also with King's Tribute, you get a nice surge of healing after you take down one of these large...
Dobro, nedelje, to je fair. Ali dobro, opet ljudi rade nedeljom, šta se ne. Nisam ni lego. Fair.
To just get a little bit of extra tempo over Faker here, make sure he's keeping that pressure up.
Dobro, pa rade ljudi nedeljom.
Finish off the Drake that Canyon was securing there. So we've got the early gold lead for GENG thanks to Canyon in the mid lane. We've got the early objective lead for Canyon with the Drake take before the grubs even spawn.
This one ward in that banana
Danas me
rush
rame
has
bolilo
paid a lot
sanje
of
jučer.
dividends. This ward
Šta
right
te?
here actually spotted owner when he
Rame
walked in to
bolilo.
start the
Si
dragon.
grudio?
Nije
Push him
htio.
off again.
Nego?
Nije
Looking
htio,
for
da,
angles
grudi,
to go
grudi,
towards
grudi.
mid lane, spots him walking
Nego
into
šta
the
te
river.
boli?
Radio sam kosi sa šipkom, pa sam malo...
Aha.
Srednje rame, ovdje.
Ja sutra radim ramena, nisam ih radio 7 dana. Nije, 6 dana. Jedva čekam, baš mi se radi ramena.
Yeah, owner loses half HP, but he really wants this red buff. We're
To mi je
carrying
ono,
right
gote dan.
beside him, and Canyon still on the other side of the
Uvijek
map.
mi boli ramena kad radim push. Sutra je puno, ništa neće ostati.
T1, and owner will be the first jungler to level 6.
You'll notice the pings come down onto the red buff on the top side. Owner identifying to his team, I'm going to go base straight towards my jungle camps. Bot lane, you need to be careful. Canyon decided against trying to counter jungle, recognizing the dangers that could come with trying to make that play. He will clear out his top side, now look to go back to base. Hitting level 6
Šljoce rame, idi kod terapeuta, brate. Jer u nekom trenutku će početi ja boli.
Svaki muškarac koji ide u teretanu mora da prođe kroz rame fazu.
Rame faza fair.
Kad tad? Kad tad? Tako da što pre i zagravajte rame. Inače ćete početi da ga zagravate posle povrede sami. Nemojte se brinuti, mislim, ovo mi je rešeno. Ja nikad nisam zagrevao rame, sam zagrevao rame kao Bela Lala. Znate kako se obričem sa onim...
Ja sam čak kupio trake koje nosi sa sobom za zagrevanje. Škotin cijel. Živi kod terapeuta. Ili upoznaj terapeutkinju, Rago, to ti je bolja alternativa.
Ovo je dobro baš.
O! I can show you. Opa, izmašio svako ku ovdje. 2 Q je promašio.
Respekt za Dorana, ovo je bilo lepo.
Jeste.
Canyon's the one closest to death. Owner still chasing, throws another rock, but it won't matter. Somehow, nobody dies.
Exchange of flashes in the top lane as T1 also tried to make a play in mid. Chovy was being threatened by Carrier, the knockup that comes through from the Tom Kench.
Kako volim ove klasične kompozicije sa 3 tanka i hyper carryem i artillerist mageom. Kontrol mageom. Baš ono stari LoL.
Keen feels confident. No, he's going to back away.
Sejuani, Sion, Oriana, Jinx i Brown.
Their first objective of the game.
Nicely done there for T1. Getting the near kill on the jungler feels bad in the moment, but it feels good enough to get the objective as owner's making his way into the top side. He stalls impact, slams Keen into the wall, and Doran with some footwork secures the kill and gets right back out.
GENG has been pressuring Doran, but this time the cavalry arrives there. Owner comes in and is able to help get that kill. They are looking for Carrier.
Čovjek koji je stisnuo S i backsteps
idi radi.
Da Duro uđe u range.
Move speed boost from heal, forcing the defensive summoner choices there from Carrier to make sure that he doesn't get caught.
Carrier, though, just going to take a base, and he has teleport, so he'll get right back out on the map if he wants to. You can see first items starting to come through. There's the Iceborne done for Doran. Yuntal's done as well for Gumayushi. So T1 starting to hit these first power spikes.
I will say that
Ništa, Sekula troluje.
built up a bit of a lead in his matchup against Rula, but because he rotated towards mid, they try to make some plays on the Chovy, and also he was just
Neka će Lijana govoriti Sekula.
Jednog dana, možda.
Možda bude bio, ako ne budemo kolege u nekom momentu, možda bude bio raspoloženiji, zato što će reći da me vići.
Ako ne budemo kolegi, pogledat ceo Blue Lock. Možda, ali opet pitanje.
Ne mogu da gledam. Možda bi sad dobar moment za Blue Lock, jer ću uskoro završiti Ted Lassa, a još nema sezone futbolske, pa da gledam daš. Sad uzeo gledam Ted Lasso dok je čekam da završi, da počne sezonu.
Ne znam šta je to, ali nije Blue Lock, tako da.
Ojoj. Čovjek TP je nepotreban. Rur bi def.
Summoner spellbook, so as soon as Faker arrives, even though Keen is low, he knows they cannot chase for that kill. If they do, they will both die for it. So double TP spent up towards that top side, but they do get a kill for GENG.
Gumayushi, though, going to be securing all these plays.
Grab je cool, ali kao... Previše ovog voda dole.
Realize that Ruler is alone in bot lane because of that TP you were talking about, Azael, and so immediately they look to put the pressure on. Top side, GENG trying to cross map, Keen trying to hold this wave.
Yeah, Keen really doesn't want to give away the first turret this early, especially
when he's going
to put the damage into the top side, tier 1. Keen holding on.
I sad get excited.
T1 now trying to get a kill onto Keen.
Čak i da dobije kill, neće ga dobiti, nije vjerojatno jer je Guma dobio kill.
T1 tie up the kills.
Your meal is served, Carrier and Owner. Serving up Keen on a silver platter to the Jinx, getting him the first kill of the game. He got paid with the plates, he got paid from the tower kill, and now gets a kill on the top laner to boot, opening up an 800 gold lead here for the Jinx to equal that of Chovy's in the mid lane.
That's the biggest thing. Gumayushi is being accelerated.
Sad će napeta partija, 60 minuta traje, GENG dobije i onda 5. game T1 Stomp u 25. To je full script, ako želite detalje, tu sam da vam podelim to s vama.
GENG's finding advantages. It was Chovy that secured the tower in the top lane, but Gumayushi is becoming a problem.
Chovy might have secured the turret top, but the turret bottom was killed by T1 first. Gumayushi, 700 gold ahead on the hyper carry Jinx, on the big performance that you already mentioned, Isaac. We saw yesterday with this champion. T1 off to a solid start here, but the gold, like you say, Vedius, it is still even. GENG will see if they can stop Gumayushi from continuing.
Opet su prvi na rotaciji na midu, uzeli su 2 plate iz ovoga maestralno. Ovo ne se dešava. Mislim, ne sme, ali je GENG veliki greška.
Well, Chovy does have the gold lead. Like I said, I do worry about this potential build. You know, I would have liked maybe a more aggressive build here, because Roa is going to be so slow, and yes, it does make you tankier, but I feel like the fights are almost purely front to back here. He needs to be able to have the damage actually knock through these frontliners, or it's all going to kind of be up to Ruler.
Canyon shows up in time to try to help Ruler defend this tier 1 turret, but again,
Vrlo dijem ekipu koji igra oko mene, ovako ko ovi igra oko Gume. Sam trenutno dobar kao Guma i to je to, ali...
Volio vidim imaš 4 najbolji igrača da igraju oko tebe, samo za tebe ovaj game. A da ti igraš Jinx, legitimno.
Bukvalno, Guma cosplay je Aisho Speed, su ona 2 telohranitelja, vrate, bukvalno. Gde god Blay oko njega stoje tam Kenchi, jedan tank, Xanti ili Skarner.
Baš su dobro uvežbali ove komp. A mislim, vidjeli smo da je isto dobro igrao ovaj komp i GENG protiv T1 u prvoj seriji.
To je true. To je true.
Very similar, but the edge to T1 by 2 of those as well. 14 minutes into the game as the plates fall.
Programer popravio ovu grafiku.
It's a tale of 2 sides of the map. T1's bottom lane is ahead, but the jungle and the solo lanes of GENG have built advantages for themselves.
They absolutely have. And we've got to talk about T1 and their history at MSI. This is 2017, the last time they actually won back, you know, a very different roster here with Huni on it. And you can see, you know, they had a number of years where they didn't even qualify. They're now on this streak, second in 2022, third in both 23 and 24. Now,
čekaj, šta gledam kod Dorana, sad sam zbunjen.
Ma, komentar,
after 8 long years.
T1, 5-man
Dobre, realno.
Dobar.
So often we see big fights break out for this big objective. Accelerated shock blast finds no target. In the meantime, Canyon has secured the scuttle crab for the side of GENG. 1 Drake to 1 for both sides here.
Gledajte kako su u liniji, kao rugby igrači, nevjerovatno.
T1 still looking for control over the mid wave. They'll push it up slightly faster, but Ruler can easily
Guma quarterback pozadi.
Pogledajte Carryenu poziciju,
Carrier pada. A Guma nema reset.
And T1 picked the wrong moment. GENG were ready to absorb the engage. They'll take the kill, they'll take the feat, and they'll take themselves the Herald.
Duro so quick to re-engage.
Viktor je veći hyper carry od Freya.
T1 trying to contest this tower.
Spiraling despair on Ruler. He's got to flash away to stay alive. Keen putting a little bit of pressure onto Doran now as Chovy makes his way.
Guma nema mane I popio turret shot.
Low on health, low on mana. Doran, footwork over the wall, barely stays alive. GENG will not allow T1 anything more.
Defeats are going to be decided by the next
objective
here. This game so tense right
bio
now.
dobar engage.
Harold summed it up.
Mislim da daju sve njih u instant exhaust na tranda. Bio je problem što Zeri su oko njegov shield.
Yeah, no worries about that. Faker can kill it as it tries to rear up and get another charge. No dice, but GENG, beautifully played sequence there to stop T1 in their tracks.
And it's Carrier that you need to keep your eyes on. He thinks that he's creating this collapse, but it's he who gets collapsed on. A beautiful pillar place with the engage that comes through from Duro, charming onto 2. Ona uses his ult in response, but they don't quite have the damage needed to get that kill onto Duro, meaning that he then bounces back to his team. And GENG walk away with a kill.
And they didn't have the follow-up CC because Guma actually spent the chompers just trying to keep the rest of GENG out. So when you spend that starter who has already used all his spells, who has already spent the ulti, you need that kill if the fight is going to go your way. So pretty catastrophic when he is able to get out to safety. And that bought the space for Ruler to then feel confident.
Nije tako jednostavno, Roberte, baš.
But this would be feats here if T1 are able to take it.
Yeah, T1 are first to the scene here with a Drake, and it looks like GENG might just give it away.
Odličan crossmap. Jako je lepo vidjeti dobro junglere kao koriste stranu siege potencijal za crossmap playere. Baš volim to da gledam.
Defeats claimed by the side of T1. The Infernal Drake is theirs. 2-1 on the Drake count. The extra magical boots in their pockets. Or on their feet.
I think back to the beginning of spring. Game 3 of this matchup. It was Chovy's Victor with the fancy footwork, the incredible playmaking that really came up clutch. And now, as you highlight, Azael, look at the gold invested into him. That Rod of Age is 5 stacks, getting closer to that Leandro.
Tako je, Đorđe, bravo.
1.6k in his favor in that mid lane matchup. As you say, closing out the injuries, which is such an important buy here. When you're going up against Tom Kench, Skarner, Cassante, all of this health.
Zeri probio shield, ne ide Shinint. Zeri ne probio shield više, koliko ja znam. Nisu je to uklonili.
Ne bi trebalo bi da ulti i dalje raditi to, da?
Šta?
Ulti?
U Blitz ulti ubija shieldove, ne Zeri ult.
Ne rade to oba. Ne. A i dalje ne, sigurno da nema nikakav bonus damage za shieldove.
Hoću da vidim da li je... I bilo ono pre da krade shieldove, ali mislim da su to uklonili.
Da, ali ja mislim da su i samo ostavili bonus damage, ne krade, nego brže ubija. Pasiv tipa.
To i gledam sad.
Kakav pilar, Canyon.
Desynchronized, and Owner has to use his flash just to not die.
GENG is vicious with their aggression, pushing in that bot tower, immediately forcing a fire onto Doran. Owner
skinuli su još shield shred svugdje, nema ga nigde.
Nigde. Ni na pasiv proku.
Bilo je samo na pasiv proku, pre. To jest na Q, da krade shield. Kada napadaš, neko ima shield, ti njemu skidaš shield i sebi ga daješ, ali to su uklonili.
Dobro, a nema nikakav shred van toga.
Ne, nije nimala pre, nije nimala pre. To je jedino kako prolazi Ergo shieldove bilo kad napada da kradeš ti tobe. To su uklonili skroz.
And losing the flash on Skarner is critical because look at the engage for T1. It's almost non-existent, right? You really are relying on that playmaking tool here from Owner to be able to put pressure on the carries.
Tako je, Thor.
Arkan on the map, and both these teams will not hesitate to use it to start a fight, especially if they feel that they are stronger. Now, Chovy could argue, listen, I only need 3 more stacks.
Sam ja već ovo gledao, ma ne. A sorry ljudi, ja samo, mislim, kažem, ja vam čitam skriptu, što da radim, ono, nisam ja kriv. Taka je situacija.
And this objective, they're often very afraid.
Jedan 3-1 teško. Chovy je mnogo dobre pozicije. A Chovy je mnogo dobar kontrol među igrač.
Which can be a very powerful tool to still have around the top side.
Duro ulazi u fog.
Ja sam rekao, ove 60 minuta game.
Jump back into the Herald pit as Owner tags him and knows what GENG is up to. Control ward from GENG in the Otacon pit as T1 back away.
Yeah, Faker is the only one not here. He is just pushing out mid lane, and Ruler's going to be sent to a spawn. So T1 will have an opportunity when they see Ruler to try to move in and contest vision if they want to do it.
T1 still playing cautiously here as their mid laner is over in the mid lane. Duro looking to make a move onto Faker. He finds the grand entrance with a quickness, and Ruler puts bullets through Faker's heart. GENG with a kill on the enemy mid laner now has control.
Duro has been fishing for so many picks, and he finally finds one onto the mid laner of T1. Faker is caught. GENG have the numbers advantage, and they're looking to take everything from T1's jungle.
They're going to start by stealing away the red buff. They're going to continue by putting down vision control. They are going to pressure in a 5v4 situation. A TP about to show up as the gravity well welcomes Doran to the battlefield. Duro stunned up into the wall. Grand exit right back over. Doran goes all out. Ton of damage.
Ok, guma.
He's going to get killed. Ruler.
A mora rulera da bije, ne smiju rulera pustiti. Guma je mrtav ovdje. Džabe ti get excited kad si u čošku.
Džabe si brz kad nemaš da ja trčiš, da.
Tako je. Džabe si brz kad trčiš u mestu.
Kako lepo tuku.
Kao vaš caster. Koji ne trči, ali kapirate pojem.
And gets immediately punished by the GENG solo laners. They got so much damage down onto him. Again, owner spent the ult on only Duro. They can't even kill him during
magnetic
it.
field,
As soon as
insane.
those tools are down, Ruler knows it is my moment. He goes in and cleans up.
You could see how hard T1 tried to protect Gumi.
Hladan je, znači, i beo je i hladan je, znači, kao da ima temperaturu 934 stepena.
And as you said, Azael, with a lead like this, it feels like it's GENG's game to lose.
Ovi ako nastavi ovako da igra ovaj game, proglasit će mu kliničku smrt.
All right, this is where T1 still have a lead. They're up 2-1 in these, but it's not like they're at sole point. It's not like this is a must fight on the side
Boj
of
brat Marija se carry i dalje
GENG.
mora, zna da mora.
Shy away from anything, Betty. As you said, Otacon's a great time to fight. I think Dragon's a great time to fight. T1 in the enemy jungle, recognizing, hey, GENG wants the Drake. They'll try to get something on the other side of the map, claim the tier 1 turret, but they won't get a chance. Chovy's already there. Canyon will take the Drake. Super mega death rocket, just a little bit too late. As Keen versus Doran down here in the bottom side, it's not going to turn into a whole lot.
Ne čita se Đuro.
Viki, pa na početku MSI, kad je krenuo turnir. Jedini uslov je bio da dobijem skriptu da ne uradim pikem kako se sve piše po skriptu. Pa sam morao nešto da izmemunišem tamo, znaš, da ne bude očigledno.
He's pretty good at AD carry.
Yes.
One would have to.
That checks out.
Assume. And now, though, the problem is Ruler is
Juntal RFC Infinity Guma imaće problema.
Answering the challenge of hyper carry against hyper carry here in game number 4.
Nemam damage na hit za hit.
Fully completed items on the very scary Zeri carry. Ruler
very scary Zeri carry. Ne, šalim se, na TV-u smo ljudi. Niste stvarno mislili da tu idem.
But bringing out a hyper carry in response, just focus on farming your way through the game. Ruler's ahead in CS, he's ahead in 3 completed items.
Lagano, sve okej. Sve ti praštam, znam kako ti je.
GENG, they are not slowing down with the pressure.
Ispi za 2 dana,
into the
GG.
topside jungle, taking full vision control and threatening the Baron in 27 seconds.
Big items for GENG. Seeker's arm guard available for Chovy's Victor makes it a
Ova
much more
postava
difficult
T1
target.
vam je najjača kroz
Deadman's plate
istoriju.
for Canyon. Much
Ova
easier
sa
to get the
Zuzu.
positioning he needs on these
To je uzela
pillars,
back
which
to
are an
back.
incredible tool against immobile carries. Look at Hui, look at Jinx. That pillar goes up.
Što šetam u mestu? Zato što ako krenem da šetam na distancu, otiću od kompa i neću moći da vidim game. To nije play.
Ovo je najracionalnije objašnjenje koje sam ikada čuo.
Mislim, gdje ću već?
Pa zašto trčiš na traci u teretanima, ti strčiš iz teretana već viš dobro. Gledit ću na ulicu šta će odati.
Će me udari auto neki na ulici, čovječ.
To ti kažem. Tek kući teretane policijska stanica, već onda i... Čovječe, može.
Because T1 just don't have a lot of pick. Yeah.
Na kojoj si traci, na moje. Šalim se, Orion G1. Ne, morao sam. Kasno je. Orion Race G1. Na kojoj ću biti riječ od komšije da ukradim sigurno.
Najbolji demo kvasto je ovo sad.
Pola 6 je, morate nam oprostiti. Orion Race G1 je model. Ali nemoj da kupuješ u punoj cijeni preskupa.
Jo, fejkere.
Gotov game, ma gotovo je odavno ovo bilo. Oner? O? Ne, on je mrtav pre nego što opadne, da. I šta sad? I šta ćemo sad?
Ne može se pridružiti zabavi, morate mi vidjeti paru nagradu smo morali.
Čuj bonuse, najjače bonuse imamo. Faker trole, mora. A imamo dobre bonuse. Imamo dobre bonuse. 0-2-0 živ, to je ko da si polumrtav.
Game 5.
Da, Silverscapes.
Ali to stvarno bio najbolji Silverscapes koji si mogao?
Ne, nije. To je druga pesma, previše je kasno.
Piercing Light je krenuo da verovatno buduće.
Kako 2 kod je namešteno? Kod je skriptovano, ljudi.
Kod je skriptovano.
A da. 12 minuta pauza, 25 minuta... Ne, 26-34 je sljedeći game. 26-34, zapisat ću game 5. 12 minuta pauza. Izvolite, postanite Patreon. I vidimo se posle pauze. Ćao.
They grabbed the blue side for themselves and they ran it home.
We're getting one last game to rule them all, and how fitting with this tournament that has set the record for the most 5-game series ever of any international. It has been banger after banger after banger, and this one is gonna be good.
Well, also, who better to do it than T1 and Gen G?
Yeah.
They faced each other so many times over the years. They know each other so well. It's so exciting.
We're being so spoiled.
We really are.
Oh, and I dropped my email. But let's talk about how it all happened. And Maurits, you were just talking to me about, like, this is actually such a Gen G comp out of T1.
It's so funny because I've actually seen at this tournament, Gen G try the same. We're going to play heavy for skirmish. We're going to take every fight we can get. And it didn't really quite look as good. And I think here we're seeing, because if these comps were switched, I think Gen G fans like, oh, it's so free. Multiple burly goods to protect that Jinx, a Tom Kench as well. And then you find out you really do need to play very clean for the entirety of the game, because one mistake and it falls apart.
We get it, right? It's the comp, it's a similar comp and composition bot lane that they won Game 5 with yesterday, so I get why they did it, Kobe.
Yeah, 100%. Keria in that one goes a little bit too far and you get instantly punished. I have to shout out Canyon. Yeah. Canyon was so active so early on the Trundle. Not only was it critical for the composition, but he had a mission this game. This man is one of the jungle goats, and he really put on a show. Ganking mid, getting Faker behind, getting the flashes blown, and punishing Keria, the pillar coming up behind him, no escape.
You've always loved him. I know that.
I am biased, it's true.
Emily?
Yeah, I was going to say, it was Canyon's early map movement that really impressed me, right? Because he got pretty much played around all of his lanes, especially mid and top. We're able to get them ahead. And also his pillars in so many of these fights were really crucial to separate the fight out. I don't think I saw Owner be able to get a really sick impale, you know, on multiple people. And part of that was just how they were splitting the fights.
And I want to talk a little bit about the top lane, because obviously there's a lot of stats here. What I want to highlight, I actually think when it comes to impact in this series, which is crazy to me, Doran has been pulling ahead of Keen. I think Keen's laning phases have been great, but he was lacking the impact on the Jax. I think this Jace game, again, his early laning phase was amazing, but a couple, and as we can see, so are his damage numbers, but I do think a lot of that does come down to him just beating up on Doran in the lane. But then you look as, okay, never mind, you know what, damage on kill still high. My bad on the damage.
I'm sorry. I pushed that button, I'm sorry.
No. I mean, I think that's good, because what it does highlight is Keen, the standards that player has set for themselves in the LCK is insane, right? The fact we're still talking about the impact that Doran's been able to have, I think is such a telltale sign of how this series just has been players taking turns, because Duro also had a crazy redemption game after getting super gapped in the last one.
I feel like it's also really telling again of how well Doran now fits on this T1 roster, right? Comes in, initially looks shaky. So many people were like, you know what, Doran at Internationals, guys. I don't know if you'll be able to win a title with this guy on your roster. And I think, like you said, even if his stats aren't like amazing, he's been really, really impactful.
The Ornn?
Yeah.
Nice. I saw you.
Where we're going with that.
I saw she had something prepped.
Where's that bug?
No!
That was beautiful.
Anyways, that's intrusive thoughts, one. Going into game 5, though, super crazy, right? We've got like T1 on the one hand who absolutely want to kill that win streak, but the win streak is still alive at 22 for GENG. There's all these sub-stories of Chovy, can he do it versus Faker in a final?
And Chovy has been really good so far this series, putting up some big numbers. Of course, yes, we keep on showing the streak because
keep bowing.
It is so long. And now we are one game away from seeing if we will actually break it or if they can continue on this epic road that they have paved.
I want you to think about how long ago February is. Right, that's the insane part. It's been so long, and even if they end up losing here, with how the series has been going, it's a complete toss-up for me in game number 5. But even taking that into account, that streak is crazy.
T1's on blue, so.
That is big.
That's true. I want to take a look also at these two teams' win rates in game 5 specifically, right? We saw that most recent best of 5 where GENG did end up in a really close kind of go down early, come back late with a Jinx composition, come back, and they were able to win in that game 5. I think, there we go, GENG pulling a bit ahead in terms of percentage.
I think pulling a bit ahead, but the kicker here is that one of these just happened, and it was T1 versus GENG in a game 5. Who benefits that now coming into that game 5 once again?
Well, I was going to say the kicker is also that T1 have played a lot more game 5s overall. So to still have that 57.5% win rate is really impressive.
Yeah, and I know that there's a quote from Lore who was talking to owner for OTP where he talked about specifically 2022 DRX game 5 and that he said we weren't taking it seriously enough then and that has followed them for a very long time. So they definitely have the tools to channel the right energy coming into this game 5. But the fact that T1 is on blue, we do have some graphics to show the champion pools of these two teams, so let's pull them up and take a look where we could go.
Yeah, this should be the champion pools of both teams.
I think it's a full screen.
Yeah.
So
I've got some art project.
I have a trusty backup in case we need it.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
So as we see, this is just at this tournament, but we see this is GENG. A lot of the champions that they have prioritized throughout are off the table.
Oh, Nidalee.
Nidalee's still up.
I mean, last time we had Canyon Nidalee versus Owner Lee Sin, Owner kind of bopped him.
Yeah.
even though GENG ended up winning that game. So maybe they don't do that, but my eyes are going towards the Aurora. I really feel like Chovy has been playing super well. Even in the game that they lost on Talia, he got so many good seismic shoves, and in their wins, he was huge. So that very well could be a really big one, because I feel like that champion with the buffs on this patch.
Calista's still alive.
Oh, don't you go there. Don't you go there.
No, wait, where's my mask?
T1 specifically, I'm looking down at Caria, right? Because he will end up picking so many different things in that bot lane. They've kind of prioritized picking out the Nico, but I want to see what he plays in game 5.
Oh God, it's so interesting, the choices to make for either side, and the fact that for GENG, this could be their second consecutive MSI win. But this man on your screen right now, Faker, wants to make up for that game 5 loss of a couple of days ago. Vancouver, one last time. Are you ready to scrape some silver?
They have absolutely been shaking this building every game 5.
Woo!
Exit right back over. Doran goes all out. Ton of damage on the Keen. He's going to get killed. Ruler ready to get excited. Ton of damage on the T1. And they're all getting evaporated. T1 are washed from the rift.
It all comes down to this. One last time. One last Game 5 here in Vancouver for MSI. Is GENG going to be able to get their streak at 23 series? Or is T1 gonna be able to break their MSI curse? Are you ready?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the final time this tournament, for the final time on this stage here in Vancouver, Canada. One last game to determine our MSI champions. One last game to see who is the better team between GENG and T1.
I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better final. This MSI has given us the most best of fives at any Riot international competition. And for these two teams, these long-standing rivals, they will etch another chapter into the history books as it'll all come down to this. And gentlemen, we've seen a lot of one-sided Game 5s, but I feel like that we're gonna get a lot of spicy stuff when these two teams hit the rift.
I am so ready to see what the choices are going
Slobodno
to
ti
be.
priču, kolega, nisi ti mi u to.
Previously have been the ones where we start to see those hyper carries, but with Game 4 being
Gdje si Derilko?
remember also we saw the Cassandra as well from Doran, so that's not available.
Peti game, da, peti game, pa to je skripta.
Already eliminated.
There absolutely is, but these players...
Sve je prosto kako je
Povesim svetla, ajde, posle ću slojeno sa draftova, da krenemo da draftujemo tiga, ajde.
Ajde. Samo da nas namestim ja ovdje, coachevi.
Varus je vjerojatno banovan. Varus ovdje.
Ash is still available, Caitlyn is still available, so there's still tons that these players can reach out and grab.
Okay.
To me, the question is not, can you find a champion that you can play in Game 5? The question is,
Aurora treba bude
champion
banovana.
that you can play in Game 5 that has a good lane matchup, that is part of a cohesive composition.
I sad ovdje se kuva, to je poenta. Ovdje se već ne zna ko šta igra.
Silas, Aurora, Akali.
Silas, Aurora. Možda Henčikaš Silas Akali meč. Svoliš Kajsa, Aurora.
Kalista nema Renatu. Guma Draven.
Lisi, zanimljivo.
Aurora, neće Faker da igra Auroru, to je problem.
To neće, šta mu fali. Silas bi van do duše.
Sad ćemo da imamo.
Silas bi van, mada Silas ne želi da igra Auroru, želi malo možda. Caitlyn bi van. Oh, no.
Not a fan.
It also kind of denies the Nidalee by issue of taking its best pairing away.
Well, to feel that for Canyon, it's just a champion that he's so amazing at. What we were looking at his win rate, 83% all-time career or something ridiculous like that. The Aatrox currently being...
Bro, kakav je ovo responsivan, mislim kao ono... Čudan je draft, da, baš je čudan. Ovo ima više, mislim više smisla. Canyon i da, jao. Drago mi je što sam seo, Ovaj game ću samo da gledam.
Sorry, kolega. It's over, kolega. Na. Vidi smo šta će Carry igrati, da li se da me navuči nešto, navijem za T1.
The Nidalee come out for Canyon against Owner. It was Owner's Lee Sin that really did rule the day, but the Lee Sin, of course, is banned now.
Bard.
So many of the strong physical damage junglers are all gone.
Bard je otvoren.
Bard će biti B3. Bard će biti B3. Ne želiš da igraš sada u Nidalee. Buzonje. Ovo je Lilia Bard. Ne, ovo je Caitlyn Bard. Ovo je Caitlyn Bard ignoriše džunglu. Ovo je Caitlyn Bard ignoriše džunglu.
Da, ovo je P3S game.
Verujte mi ljudi, verujte mi da ovo je Caitlyn Bard.
Karma mi se baš ne bi svidala, baš mi se ne bi svidala Karma.
Ok, postoje drugi priority pikovi.
Ovo mi se jako ne bi svidalo. Ovo mi se jako ne sviđa, osim ako nije Karma na midu.
Proto Carry već izgubi 1 game 5, finale International sa Kavom, to je 2022.
Rađe bi da je Trasha igrao bukvalno. Evo, bukvalno bi rađe da igrao Trasha.
Ali je igrana već.
Ovo je stres.
Ziggs je open. Ziggs je open. Ziggs je 3 može bude priča. E pa ovo da, dobro.
Will lock in the Aurora. You can see here 6-9 throughout the tournament. It's been popular, but it hasn't been the most successful.
But you have to come back to the question of, is it Chovy piloting it? The man is a monster on this champion, and with the pool as limited as it is, GENG can attack that mid lane. They can narrow the options available, but it depends how confident Canyon
Zadnji game 2-2 je, skripta skriptuje, tako da to je to.
Sajla se Kali su banovi. Vi ste fake, Sajla! To smo zaboravili.
To je u stvari legit, to je u stvari legit.
Radije banova Sajla se ne vara iskri. Sajla si mnogo naporniji za skrmišovanje, a NVMe ima Nidalee Aurora. Pa da je prisutnija. Vjerujem. Vjerujem između Silasa i Akali, verovatno.
Yasuo!
I mean, I guess they're anticipating a possible Lilia to come through from Ona, an AP champion that can wave clear very fast to try and keep up with the Nidalee, and that means that they would need an AD mid with the Yasuo gone. Perhaps Yone is an alternative.
Pa Yone je bolje ako igra na midu, ali imaš Caitlyn i... Imaš Caitlyn i Renekton, a Lilia ne mora da bude solo AP, šta?
Mislim, nije obično dovoljno jako meti.
Šta?
Mislim, nije on dovoljno jaka besa, možda da midi dalje. Jungle ne može, mid može vidjeti. Ovo mi je odvratno. Pogotovo bez tank supporta. Shena će igrati duro. Shen je R5.
The thing that I'm looking at here on this composition, a total lack of engage, a lack of lockdown. GENG still need hard CC somewhere as we wait to see T1 picks for jungle and mid.
And that's where you maybe start to really cook. Maybe you go to a weird support here, something that is off meta. It's going to be Viego Ari here. As soon as
Viego Ari, dobre. I ovdje Shen i to fajn. Nema šta drugo da igra su Shena. Možda igra Trasha, ali to je sumno. Ok, može i Pai kad igra ako želi, ali to je ludo.
To je flip, to je baš flip.
Shen je mnogo sigurnija varijanta. Ej, no way! Wow!
Ok. Hrabar draft.
Carrier was one of his idols while he was attempting to make his way through the challenger scene in Korea.
Ovo će biti stomp, samo pitanje za koga, ali će biti stomp. Ovo nema šta, ovo je 20. Napisam gore, 26. 26-32, 30 tako nešto sam napisao. 26-34, to sam napisao gore, evo pistovat ću opet dole. To je napisano, to je napisano. Ovo je pri 30 sigurno, jer s ovim draftom vidi, ovo ne ide u hyperlate. To samo ne događa.
Jedino ako bude mnogo push-pull.
Ja ne vidim kako ovaj game ide past 30. Samo su previše snowballi.
They have an incredible amount of single target damage, but there's also so many good targets presenting themselves on GENG. There's really not much tankiness whatsoever on their side.
This is it. GENG, can they find the creativity? Can they find the playmaking with this very non-traditional, non-heavy engaged comp? Or will T1's single target capability enable the Viego to reset and dominate these fights and propel them to their first
Ne verujem da će Owner moći da dobije ovaj meč.
I've got to say, GENG's comp insanely difficult to pilot, I think, here. T1 going 5 members bot, won't run into anyone from GENG, but you're looking at Pyke and Nidalee, 2 champions that are kind of famous for being feast or famine. You know, you get ahead, you can run over a game. You get behind, you are food for the opponents.
You're the road.
Exactly. You are very, very difficult to pilot these champions. But Canyon, his Nidalee is iconic. He has been dominating on it for so long. So you have to think if there's anyone that could pull off a comp like this against T1, it would be GENG.
First game in the series that there are no summoner spellbooks present, so no extra teleports,
Da, vidim, polako, čekaj, polako, ali nije jednostavno ovo.
Jednostavno je samo na miša.
Jeste bilo bi, ali čim pipne miša, odletit ćeš u tungu.
Šta rade ove? Boje se svega. Genijalci.
GENG, the defending MSI champions.
Kin lišuje. Za šta Kin lišuje? Kin lišuje za invade. Kin lišuje za invade.
Za buff to buff.
Kin lišuje za red invade.
Also really wondering if Ruler's going to be able to find good angles for ultimates, because there's basically zero
setup
for it feels like. It's just the Aurora to throw down the ult and try to slow you up, but there's not that hard CC to really lock someone in place.
A ne bi trebalo tako da bude, zato što neće imati bot prije za to.
The Ezreal to come through, having that extra bit of safety into this matchup specifically, but they wanted more AoE teamfighting power. Ruler and Duro going to be pushed back. Another hook connects, 2 for 2 now for Duro.
Nice hooks, but of course T1 has the push and they have the level advantage, so it's just a bit of poke. We are in game 5
Boga mi je bito po kosto guma bez pota I bez 200 helta još.
In these game 5s. T1 19-4 it says
I crashovali su prerano.
Excuse me. It must be 19-14 exactly, and then over on the other side it is a 65% win rate.
I crashovali su drugi wave, to se ne radi.
In those game 5s. So both teams
Ti drafti jači i zašto, oba drafta su jaka, samo igraju na različite stvari. Igraju na slične stvari zapravo. Malo više se T1-ov komp zastavlja na pik i na resetu odvija ga Jari, znači moraju da nađu prvi kill. S druge strane, GENG ima malo više snowball komp, gde žele da dobiju lead na Nidalee recimo u early game i da to transferuju na Auroru i Miss Fortune.
Should be at the bottom side of the map, and Canyon is there right now. Spear flies out, doesn't find anything. Airball on that one, as Canyon sees no opportunity here.
Doran proxija, da. Pa znam da neće da ga juri. Matrix, ne
in terms of farm, there will be a few CS, but Canyon going to make his way towards that top crab, realizes that he's not in a position to fight for the bottom one. Faker struggling a little bit in the matchup as Chovy on this championship
loves to play in your face. Igrač od Lumi i Carrija, znaju oni šta rade. Nisu oni crashovali drugi bez razloga. Samo se to ne radi zato što onda držiš perma priority i to oni žele da udaraju u kulu. Samo manje dobiješ, manje imaš prostora na kraju klirovanja. Jungler imaš malo manje prostora, ali ako možeš da ih držiš konstantno pod kulom, ako odigraš savršeno u redu.
Dene da, ali ne postoji hero koga Oner ne zna da igra. Nije to, mislim, u kompetitivu to nije problem. I Oneru daju kill.
Igra JJ-evski, ja.
And there's nothing complicated about this gank. The wave is just in a good spot for T1. They force the play. They have to commit the flash from Doran, but they make it happen. Keen losing his flash as well. And there's no cross-map play available for Canyon.
Which is really well done. Great setup. Doran had the wave, as you said, Vedi. Perfect spot. And there's not really any outplaying that for Keen. It's the flash stun to set it up. A guaranteed follow for Owner. No way he can get out. They're going to look for Faker, though.
Canyon, no spear connect means no gank success.
But I do love these drive-bys from Canyon. You can be so annoying as in Italy. You come in, you throw a spear, maybe throw down an auto or two, you heal your teammate, and that is just giving him basically an extra potion worth of HP. It slowly kind of pushes the lane in their favor.
Samo što ne ide na build koji meni nije fan, ali realno je tačan. Mislim, ide na Sander. Ja se nadam da ide na Trinity. Ja se nadam da ide na Trinity kolektor.
Trinity kolektor shieldbu.
Ja se nadam da ide na
Trinity Thunder Sky, sići ga Trinity Cleaver, verovatno smarački build, ali Trinity bi trebalo bude prvi.
Providing that extra bit of utility with the shields. The pike now on the roam as well. Level 6 is really valuable for Duro. Having that execute just gives you that much more kill pressure. Ruler, though, looking to match Gumayushi on the top side.
500 gold lead for T1. Just the single kill so far in
Ne. Oni znaju svakog igrača, svakog heroja da odigraju. Nije pojem nećeš igrati MF sve vreme, ti treba baciš tek ja svoj shot attack sa koji playsuješ E.
As you can see, Doran again just getting the better of his opponent in that 1v1 with Renegade versus Aatrox matchup. This is the time that we're seeing this game flash away from Carrier there with pressure from Duro and Canyon. This is the time here in the match. If there's ever a time to stand up, that's the time to do it. T1 though might just get dove, make it rain, putting the pressure on. Gumayushi with the flash away between worlds.
Ček. Okej. Nije mogo bolje da odigra ove. It's fine.
Nije trebala flasha.
A mogo je samo da umre, u suštini... Video sam ideju.
They do get a dragon on the bot side thanks to Owner, but what a big play for GENG to be able to pull off, and the perfect place for all the gold to go right into Ruler's pockets.
Chovy's base will be interrupted, but so much credit on that dive needs to be given to Duro because he flashes, threatening the hook onto Guma, which forces his flash out even earlier. This just sets up the whole rest of the play, given that Carrier had just lost his flash in the river. With a no flash bot lane, the dive becomes easy to
Kakav game sense imaju, to je nevjerovatno. Kako je Carrier ušetao, tako on počeo defensivnije da se pozicionira. Ovo je više war za GENG, jer je uzeli mid priority. Ovo je ova rotacija trenutno. Ovdje botu bi svakog gubili plate-ove ili hit waits.
And they know how much this means. A start like this
could
be that first start of the snowball to get rolling in their favor.
You can see the stress of the T1 fans in the audience. Of course, it's only the start of the game. Another plate going to be secured for Faker.
It's going to get more intense from here, my friends. The Void Grubs.
Da, Kate je flashovala dodge hook jer je net previše sportuje dodge hook, predug je cast time. Instant flash na spell koji ne može da dodgeš i onda ostalo možda netaška dole, razumem sekvencu pokušaja da escape-a. Iako se baš nije odigralo kako je on zamislio.
Koliko je naporan Canyon, to je nevjerovatno.
Owner wanted to defend his side. Doran's coming. They could look for a threatening.
Yeah, Doran
Pike mi deluje baš dobro, jer Pike može mnogo da ti pomogne, može dip koliko god želi, ultima je. Mobilan je koliko i nije da ti isprati skroz.
It's pretty interesting that Owner just got one grub and then immediately went back to his bot side. He does not want to concede all these camps to Canyon. You know how quickly an Italy can run out of control in this early game if she's just allowed a free farm. Nice interrupt there from Faker onto Keen.
And I think Owner really was hoping that they were going to get more than just the defense, that they were going to get a fight, be able to actually collapse and force and maybe get a kill. Because that was a lot of time spent just to get that red. They're looking for Canyon.
Beautiful engage from Owner. Spectrum on Canyon. The Nidalee, no way out. A heartbreaker from Owner is a heartbreaker for GENG fans as the T1 squad gets a pick.
And Owner is now starting to get ahead here. Good hook onto Carry, who has that mana. But Owner right back to the grubs. It means they should be able to grab the full pack here. Owner with 2 kills. And he is getting ahead.
Ja, idemo dobro, team comp da ne ibraju Ownera. Odličan pik. Čak i van pikovi imaju dobro mnogo sam atake damage-a.
Flash commits the stun, sets up for the kill, and as you rightly said, it's Owner that gets 2.
Turo, he wanted to try, I respect the effort, but Owner's got it on lock. All 3 grubs for T1.
Now we find ourselves in a very even game state once more. Of course, at the bottom of your screen, you see blue in favor of Doran, blue in favor of Owner, blue in favor of Faker. What was a very rough early lane matchup for him is now going much better after securing 2 plates in the top side. Gumiyushi is the only one that's actually behind in gold. But you could argue that who else could GENG want to be ahead in this position? Ruler sitting with all this gold, a completed BF sword, 10 minutes into the game. He's going to be the man to watch as we move into the mid game.
Yeah, as that Bloodthirster will be very hard to poke out.
I
do question, will he be able to find the angle for that big ultimate? That really is going to be the trick. He's going to have to position himself very, very well because Faker, Doran, Owner are all going to be hunting for this MF and trying to stop him as soon as
possible.
This, I feel like the first big fight we get is going to be so explosive. Whoever gets the first kill really is going to run away with the whole thing. Resets from Viego, massive. Resets from Pike, also massive. And both teams without a true front line. The tankiest player on either side is a bruiser, in a Renekton or an Aatrox, but there's no real front line.
Riski od Fakera. Flipovo je pa izgubio pola health. Nije pola.
Izgubio je pola health, da pogodio su. Gdje si pobesnili?
Gdje si pobesnili? Lagani, lagani. Nije uvek lagani.
But you have to play with confidence. You can't afford to concede that space, and GENG doing just that. Good vision coverage around the bot river. Faker clears out that bot wave, allowing for T1 to have an avenue.
Ooh. Bone Skewer came close on Carrier. But if anybody knows the distance of Pike's spells, it is this man. He will be able to keep his distance there from Duro. As GENG not confident enough to start the objective, but they still have control over the river itself. Duro with a miss on the Bone Skewer. Ruler gets slowed down. Ton of damage on Ruler. Forced to cleanse to get away there.
Ovo je nebitno zato što se Ruler heala.
As Canyon gets away from the charm from Faker. Chovy goes in between worlds. Bullet time over the top. Faker and Owner half HP as they disengage. Viego, no ulti. Doran arrives into the fight, but he arrives too late. He gets shot as soon as he lands. T1 back off.
Yeah, Faker tried to flash in and find the charm. Could not connect on it.
Tako izgleda neki.
Chovy just throws down the ulti for that slow as they're retreating, and Ruler pushes.
Ušli me 6 puta u džunglu za ovih 13 minuta.
Does earn them this dragon here. GENG don't get a kill, but do grab their first objective.
Ali run kill na Viego je malo isto napravio probleme, jer Viego kad dobije run kill Nidalee, ako invada i padne još više behind, samo je neigrivo.
They're basically just chipping away at T1's HP bars before they can find an opportunity to fight. T1, maybe they overstep, they over-aggress, fishing too hard for a pick, and then they get punished. Patience is key for GENG as T1 try to put on pressure.
You can see Owner now has that Triforce done. Is going to be doing a lot of damage, and Canyon has just rushed straight towards the Lichbane. Major item completions are starting to come through, you know. Ruler has had that BT for a while, Guma now has his Yundal. You can see Faker with the malignance completed. Sundered Sky done for Keen.
Pa kao tregeri, verovatno.
Tier 2 boots, so even though he is down on gold, he is quite strong here also.
Lichbane, very powerful on Nidalee as long as you can get in range to get the empowered auto attack after. It means you cannot just be standing back as the artillery machine with the spears, which means everybody else needs to be ready. If one lands, everyone goes in, everybody goes for that kill. Sundered Sky completed for Keen's Aatrox. As you can see, Doran stopping to get the tier 2 boots first, still needs to make his way to the full stride breaker.
And I think that's one of the most
difficult things about Italy is understanding
exactly how much damage you're going to put out. If you do elect to actually pounce in there, it is so risky. You have to be certain that you are going in and you are going to be able to finish off that kill. Otherwise, you're so incredibly squishy. Almost certainly going to mean you're dead.
Adil des komentar, vrat.
Is a master of this champion, best Nidalee in the world. We'll see if he can make it work for himself as he has so many times before in these high pressure situations.
Inače ljudi, Canyon igra svoj Nidalee skin. Čisto kao zanimljivo.
Canyon and Ruler trying to get a little bit of poke themselves, but it's Gumayushi's built over Peacemaker that applies the damage first. The Bloodthirster from Ruler is providing so much value in this game. Whenever he gets hit by these Peacemakers, whenever he gets hit by anything from the Karma or from the Ahri, as long as it's not a charm, it's very easy for Ruler to just heal right back up as long as there's minions nearby, so that T1 never feel the confidence to try to fully engage.
Keen has moved away from bot lane. Faker is alone and he will take over to level 11. He does have his TP available as the Herald is spawned. And he's going to look for a quick reset, spend what money he can ahead of the fight, be as strong as he possibly can be. Doran is very low and doesn't have TP available.
Faker pushing the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane the entire time. The skill shots fly back and forth in mid. Keen and Chovy will start up the Herald, but T1 can sense something is going wrong here. Owner jumps in for the Spectral Maw on Duro, but he misses. Doran looking off to the side, but he's already been chunked. T1 bringing in the TP as GENG go after the Herald. It is claimed and secured by Canyon. Keen trying to get away from the Karma Root.
Doran?
Over the wall, flash Ruthless Predator. Doran is low.
Reseti. Neće stići, ne može da ulta.
Chovy Ruler mnogo lepo kao ultije.
From Doran to set up the fight onto Keen. They think that if they can start to get the resets off onto Owner, then they can start to snowball this fight. But they go a little too deep and the fight doesn't go their way.
And I should never have doubted Ruler. This man is finding ulti after ulti as the flash in here from Doran. But Ruler just steps back and finds a massive bullet time channeled across everyone. Guma has to bury, he has to flash out. Everyone has to retreat there from T1 as the counter engage was just perfect from GENG.
It certainly was. Just
ovaj fight baš možda ih košta.
T1 had to immediately backstep and Owner realized, oh no, I am way too deep and I do not have the support.
Povestani ništa, samo lol. EVC samo lol.
1.2k the advantage and Dragon only 55 seconds away.
This game 5 delivering, staying close. It's the feat of warfare for T1. It is the feat of turrets for GENG, and it is 2-2 on neutral objectives. This Dragon will decide the feats, the boots, overall for whoever claims it. 1,000 gold lead for GENG as Doran is pushing up the wave here on the top side. Both top laners have their teleports available to use.
The question to me is, will T1 try to fight it? They're missing a lot of critical flashes. There are some missing on the other side as well, but no flash on Viego, Renegade, and Caitlyn. Feels like it would be a very dangerous fight to take.
Duro again going fishing with the bone skewers. Keen lands the Infernal Chains on the carry, but the Karma's plenty fast enough to step away. Chovy going between worlds, carry the target here at the very start, as now Doran's going to be burst down very quickly. Q3 won't kill him.
Doran? A to Doran inta do duše, Doran jako inta. Doran baš inta, ju šta radi čovek. Ali Faker nije to što se vratio uopšte. Ju.
Ponovo stolica. Neko je radi naših komercijalnih.
Duro is fishing for a hook, he will be spotted, but they find themselves a pick. They set their sights on the tower, and GENG is quickly taking control of this game.
And T1 just really weren't in position to take that fight. Owner was looking for a potential flank there, but everyone from GENG showed up. Faker's in bot lane doesn't have his teleport, so it's then a very difficult start to the fight because it's essentially a 5v3 for GENG as the fight does kick off. And T1 just don't really have...
Kako mi je čudan ovaj fight bio, i dalje radit ćemo o tome šta je Da li je Doran kriv potpuno? Jer oni igraju iz flanka, nekako nije mi se to činilo kao dobra ideja. Zato MK što nisu ni trebali da menjaju top lanere. Izjalovila su.
Drake shouldn't be truly contested here. Doran's hanging around. But Renegade can't do anything over the wall, and Canyon and GENG claim the next Drake.
Top div. Za sad, i to ozbiljan.
The upgraded boots off the back of that T1, just not feeling that they are in a position to really get anything done. Faker has spent a ton of time in the side lane,
T1 sad ne sme se bije.
He is the only player on his team with a gold lead. So he is going to have to find a big moment to equalize things because everyone else is falling behind.
I completely agree.
Da li ti uđemaš kampove, Guma?
Be the difference maker. Ruler with the cleanse available.
Nisam baš siguran u to.
But if they can get that summoner spell out, Faker finding or utilizing.
Ništa, bio je nesporazum oko ugovora, Zeus se osjećao kao da neće dobiti novi ugovor, jer nisu uspeli lepo da iskomuniciraju da se dogovore na vreme i zbog toga je uhvatio prvu priliku čemu je neko ponudio ozbiljniji neki ugovor, tako sve.
Tako je. To je TLDR. Šta se izdogađalo?
Ko bolje skela. Ivan malo bolje skela. Mada, natko znam, Matrix bolje skela od Renektona. Diego i Nidali su čudni skeluju od toga šta rade. Diego ako dobije Ritz skela, dobro ako ne dobije Justasije. Aurora i Auri su tu negdje slični, a botlane T1 od skela.
Došao je Čovi. Čovi je prejak.
T1 je neodlučan. T1 je neodlučan.
Smite fight. 19 helta Smite. I Guma je sad u problemu. Nema flash, da. Faker popio spear.
Kako? To je to.
Da, verovatno.
Verovatno je to.
Tako izgleda, tako izgleda.
But it is Ruler's ultimate that pushes them back. It is Canyon that secures the smite, and it is Gumayushi that falls.
And Chovy just barely didn't have his TP when Doran TP'd up. So I think T1 were thinking maybe we had more time without Chovy having that teleport. Maybe it's going to be a 5v4. But Chovy's teleport came up just in the nick of time. He arrives, sets up for that big bullet time.
Što je Canon pao behind the needle i early, dalje su uspjeli da se vrate.
They pile in, they take him. Canyon wins the smite. And GENG getting very far ahead now.
League of Legends, especially at the top level, is a game of inches. It is a game of seconds. It is a game where the smallest things can make the biggest difference. Chovy arriving in time. Canyon with the smite secure. GENG with a lead in Drakes with a 3,000 gold advantage.
Svećemo se IBL-om krajem jula, početkom augusta. Tako da, sve regularno.
IBL kreće za 10 dana, da.
Krajem jula, da.
Da, tačno za 10 dana, nisam ni lupio. 23. kreće IBL, a danas je 13.
I još jedno duo. Ajmo sajne na 3-4 sat.
Ja sam mislio na 3-4 sad i kao sad je sad, razumeš, ali nema veze. Sve smo se ne razumeli. Mora neko i to. Mora neko i to.
Fun fact, ja sam obukao ovu majicu zato što sam vidio da sajne streamovanje. Pre MSI-a.
A ja sam ovu majicu obukao jer smo gledali film Patreon i trebao sam da hodam na traci i rekao daj da obučem nešto bez rukava da se ne preznojim. Već ću hodati fazom 7 sati danas.
Gleda mi zeluje kao da jači bije sa više strasti. Ne znam da li postoji stvar koja bi me navela da pomislim da udarim sajnu. Da pomislim. Ne da ga udarim, da pomislim. Da mi padne na pamet grešku. Ne postoji taj scenarij.
Koji film se gledao? The Trip, 2021. Interesantan film. Mislim, random je film, ali iskreno je bio giga dobar. Baš me prije, pozitivno iznenadio.
Kako je lepa ova linija Visiona dole, da. Možda su sad zaokružili.
T1 could look to concede this objective.
Perhaps cross map, secure that top tag, get a bit of gold back. Je otpisano T1, nikad ne otpisano T1.
Now with the infinity edge finish for Gumayushi, perhaps gold should be the priority. But what will they do about Ruler ticking over to level 14?
And we can remember back
to the
World's 2023 semifinals when Faker was on Azir and he found Ruler when Ruler was on GEG and he found the angle to win there. Now can his Ari find a similar opportunity?
Samo je ovo mnogo teška pozicija. Ništa ne vide.
Ma gledajte, jedan reset Viego možda uzme ceo fight, samo treba da odigra dobro. Jako lep put od Čovija. Dobar charm, jer imaju reset, imaju. Wonder mora da izleti brzo, nije izleteo brzo, mora da izleti brzo. Nije izleteo brzo.
Kako je Faker ovo skulo,
Doran je useless.
Koliko lažu Auroreni hitboxovi, ovo je nerealno. Ne, Faker, Owner su ovo odradili sjajno. Ma ima T1 čemu da se nada, sve dok ne uzmu Drake su. A malo je naporno, 4 kila ima Atrox. To je ono čemu se ne nadaš ovdje baš toliko.
But the response from GENG is simply to fight back. A beautiful charm, the collapse owner, but look at the ulti from Ruler. Duro keeping the bot lane distracted, then Ruler turns his attention to Yushi, forces him to flash out. Doran left isolated as his team retreats.
Video je za cool, nije li formi.
Samo je treba insta da izleti, da se nahila i da izleti i da igra Fog.
E pa ne, u stvari nema Cougar formu, ja sam glup.
Samo je treba da izleti, bukvalno da uđe radi invulnerability-a i heala i samo da izleti. Da ult out.
Mislim da nije mogao sad kad se pogleda replay. Mislim da nije mogao da ništa uraditi. King je odmah kolapsovao na njega, a Reo nema insta-cast. Ima se da...
Ideja double ima za D5, kač.
U mojoj glavi je bilo da s Cougar formom izleti out, ali sam zaboravio da ne možeš promeni formu.
A nema, mogu je da ulta out. Samo je mogu da ulta dole, ispod zida.
Samo što ulti, kada uzmeš formu ima mali cooldown. Mislim da je King dovoljno brzo kolapsovao na njega, da je Owner ultovo instant kada je mogao, ali ga je King ubio u castemu. King je baš brzo odreagovao. Ne mogu da procenim na osnovu replaya, ali čini mi se da je tako bilo.
Moguće.
Jer po tome kako su odigrali, oni rečekaj, mislim da je baš, a Dorane. A daj, brate, nije zanimljivo ovako.
On baš grifo.
Nije zanimljivo ovako, stvarno.
Pa bolji su kad Doran rundowna. Da. Doraninin rundowna, ljudi. Baš je haos. T1 bukvalno igra 4 na 5. Nerealno je koliko ne igra. Bukvalno kako ne igra.
Baš lož.
Baš nerealno. Ali dobro. Mata čuto cijelu seriju. Klasičan Mata. To je okej, Mata. To je okej. Ne, nerealno je. Baš loše igra Doran. Bukvalno igraju 4 na 5.
Mislim, teško mu je jako, što ne se adaptira na ekipu. Po ovim high pressure game-ovima se to najviše vidi.
Ima svoje...
Doran decides that it is go time. The teleport was coming in here, and GENG realized they have
svoje ideje koji se baš ne poklapaju sa idejama ekipe.
Ne možeš da budeš kukovan tu.
Flash stana Canyona s 0 follow-upa.
A, ceo T1 je sinhronizovano odreagovao front da proba da ga odbrani i panišovani su bili za to.
Not only body blocks the ultimate from Caitlyn, but also gets the kill on to Ona. Keen
Zna Doran, mislim da Doran zna koliko grifa, samo ne znam.
Ne, zna. Ja mislim da je on svestan da se ne... Mislim da su svi svesni o čemu se radi i da tolerišu i da im je to u redu, jer razumeju šta se dešava. Proces adaptacije, pritisak u environmentu u kom nisi najsigurniji, sve je jasno.
Faker ultauta. Jeste, vidi se.
Kažem ljudi, Doran je... ozbiljna faca. Da, muči se i to je legitimna stvar. Samo mi tu moramo istaći kao problem, mislim. Evidentno je da gube zbog toga. Ne samo zbog toga, ali neće isto zbog toga.
Doran was trying to push out that bot lane wave to be able to answer there, but you can see Keen was pushing in the top side. They take the tier 2 mid.
Problem je što tim komp obe strane ne prašta greške i onda...
GENG just getting further and further ahead here. 10 seconds just about until that soul will be available for them. Keen has got to get out of here, but T1, they may need to try to chase. They can't do it.
Going for that chase may have lost them valuable time because GENG is already back out onto the map. You'll see Duro making his way towards the bot side. River, Ruler right behind him. Jovi going to push out that mid wave. A flawless performance from the man in mid. 1-0-9 the scoreline, 100% kill participation. And Ruler will waste no time securing this dragon.
Da, je Mountain Soul. A u ovom kompu Soul isto mnogo značajnim i pikom. Koje god meta da piku imaće Mountain Soul na sebi, da. Verovatno je game ovde. Oskar to T1 isto bi bilo. Šalim se, ne bi. Oskar ne bi stigo do tada da krene da inta u team fightovima. Jer ne bi došlo do team fightova da ima Oskara.
They are so far ahead at this point. 7,000 gold. Mountain Soul against a composition that needs that first kill, that needs the upfront burst, and is now going to have to do so much more of it if they want to be able to get anything done.
And back at the very beginning of this game, for minions to spawn, Isaac, you were talking about the difficulty in piloting this composition for GENG, the burden of execution on the champions they've chosen, and the #1 team from the #1 region in the world is showing why they sit at the summit.
Exactly, that's why GENG is GENG. You can see these luxury items starting to come through as well. The Zonias is done for Canada,
Doran je T1 level top laner. Samo ne još.
Pa da mislim, ne znam, ja mislim da je, da, što kaže i neki, i T1 je izgrifov u draftu. First pickovali su Renegtona.
Da, jes malo nezgodnu poziciju su dostavili, stvarno. A Kinga na lupova i kao, ajde da ti dam punching break i da budeš na lupova. Bolje da su mu first pickovali Shena.
Da. Jer realno najgorim igraču si dao prio pick. Aurora first pick je verovatno bio ugao u trenutnoj meti, iskreno.
Prio pika opet težak matchup, mislim, blinduješ najnesigurnijem liku.
Da.
Najlakši scenarij je bio blindovati Fakeru, pa on će odigrati bilo šta.
Silas ili Aurora za Fakera, first pick i draftuješ od toga.
Aurora, first pick i draftuješ od toga. Kinu bi svakako pikovali ranije.
It is 4 minutes until the Elder spawns, but it is less than a minute and a half until Baron returns to the Rift. For T1, that is a scary prospect. GENG controls the entire map. It is so dangerous for T1 to step out anywhere into this. GENG, they know it. They're shoving up the waves. They're making that fear palpable for T1, as you could see how dark the fog of war is right now.
To je palpable.
Ne znam, rekao je palpable, ne znam šta znači iskreno.
Pa verovatno kao da se osjeti. Ali nisam čuo kontekst rečenicu.
It is an incredibly desperate
situation.
There's one man you would put your faith in to try to make that play, to find that moment. In a situation like this, it would be Faker. By far the most clutch player we have ever seen touch the game. Has made a career out of moments like that, pulling back impossible games. We'll see if he can do it one more time here against GENG.
GENG with control.
Naravno je očekivati da Sari ovdje napravi nešto tako.
Owner will step forward to clear out one of the control wards. Nidalee trap placed down there. As Owner again just trying to make sure he does not take damage while
Ma ne mogu da pobede, pa pogledaj koje iteme imaju igrači GENG-a. Ruler ne umire, ima shield bow, lik, upgradovan armor boots, Ruler može da face tankuje ceo T1. Imaju sve summonere pritom.
The Bloodthirster shield plus the Mountain Soul shield is so much to get through. And they can just sustain off of this Baron. They're going to start it up and force T1's hand.
GENG daring T1 to answer them at the Baron. Chovy and Duro are the ones in position to try to interrupt. Faker goes in for the flash charm, but he won't find it. Owner looking for a chance to steal with the bullet time, immediately forcing him all the way away. He tries to survive, but Canyon will bury him in the river.
Ne mogu da verujem kad postoje realne šanse, ne postoje realne šanse. Ne postoje realne šanse da ispadne siguraš za polovinu sale na kojoj igra GENG.
Unlucky. Iskreno, izrifovali su u draftu i onda je Doran samo nastavio da grifuje kroz game. Zašto je odigra? Pa jeste, ali vidi, igrači se nekad ne pitaju, menadžeri rade svoje. Iskreno mislim da nije ni menadžer Zevsa kriv. Mislim samo da je Tivan izin to.
Tivanov management je kriv.
Da.
The pressure is unrelenting. The wave clear just isn't there for T1. Now 2 inhibitors fall. It's simply a matter of time.
Owner is back alive. The last stand of T1. Doran slices forward, but it won't matter. The first Nexus turret is already about to die. T1 struggling to defend. Duro with a bone skewer. T1 backing away. GENG with a massive advantage already in the health bars as Guma's chunked to half. Chovy goes between worlds. Guma
Nema. To je. Pa dobro.
GENG! They did not
GG's!
on the road to MSI!
Baš je Dorano je mnogo krivo, sad se vidjela na kameri.
Mislim vidi. Neću reći da i treba da mu bude krivo, ali realno i treba da mu bude krivo. Jer je izgrifovao život. Bukvalno je sam difovao svoju ekipu. Možda sutra bude krivo. Mislim, ne vjerujem da će Tivan praviti nikakve swapove do sljedeće godine. Sljedeće godine možda probaju opet uzmu da uzmu Zevsa, ali pitanje da li će mu dati. To je da li će Hanva da da Zevsa. Što možda im šta kažu na Redditu, baš me zanima.
Ljudi, vaši MSI šampioni, GENG back to back osvaja i nastavljaju svoj undefeated series streak. Maestralni 5 maka.
Lepo finale, iskreno lepo finale.
Nadamo se da vam je ovaj MSI bio zanimljiv. Bar se to ja nadam. Nama jeste. I već u sredi preuzimamo i Worlds i Evaca na istu ovu foru.
Tako je.
A nakon toga za 10 dana kreće EBL, tako da to vam je od LoL-a i od programa koje ćemo imati dalje. Evac će kretati u jutarnjim časovima oko 11 sati, tako da igrat će se 8 do 10 gemova dnevno, imat ćemo mnogo LoL-a. U suštini to kreće od srede, igra se do kraja nedelje, dakle 5 dana za redom Evaca i šta bit će zabavno, a?
Biće fan, da. Između 6 i 8 gemova je prosek, ali da, čuli ste, eto, od srede do nedelje. Čućemo intervju, verovatno sa Čovijem, da moram da pogodim. Ostavit ćemo i to da vozi u program, tako da od srede do nedelje svaki dan gledamo se na EVC-u, nakon toga od sljedeće srede gledamo se na EBL-u. Tako da, što se nas tiče, vidimo se za 3 dana. Ajmo čujemo intervju. Ljudi, od nas veliki pozdrav. Ćao.
성의 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Vancouver, please for your MSI champions. Duro, this was your first international. This is your very first international victory in Game 5. Playing Pyke, a risky champion. Tell me about the confidence to play this champion and why did you think it was going to be the one that was going to bring you the victory today?
듀로 선수 첫 국제대회였고 첫 국제대회에서 이렇게 우승까지 이루어냈습니다. 5꽉 경기 끝에 승리하셨는데요. 5세트 정말 중요한 순간에 파이크가 등장했습니다. 굉장히 하이 리스크 챔피언인데요. 어떤 자신감으로 파이크를 뽑을 수 있었는지 그리고 5세트란 순간에서 파이크가 왜 우리가 필요한 픽이다라고 결정하셨나요?
일단 파이크 말고 다른 선택지가 진짜 너무 애매했어가지고 애매한 거 해서 캐틀 카르마한테 망하는 것보다는 자 크랙 한번 노려보자 해서 자신도 있고 해서 파이크를 뽑게 된 것 같습니다.
I had several other options and they were pretty meh and mid. So instead of going for this mid options, I would rather go with Pike because I didn't want to get smacked by Caitlyn Karma in lane. You know, I wanted to go for the high risk play and make something clutch happen, and I was pretty confident about the pick.
Giga chat attitude from an international rookie. Ruler, you're the first player to win MSI with 2 different teams from 2 different regions. Now, I remember that when we had a chat at the beginning of MSI, you were telling me that you did not have the confidence that you had with JDG in 2023. Do you have that confidence back today?
룰러 선수 오늘의 우승과 함께 최초로 2개의 팀에서 MSI 우승한 선수가 되었고 최초로 2개의 지역에서 MSI 타이틀을 거머쥔 선수가 되었습니다. 사실은 MSI 초반에 저희가 인터뷰를 나누었을 때 아직 23년도 징동에서만큼의 자신감을 갖고 있지 않다라고 하셨는데 이제 자신감 많이 찾으셨나요?
아직은 아닌 것 같아요. 아직은 아닌 것 같고 그래도 제일 잘 한다고 말할 수는 있을 것 같다 생각합니다. 이번 MSI에서는.
Actually, not yet. But I can say for sure that I am the best player here at MSI.
Duro, you entered this year with a challenge, joining one of the most successful orgs that we have in League of Legends history. Having to write your own page in history, actually, how do you reflect on the achievements that you gained as a player from GENG with this run, and especially now that you're the MSI champion?
듀로 선수 올해는 정말 큰 도전이었습니다. LOL 역사상 정말 가장 성공적인 팀 중인 하나인 젠지에 합류하면서 스스로를 끊임없이 증명하셔야 했는데요. 이렇게 MSI 챔피언이 되신 만큼 본인이 이룬의 성과 그리고 성장에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단은 이 말을 먼저 해야 될 것 같습니다. 젠지가 저를 좋게 봐주셔서 이 자리까지 오게 된 것 같고요. 이제 뭐 저의 성장도 있겠지만 이제 다른 형들이 나머지 4명 형들이 너무 저를 케어를 잘해 주셔가지고 당연히 감토님들도 케어를 잘해 주시고 해서 제가 충분히 이 자리까지 오게 될 수 있지 않았나 싶네요.
I want to say this first off. I was able to make it all the way to here because GENG thought really highly of me, and I'm very grateful for that. And also, it's just not about me doing well, it's just the rest of the 4 players taking really good care of me, also the coaching staff. So I want to say thank you to everyone who helped me to reach where I'm at right now.
Now, Ruler, I know that you were hungry for international experience, especially after missing out last year. What does this victory mean to you today, now that you're back and the champion again?
또 룰러 선수는 작년에 국제대회를 참여하지 못하면서 이에 대한 갈증이 굉장히 크다고 하셨는데 이렇게 국제대회 무대로 돌아오셨고 이렇게 오늘 우승을 만들어내셨습니다. 지금 어떠신가요?
진짜 정말 너무 행복하고요. 일단 우선 행복하고 안 울어요. 이렇게 대회 LCK에서 주관하는 그리고 그런 대회들을 다 계속 나가는 게 어쨌든 제 목표고 거기서 증명하는 게 저의 가장 궁극적인 목표인데 계속 그렇게 이런 데 나와서 이렇게 증명하게 된 것 같아서 너무 행복하고 이제 그냥 모든 대회 다 나가서 이렇게 우승하고 싶네요.
First off, the crowd, don't cry, Ruler. He was like, I'm not crying. I am very, very happy at this moment. And I also mentioned, my goal as a professional player is just participating in these Riot events and keep proving myself. And I think today's victory means that I proved myself, which makes me really happy. I just want to keep on going, keep on participating, keep on making appearances, and keep on winning.
And I think that, Duro, you also proved yourself today. Now, I know that you and people already call you Madulife, but what kind of support do you want to be remembered as?
주로 선수도 오늘 이 자리에서 본인 스스로를 성공적으로 증명해내셨습니다. 이미 많은 팬분들이 매 듀라이프라고 부를 정도로 주로 선수의 놀라운 플레이에 대한 칭찬을 아끼지 않는데요. 개인적으로 어떤 서포터로서 기억되고 싶으신가요?
제 우상이 매드라이프 선수였는데 그때 시절에 매드라이프 선수가 진짜 획을 기울 정도로 엄청난 명성을 떨치시고 이제 많은 롤의 역사를 뒤바꾸셨는데 저도 그 정도 매드라이프 선수님만큼 명성을 쌓고 실력도 쌓을 수 있는 그런 선수가 되고 싶습니다.
In fact, Madlife was my idol. When I started, I always looked up to him because he's a support player that opened a new chapter of the role as a support. He has untouchable reputation, and I just want to be like him. I just wish my performance could be as good as Madlife. I just want to have the reputation as good as Madlife, so I'm just going to keep grinding and keep going forward.
And you're absolutely right in your page in history there. Now, I would like to ask them to share some words for their fans. 팬분들께 한마디 해주세요.
나부터 할게. 제가 이 자리에 있기까지 정말 많은 팬분들의 좀 도움이 있었는데요. 그래서 좀 뭐랄까 정말 그냥 이렇게 환호해 주시는 것도 너무 감사하고 그냥 모든 게 다 감사할 따름이라서 앞으로도 계속 좋은 모습 보여드리면서 저희 팀원들이랑 다 같이 나갈 수 있는 대회 다 나가면서 우승할 수 있는 모습 계속 보여드리고 잘하는 모습 보여드려서 계속 이렇게 환호성 받을 수 있게끔 할 테니까 또 많은 응원 부탁드리고 염치 없지만 항상 감사하고 오늘 하루도 좋은 하루 보내시길 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Because of your support, because of your love, I was able to make it all the way here. Even this cheer coming from the crowd is what makes me happy. So I wish I can continue a great performance with my teammates, make it to every possible international and every event, and keep on winning titles in order to get more crowd cheering for us. So I would like to ask for one more cheer for me to keep going forward. Thank you very much. I love you.
Oh, thank you. 이제 제가 LCK 컵 때부터 지금까지 오는 과정 중에서 정말 안 좋은 모습도 많이 보여드리고 잘하는 모습도 많이 보여드리는 그런 다사다난한 일들이 많았는데 당연히 여러분의 응원 덕분이기도 하고 젠지 관계자분들 그리고 감코 선수 형들 다 저한테 격려나 응원 그리고 케어 이런 걸 너무 잘해주셔가지고 여기까지 올 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 물론 이게 끝은 아니지만 월즈까지 이대로 쭉 이어나갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Ever since the LCK Cup, there was a lot of ups and downs. I hit the bottom, bounced back. We were just going through all the thick and the thin. But thanks to the support from the fans and also the support from everyone working at GENG, the coaching staff, my teammates, we were able to make it happen. But this is not the end. I will make sure to keep this rolling until Worlds. Thank you so much.
It is just the beginning for this roster. Now, we have to honor another player from GENG. The 2025 Oppo Finals MVP. Chovy. A round of applause for Chovy. Chovy, congratulations, amazing performance today, amazing performance this MSI, but I remember that a couple days ago we talked about you standing once again at the top, and you were telling media that you were pressured about standing once again at the top. How do you feel now that you're the champion and the MVP of MSI?
축하드립니다. 초비 선수 며칠 전 인터뷰에서 다시 한번 결승 무대를 밟고 다시 한번 우승에 도전한다는 점에서 어느 정도의 부담이나 압박감도 있다고 하셨는데요. 이렇게 우승하셨고 또 파이널 MVP까지 되셨는데 어떠신가요?
사실 이제 다시 우승한다고 했을 때 어느 정도의 부담감과 압박감은 있었지만 오늘 경기하면서 그냥 이렇게 잘하는 경기력으로 상대랑 주고받고 하는 과정들이 너무 즐거웠고 그냥 경기 자체가 즐거우니까 부담감과 압박감보다는 그냥 오늘 너무 잘하고 싶다라는 생각이 들었는데 그게 이제 MVP까지 받을 정도로 좋은 실력을 보인 것 같아서 너무 만족스럽습니다.
Of course, challenging to win another title, going for the back-to-back title is a pressure, but throughout the series today, I realized the performance of both sides was so on point. It was going back and forth, and I was enjoying the process. I was just having so much fun playing the series. And then I realized because I was having so much fun and enjoying the moment, all the pressure goes away. I want to just focus on me performing well, and I think I was able to prove by winning this finals MVP. I'm very glad.
And winning MSI, winning one title is already very hard. A few players get to do it. Winning again, back-to-back, is even harder. What is your drive? What is your motivation? What pushes you to thrive and push yourself harder every time?
MSI 우승하는 것 자체가 굉장히 쉽지 않습니다. 소수의 선수만이 이뤄낼 수 있는 그런 목표인데요. 2번 연속 우승하는 것은 더 어렵습니다. 초비 선수는 이런 위대한 업적을 이뤄내셨는데요. 본인의 동기부여가 무엇인지 어떻게 해서 끊임없이 더 나은 선수를 되기 위해서 노력하시면서 이 자리까지 오실 수 있으셨나요?
일단 저 개인적으로도 노력하는 것도 있지만 같이 경기를 하는 선수들과 그리고 또 경기를 잘할 수 있게 도와주는 감독 코치님과 젠지 관계자분들이 너무 힘을 써주셔서 이렇게 좋은 결과 낼 수 있는 것 같고 사실 동기부여라면 그냥 뭐 프로게이머로서 그냥 만족하지 않고 계속 그 다음을 바라보고 더 잘하는 걸 목표로 두기에 가능한 거 아닌가 싶습니다.
I want to say first, it's not just about me performing well in order to win the title today. It's just everyone worked so hard for the moment. The teammates, the coaching staff, even everyone working on the GENG side supported us so well, so we were able to accomplish this. Well, my motivation, I want to say, just being a professional player, you just always want to keep on achieving more. You should not settle. You should always aim forward and push yourself to reach there.
Then what is the next step for you, Chovy? What is the next step in your journey?
그렇다면 초비 선수의 여정, 다음 목표는 무엇인가요?
일단 다음 목표는 사실 뭐 EWC도 있고 뭐 정규 리그도 있겠지만 아무래도 가장 큰 목표는 월드 우승이 아닌가 싶습니다.
Of course, I have several tournaments ahead of me. For example, EWC, the regular season. But first and foremost, winning Worlds.
So do you have any closing thoughts for the Church of Chovy today to support you? Who supported you? And who shows the confidence that you're going to win Worlds this year?
마지막으로 초비교 신자분들 있죠. Church of Chovy 분들에게 여태까지 항상 믿고 기다려줬고 또 초비 선수 월드 우승 말씀하셨잖아요. 당연히 할 수 있다고 믿으시는 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단 저를 계속 믿어주신 팬분들께 항상 감사드리고 그리고 또 오늘 경기로 믿어주시는 팬분들께 그 믿음에 맞는 보답을 한 것 같아서 너무 기쁘고 팬분들이 계속 믿어주시니까 저도 포기하지 않고 계속 성장하면서 꼭 좋은 결과 내도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you so much for trusting me. And I want to say I was able to kind of repay your belief, your trust, your support in me by winning the series today. I will keep on doing my best in order to make you guys keep on believing me. Thank you so much.
Now to all the players, GENG, congratulations once again on being the MSI champion. Vancouver, please a round of applause one last time for your champions. And thank you all so much for the incredible support, for the incredible energy and atmosphere that you gave us for this MSI to make this tournament unforgettable. Thank you all so much, Vancouver. One last time.
GENG are your champions, Vancouver. We've got an extra treat for you because Ruler is joining the desk in just a little bit. We've got a lot to ask him, but first, I do need to talk to my analysts about the sovereign Game 5 that GENG was able to play, which is not easy when you're up against the T1 specifically in this situation, Maurits.
It's just insane to me that no matter how many times teams try, actually beating GENG once happens a lot. Twice, a lot of teams have done it. But the depth and clutch factor of so many members on this team just keeps coming back to save them. Because the fact that Duro gets to pick Pike in a Game 5
amazing.
And actually makes it work, because I'm telling you, I saw the locked in, I'm like, oh boy.
You did.
This was a composition that took so much skill to execute, and they had extremely good counter engages when T1 reached for that kill to try and make their pick. The ultimate from Ruler coming over, the ultimate from Chovy, the counter was so good.
It was, and you just see it takes a village to perform at this high of a level, to feel comfortable this long time in Vancouver against multiple opponents, and throughout 23 series consecutively. Chronicler, this is madness.
It really is, and we keep going back to it because it feels so unrealistic. And the biggest thing to me is this time this win streak, again, GENG is fighting their own win streak of 24 series, but this one spans an international tournament, a grueling one, a double elimination best-of-5 bonanza, and they still get it done.
They absolutely did, but of course the counterpoint is always going to be, they also did last year. I think more than anything, this again puts the eyes on Worlds, and we heard it there from Chovy again as well. He wants to repay that trust that everyone has had. I think it's going to be really difficult to not drop a single series until Worlds, but I do feel, Kobe, that this experience here, as Chronicler says, at this very grueling tournament, will shape them going into the second half of this year, into that World Championship that they covet so much.
They continue to build on it and continue to improve series after series after series, gaining more and more power. Look at the smiles on their faces.
Pretty heavy, that thing.
It actually is.
I mean, Canyon, you love him, don't you? And he did his job in Game 5, Kobe.
He's a long time been my jungle goat. A lot of people really look up to him. He can play any sort of style, any sort of champion. He is so versatile and so good.
He can do anything, but he also just slammed in Italy in Game 5, right? It was great to see. Oh, and Duro, what a situation to be in, Maurits.
There is so much pressure coming in as a support on, obviously, the org that has been insanely successful, most successful domestically in the LCK for years, obviously still an international force to be reckoned with, and then coming in next to Ruler as he returns, having the really filled the shoes of some amazing supports as well. Lance, who was, by the way, last year's MVP. Delight, who is one of the best engaged supports in the world. And Duro, for me, it's about the development. How fast this player has grown from what was just a rather middling support to a support that in a Game 5 of an international fearless comes through.
So much pressure on him. Actually incredible how he has performed with all eyes looking at him.
That man, if there was an unofficial award for best reactions, for most memeable coach reactions, that man would be at the front runner. Let's be real.
They'd be winning as well.
best vibes. Still now on stage as well.
Yeah, incredible. Also fantastic just talking to the crowd. I love the way they were playing with the crowd as well. Like, you're going to have to keep cheering for me, Ruler said, for me to give you these performances. I love it. They have unbelievable influence. And just the fact that Chovy is the Oppo Finals MVP. We were talking about it here, but yes, you could make an argument for Ruler very much so, but I just take into context quite literally as well of the pressure on his shoulders and the fact that throughout the 5 games he was one of the very important bricks to build that house towards that victory.
We saw it in the game number 5. Obviously, the end game of throwaway, but even the Talia game, he tried his best, tried to have impact on sides. Few of the positive plays that came through were on him. But to me, it's the resilience I keep going back to. Keen had a really rough start to the series, but he bounced back. The Cyan performance was amazing. His Aatrox in the final game ended up coming up huge. Even Duro, right? We saw him get, I think, one of the biggest support gaps of the tournament with that Renata versus Rel. To still have the confidence really speaks to the coaching staff and the camaraderie in this GENG team.
And the endurance of this team. So many full-length 5-game series they have played up there and still staying sharp until the end.
It's fantastic to see, I think, across sports and across esports when you see such a long winning streak, you know. Why is it so difficult? Well, 1, you have to win them. 2, everyone else wants to take you down at every turn more than they want to take down other opponents, as we see some final snaps of the whole gang.
And when you are at the top, everyone is looking at you and trying to learn from you, but you have to hone yourself to continue to improve. And it becomes so hard to make each further step.
It's true. And I just know that Chovy, as he receives his award and as he looks back on these finals, he's already visualizing worlds. He's already thinking about that junction, because when you're a competitor, the sky is the limit. You need to get everything. And preferably, I think he'd like to kick T1 out as he's doing it at Worlds. But the thing is, that's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, to me, again, going back as a, one of my favorite anecdotes, by the way. If you
can he bring the trophy to the
I was going to say, he's going to bring it over here.
He should bring it.
Oh, please, Ruler, bring that trophy.
Ruler, bring the trophy.
Is specifically after they won Road to MSI, which was, again, a reverse sweep against Life, crazy series. You know, normally there's a little bit of ceremony. Ruler legitimately got up, walked over, grabbed the ticket, and was like, huh? What you gotta do?
Yeah, thank you, evil Peter Parker.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Happy.
Yo, he is coming our way with the trophy. Don't let that thing go. Oh, what are you gonna ask him? I'm so excited. This is different than a stage interview, you know? We can get a little bit cheeky with it.
I'm definitely going to ask him about the JDG emote flagging and see what he wants to say to his old teammates now that he has defeated T1 here.
And Sunke there, the one of the big play-by-plays next to Costume for the LCK, congratulating him as well.
And Jisun, of course, is going to join us as well, so she can translate. And yeah, we're just awaiting them. Do you want to say something about T1, perhaps? Because they do fall at the final hurdle here, as we just see GENG play reacting once again. Oh my God!
Popping off.
Yo, careful of the chair!
The outburst of emotion here, amazing.
The pitch on those bot laners in particular. But yeah, I think it's a good opportunity, right? Because we're going to talk to Ruler. We're going to really go in depth about his journey as even getting a pick backstage. I think we need to, was it the Rat King? I think we need to reiterate the most important thing when it comes to T1, as disappointing as this is. If you had told me going into Road to MSI that T1 was going to be a single game win away, I mean, I would have believed you because it's T1, but let's be real, that's not realistic. As he is coming up the stairs.
Hello, Jisun. Hello, Ruler.
With the trophy.
Yay! You can put it, don't put it on the faker thing. Maybe we should. Okay, let's put the headsets on.
Wait, how heavy is it?
Whoa! It's heavy? It's heavy? Hello, Ruler. Congratulations. Amazing. We already just saw your interview on stage, of course. Yeah, but just from our side again, kind of, do you want to go a little bit more in depth? What maybe in a 23-game win streak, what makes it hard to hang on to that, especially when one of those is an MSI final?
다시 한번 정말 축하드리고요. 23연승 계속 이루어내고 계신데요. 사실은 이런 기록을 유지하는 게 얼마나 힘든지 정말 궁금하고 또 MSI뿐만 아니라 정말 오랜 토너먼트를 거쳐서 이렇게 기록이 유지되고 있잖아요. 어떤가요?
일단 이런 연승을 유지한다는 게 좀 쉽지 않다고 생각하는데 저희 팀원들이 다 좀 되게 열정이 넘쳐가지고 이제 경기 하나하나 되게 좀 뭐랄까요, 좀 많은 스트레스를 받아가면서 좀 하다 보니까 좀 디테일 있게 게임도 많이 나오면서 이렇게 잘 이기면서 여기까지 왔던 것 같아요.
It's definitely not easy, but I think our players they're just so passionate about the game. They get so stressed out after every single game, which makes them learn about all the details in game, and I think that made us evolve even more.
Kobe?
I wanted to ask you, we saw you flash the JDG emote, your old team. Is there anything that you want to say to your old teammates now that you have defeated T1 here?
또 이번 대회 내내 JDG 감정 표현을 계속 사용하셨잖아요. 또 이렇게 T1을 잡아내신 만큼 JDG 전 동료들에게 한마디 하실 수 있다면?
일단 그때 이제 23년도 그때 팀원들 중에서도 이제 모던 팀원들도 있고 운 팀원도 있는데 되게 그때 팀원들 덕분에 제가 지금까지 더 잘할 수 있게 됐던 것 같아서 좀 그때 배운 룰이 좀 많았던 것 같아요. 그래서 정말 그때 그렇게 많이 도와줘서 고맙다고 전하고 싶습니다.
Some of them made it to MSI, some of them did not make it to MSI this time, but I think from that experience I was able to learn so much. So I just want to say thank you. Because of you guys, because of the experience, I was able to become a better player.
So, Ruler, next up, obviously you were able to win MSI on JDG, but coming back to the LCK, being back at GENG specifically, you've been synonymous with this org for so long. I know the org means a lot to you. You also mean so much to the org. How is it to secure GENG, the second MSI title in a row?
또 JDG에서 생활하신 뒤에 젠지로 돌아오셨는데 젠지와 룰러는 거의 사실 동의어라고 볼 수 있을 만큼 정말 깊은 인연을 갖고 있습니다. 젠지에게 룰러라는 선수의 의미가 굉장히 크고 또 룰러 선수에게 젠지라는 그런 팀의 의미도 굉장히 클 것 같은데요. 젠지의 이런 두 번째 이 연속 MSI 타이틀을 가져다 주었다는 것은 어떤 의미를 갖고 있나요?
일단 젠지라는 팀과 제가 좀 서로 신뢰관계가 좀 많이 두터운 것 같아요. 그래서 사실 이렇게 젠지에 돌아오게 됐을 때 사실 젠지도 뭔가 선택을 한 거잖아요. 그래서 쉽지 않았을 거라 생각을 하는데 그 믿음에 보답을 해준 제가 한 것 같아서 너무 서로한테 너무 되게 좋게 다가올 것 같고요. 그게 그리고 앞으로 젠지에서 제가 3년 계약을 했잖아요. 그래서 앞으로 남은 그 3년 동안 얼마나 더 많은 성적을 낼지